And welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Variety of technical difficulties, including cats fighting just before we go live. It has been one of those kind of days. I am fighting off a cold, but I want to go live here, talk to you guys, so bear with me today. We're going to be a little bit truncated. I'll be back tomorrow with you guys on Brendan Nelson, but fighting through a little bit today, and just everything is one of those days where it must be a full moon out today, I swear, because everything is just going quite sideways. But I'm going to power through. I'm going to power through because that's what I'm expecting my Seahawks to do. They came off this last game this last week, a poor performance. We're not going to dwell on it too long here. After all, the title says previewing the Vikings, not returning over and beating a dead horse from last week. There's going to be one item I want to talk on in regards to last week's game, though, that I do want to touch on. But I'm hoping our Seahawks, like me, can rise up like Lazarus, like a phoenix, and return back to that form that we saw in the first game of the season, and not the form that was reverted to from prior years of what we saw last week. That's the thing I'm most hoping here as we go forward. And I do have some optimism. I watched most of the Viking-Cardinal game. We've got some thoughts on that we can dive into with what we're going to be dealing with the Minnesota Vikings. Again, bear with me today. I am definitely running about half speed, so it's going to be a little touch and go all the way through here. But the item I want to touch on is this. I really love the 12th man, and not just because I come from the Seattle area, but because I've dealt with all sorts of different fans. In fact, I deal with a lot of fans on this channel who come into the channel from other places, and most of the people we get are really respectful and nice. But I truly do have a level of respect for most of the 12th men and women that are out there who really think things through. We all have a variety of different positions and points in how we look at everything, but we usually, for the most part, there's some outliers here, but most people come to where they come to intelligently, even if I disagree with you. It's one of the reasons that we so welcome the variety of different opinions here on this channel. This is where I want to turn this back around, though. There's one point here where this kind of, for me, I'm struggling with on this particular game. Because I hear people going back to Russell and the offense and everything else, and there's a meme running now of the final drive there where Russell, in overtime, throws a bomb down to lock it up the left sideline, and on the play, he literally seems to have 4 guys open in the flat route, short, underneath. Is Russell going to have to be better in those elements of his game? Yes. Could the offense have done more for the defense in this last game? Yes. The offense is not prevailing in perfection from this game. They weren't walking on a cloud, or water for that matter. But when it comes down to where the issues lie from this past game, the people that are first pointing and going to look towards the offensive side of the ball are confusing the hell out of me. Confusing the hell out of me. You got to look at this defense and look at it through the layered view, right? Let's look at all the resources applied to this side of the ball. Let's take into account the fact that we don't have an offensive first approach as it concerns the offense, that we haven't essentially built most of our resources to the offensive side of the ball, a la like a Kansas City Chiefs, is because we have a defensive-minded coach who really wants his good defense at all times and makes them feel warm and snuggly and cozy at night. Assets, a coach who is obsessed with it being good, and when it's not, he'll kick over the trash can of the offense if it's going good, if his defense isn't. And so when we look at the last game and we think about the resources and a defensive supposed mastermind-like approach and all that you've done this offseason to add more to it, the young players that are sitting there, and you're looking at it and you're seeing them give up 350 yards passing to Ryan Tannehill, which really should have been 400 yards if his receivers had remembered how to catch in the game. Well, okay, so if you have passes, then certainly they stopped the run, because at least we've seen that in recent years. In that first 8-game stretch last year where they were giving up a historic amount of yards in the air, on pace to shatter the record through 8 games, they still were stopping the run. So we look at the last game, and you look at how that defense performed, giving up, again, Derrick Henry tied Adrian Peterson's mark for the most yards given up by a running back in the Coach Carroll era. And again, yeah, Houston, we got a bit of a problem here. It's not the season's over with. Don't take this for that. Let's put this in perspective. It's one game. We got to move forward. We need more data. Like I've said, we can't come to any certain judgments through 2 games. But that was a bad loss, and that loss was on Coach Carroll's defense above all else. That is his baby. He has chosen to make this equal partnership to the offense at all times, and we're gonna complete the circle of toughness and all of that stuff. Great. I'm not against it. You want to be that way, be that way. Fine, good. But just make sure that your defense is bringing it then. They better not for long stretches of periods look like a league worst crew, or I'm going to start to think maybe you're wasting those assets. That's all I'm going to point on that last game. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse with it. Let's draw this thing forward. And the first thing I'm going to do before we draw forward here are the Minnesota Vikings, and bear on it with me here in the chat. Sophia, and I saw you got a $5 donation, but your message got retracted. Sophia, put your message back in there in the description. I'll make sure to respond to it. But thank you, Sophia, for the $5 donation. You're very, very kind for doing so. As well, Carl, you always come in with the dono game, my brother. Thank you. $5 coming down the track as well from you. I really do appreciate it. Says, sorry, you're not feeling good, bro. That's okay. It's just nothing major here, just a little head thing here. So I'm buckling through it, but it's not horrible. So just a little sore throat, and I'm used to sore throats. I talk 7 hours at a point, so I'm used to those. But thank you, Carl. Thank you, Sophia. Bear with me, folks, as far as too, just on the donation stuff. I'll be all right over to you because we're going to cover a little bit of ground here before I get over to you guys in the chat. Segment that we unveiled last week. And before I want to get to this segment, I just want to thank the sponsor of this show, which is going to be manscaped.com. They've been very kind and reached out to me and said, hey, we want to sponsor you on this. So please go back there and show them your love from the channel. If you happen to be needing a trimmer, this trimmer they've got, the Lawnmower 4.0, they sent me it. They sent me these oils you can use that, help for moisturization. They've got everything that you would need to take care of yourself down below. They are the masters of it. You go to their website, you put in my code NEST, N-E-S-T, you save 20%, and you get free shipping. A two for there. So, and a 3 for actually, because you're supporting the channel at the same point in time. So thank you very much to manscaped.com for supporting the show. And let's get over here to this segment I want to talk about, which is 10 things I learned this week in the NFC West. We unveiled this last week. This is to give us a little bit of a good view on things as I look around at what's going on in our division, because this division is going to be a war zone, a dogfight, and the more we can know, the better we can know, and what we're going to be dealing with coming up in these upcoming games. Number one off the top here is Kyler Murray is taking steps forward as a quarterback. I have been not a huge critic of him, but I just haven't been sold on the Kyler Murray experience. I didn't think he would necessarily have the touch or accuracy. Plays a little bit wild like Lamar Jackson, so it makes me worried about him getting injured. But I have to admit that indeed Kyler Murray is taking steps forward now after seeing 2 of his games here. He's looking really good as a quarterback. His completion percentage is up almost near 74%. He's got 7 touchdowns through the first 2 games, 121.5 quarterback rating. Now, he is still prone to making some mistakes. He's got 3 interceptions over this time period, but just what he's doing in the pocket, very Russell Wilson-esque. He is the closest quarterback, I think, since Russell Wilson, and how he did it in moving around in the pocket, yet still keeping his eyes upfield, still having an ability to attack down the football field. And outside of the interceptions, where it's really odd because he'll be almost perfect as a passer, literally not have one incompletion, and then the first incompletion that comes is an interception. But Kyler Murray is now going to be ever more a problem here in this division. Again, just going to make it that much more stronger, but indeed, he is not going away. Number 2, Aaron Donald is still the biggest disrupting force in the NFL. I watched the Colts-Rams game this past weekend, and he singly just wrecks whole offenses. We've seen it here time and time again. I can't believe he's been doing it for this long, this well. It is incredible to watch the guy just bounce around in through there. People can't get their hands on him. Then they get their hands on him, and he just throws them around. It's frankly just kind of amazing. I don't need to tell you guys more about it, but it still stood out to me from this past week's game because I was wondering this year, he's got a lot of games on the lever now here. He's kind of... a lot of miles on that road. Is there still all that rubber left on those tires? Is there still some tread there? And yeah, there still is some tread. Number 3, the Rams running back depth is getting lighter. This is an ongoing situation to take a look at and pay attention to. CJ Henderson looks like he's dealing with some broken ribs. They also already, of course, are down their young star Cam Akers this year with a torn Achilles. And so now you're going to be down back to Sony Michel, who they just traded for at the start of the training camp from the New England Patriots. We'll see if that's not something that becomes a problem for them down the road, where they end up in a situation literally having to sign guys off the streets. Because we've seen when you get that place as far as your running back talent goes, it goes. Number 4, old habits die hard for Russell Wilson. Now, while I just basically apologized and excused Russell Wilson in the offense, and the reason I did that, frankly, I didn't say this, but the reason I am excusing this offense for those people that are harping on the offense is because of this one fact. We expected this. I didn't see one person in Seahawk land who came out and said, I expect the Seahawks to hit the ground running. They're going to be at maximum Waldron Cauldron state from the jump. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be just, here we go, gas pedal to the floor. No, I think not just me, but people in my chat, people out there in the general spectrum of analysts that you hear that really cover this team and look at this team would have told you it's going to take a little bit of ironing kinks out. There's going to be a little bit of time to get things smoothed through and adopted into the new scheme. Russell Wilson's been running the same scheme for 10 years. To expect him like a light switch flip to go from one to the other and be perfect in the new is ridiculous. And one reason I'm going to give him some rope on showing old habits. But the old habits are still there and showed up in this game. You'll see on the scroller here, there's a Tyler Lockett quote I posted up here in the scroller where Lockett says, I think sometimes we get caught up in, like, we had so many explosive plays. It's like once you start seeing explosive plays happening, you want to keep doing it. And this quote sent a shiver down my spine because right now this cannot be the old habits you fall back into of let's just huck it deep because it was working earlier, so it must work forever now. Defenses adjust, defenses change, defenses will take it away from you if you're doing it well early on. You've got to have a second thing you can go to. Stop just hammering the one thing, hoping it will work forever. It won't. Number 5. Is it Trey Lance time in Santa Clara Rita? 190 yards from Jimmy G in this game. And yeah, he really blew the doors off against that Detroit Lion team in week 1, but I don't think he sold any 49er fans, and he still certainly hasn't sold me. The Trey Lance days are coming, and the Niners are going to soon and quickly be hitching their season's hopes to that quarterback as their running back room is fairly light themselves. They're right behind the Rams as far as it becoming a little bit scary for them where their depth sits and how talented that crew can remain. I know that Shanahan's a genius in the run game and scheming up holes, but you still got to look at it and wonder if maybe it's time to go to Trey Lance over there with Jimmy G not providing you much. This game, he couldn't even push the ball down the field, frankly. Everything was just short. Number 6, Cardinals have secondary issues. The Vikings in the game that I watched, Cousins and crew just came out and lit them up. They were throwing the ball all over the football field. The Cardinals were able to kind of ratchet it down a little bit. Some of this is based upon the fact the Cardinals are coming up trying to stop Dalvin Cook, who started out this game on fire. I mean, it was everything. Every carry was like for 10 yards, it seemed like. So they probably were adjusting back down with their defense, bringing the extra defender in the box, and then Cousins and crew were hitting them over the top. We're going to get to how this affects the Seahawks this upcoming week. And how we're going to have to play the Vikings in that same way as far as just keeping more of that safety probably over the top if they're able to attack that well. But the Cardinals, through the first couple of games, I've seen it here and there at moments where I do wonder and still think they've got some issues in that secondary. And when we play them, I think they're going to do a pretty good job in stopping the run. We're going to have to beat them as far as in the secondary when we do go after them. And that secondary could end up being the thing that really, for me, holds them back all season long at the end of the day. We saw them have Malcolm Butler retire right at the start of the season, who they were actually counting on a lot of snaps from. Number 7, the Seahawks. Number 8, the Seahawks defense has to prove its might or their lack thereof. We don't know where this defense is quite yet still after 2 games. Most of the teams around the league, you got a pretty good feel even through 2 games what you're going to expect. We got a night and day difference a little bit on that defensive side of the ball. Now, good through 6 quarters, bad through 2. But what is the defense that we're going to see going forward? They performed well on the back half of the schedule last year, the last 8 games. But one thing that a lot of critics of that defense said at that time and say now is, well, you weren't playing anybody. You didn't have any real true challenges. And then Jared Goff with a broken thumb beat you in the playoff game. So, was that performance indicative of the fact you're playing against lesser opponents or that you were taking a step forward as this defense is concerned? I'm not sure on that. We're going to have to see where they're at, but it still does remain a question mark. We don't have any certainties yet, not even as far as the pass rush goes, which was okay last week, but we're still hoping to see still a little bit more. Number 8. Now I got number 8. Bobby Wagner for me is still the best middle linebacker in this division. Fred Warner can cover better. Isaiah Simmons is probably the more freakish all around and likewise can probably cover better. But Bobby Wagner, despite still being slow, a couple steps slow, still not at his peak performance anymore, is still very instinctual as a player. He still understands what he's seen on the football field. If you look at this game, you'll see that the 2 lowest rated defenders in this particular football game were Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks. So the two linebackers on either side, basically, of him at any one given time were failing him. That doesn't mean that that's a failure on Bobby's part. That's as much as the young guy's not taking a step forward. I'm not by any means saying Bobby played a clean game. Nobody plays a clean game when you give up 350 yards passing and 180 yards rushing. But for my money, I'm still happy he's on this team. I'm still happy he's one of the few Legion of Boom era players who seems like he's going to retire a Seattle Seahawk. And yeah, he keeps playing like this, 19 tackles and a sack. Maybe this won't be the final year of Bobby Wagner. Number 9. Brandon Ayuk has to find a role in the 49er offense. Right now, the 49er offense is leaning really heavily on Deebo Samuel as their only really receiving threat outside of George Kittle. And they had this kid inactive in the first game. This is a first-round pick from last year. Got in the doghouse of Shanahan, gets into this game. I think he had 2 targets in this game, 1 catch. Maybe some of this is Jimmy Garoppolo's limitation as a passer. Maybe some of this is Brandon Ayuk not taking a step forward as a receiver. But the 49ers did not stack their receiving crew deep enough to have both one of these two be Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk not be performing, because then they're just going to be basically leaning wholeheartedly on the other one, and most likely will probably then wear that receiver down over the course of the season by giving him too many touches, especially when you factor in with Deebo how many touches he gets in the run game, which requires you to take a little bit more punishment than necessarily as a pass catcher. And number 10, this is a repeat from last week. It might be a repeat all season long, but I think it just remains absolutely true this week. The NFC West is still the best division in football. Still after 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, we got enough data where, yeah, it's only 2 weeks, but we got 8 games. And the only loss that's happened here is us. We dropped the ball. We dropped the ball, folks. But you look at it, that one loss is happening to the Tennessee Titans, who are most likely going to go and win their division. So through 8 games played in the first 2 weeks in NFC West opponents, the only loss that has been sustained to probably what will be the running away division winner in the AFC North. AFC North, for whatever that's worth. I know it's worth a lot, but I think it still is telling that we are the best out there and going forward. All right, let me bounce here a little bit into the chat for a second, then we'll just talk a little bit more on this Vikings unit. We'll draw this forward now, looking on. Quick thoughts before I bounce to the chat on this. Vikings are really, really good in the running game. So impressive watching them, and I watched both actually their last week's game against Cincinnati and this week's game. And that line really can move people off the ball. It's not just one note. It doesn't do just inside zone or outside zone. They'll run those. They'll do a counter play back around the other side. They don't do as much fly sweep stuff in their in their measure as far as that goes, but they're just so good and multidimensional in their running game that you don't know where it's going. And Cook is just a fantastic runner. He's also great with the cutbacks, obviously the vision. He doesn't have to go through the pre-diagrammed hole. He can easily get to the other hole, and he's got the quickness to really just go from one to the other, and you have to just react on the fly. Much like last week, this is going to be a game really built upon, in my opinion, the gap control aspect of things. Because you have a runner, what's going to happen here is you're going to have your defensive line wanting to get after the running back and pursue. And then you get into over pursue. And when you're in over pursuit, you leave your gap. The running back cuts back. The wide open hole is sitting there. You as a Seahawks fan scream and start cursing at the television and say, why is this happening? It's because that lineman's got to read that play fully before he's going to make a determination on where he's going. He's got 2 gaps that he's responsible for. He can't just bail out all on this gap because he thought he saw it. And that's a little bit of what happened, I think, as you got in the second half last week, is guys over-trying, over-pursuing, over-pushing in those angles and just leaving things nice and wide open on the back end when Henry wanted to cut it back the other way, because he, like Cook, really has that cutback ability. With Taylor, he's more of kind of just, to me, a hammer. He doesn't do as much. He'll do a little cutbacks, but he's more of, he wants to put his foot in the ground and get downhill on you. That's really Taylor's game. So it will be interesting to see what we can do with that. We've got to stop the run like we didn't do this last week. And if we don't, the Vikings are not going to give up on it. They're not going to go away from it. They're going to keep running it and running it and running it. We saw this last year where Cook came out and he was running really well. He got injured. Okay, let's put out Madison. Madison comes in, runs for 100 yards on us in like a half. It's pretty much the same offensive line you're going to be going up against this week. And that's just coming off the performance of last week. And I think it's going to be a tough matchup for our Hawks, but we're going to know real cleanly here after these first 3 games where the run defense truly is. Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook. That's your 1-2-3 with good offensive lines kind of across the board you're dealing with there. You'll know pretty certainly where we are as far as stopping the run goes, I think, at that point. Offensively, I don't have to tell you guys this isn't really intricate or crazy. You need to embrace the short passing attack. Kyler Murray through the first half against the Vikings in week 1. Dalton, Burrow. Sorry, to call him Dalton. Burrow with the Cincinnati Bengals, same kind of similar situation. They would get their deep shots in moments, but they were mainly doing their damage underneath short routes. Seattle's going to need to be committed to that throughout the course of this game and not just fall in love with a deep shot because it's not going to be there. When you look at last year's game, through the first 2 quarters, you couldn't get anything done because you were in that deep shot mode. You weren't really embracing some of the short stuff, running the ball a little bit too much when it was really not going into anywhere. Get the short passing game early on in the game. That's through the first 2 games, something that the Seahawks have not done. They've tried to come out and hammer the ball to nowhere. Come out, establish those short passes, get Russell Wilson in rhythm, and then bring back in the running game. You don't have to cut back the attempts. You can put just as many running attempts on the board. It's just when you run. A little more passing on first down rather than being so predictable in the run on first down. These things will help you in this particular game where Minnesota's going to want to play. They're not an attacking defense. They're a little bit like us. They've got some similarities to us in certain respects, where they're going to kind of read and react to stuff. But if you challenge them, you just keep them disciplined, and that's where you can kind of get to them. Especially because a couple other defenders like Kendricks and Barr, Breeland, or Peterson, they're all kind of fighting through a little bit of like minor injuries all at once. So hopefully you can take advantage of that. They've got a wall of guys up the middle there. A couple of big dogs. Sheldon Richardson's like the 3rd guy in that tackle rotation. I mean, they can stay fresh with you. They can stop the run on you. It's going to be hard with that. Most definitely it's going to be tough with that. So I'll see what you guys think here in the chat. I think I've talked enough here, going on 20 minutes here in straight. Thank you for bearing with me on this, but it's kind of how we're going to be doing these live streams a little bit, as I want to start to do my opening thoughts, as you guys know with it. This is just going to be kind of the rhythm of it. We'll still always back around over to you guys in the chat. So if you just bear with me, new subscribers, I do get back over the chat, but I am a long-winded mofo, and that's just how I like to roll. So let's bounce on over. Luke Sims, you are the first. What's up? TJ, hello. Hello, Carl. Thank you for that donation. You're awesome. Good to see you in here. Bash, what is up, Bash? Jem G, like the video, everyone. Thank you for reminding me of that, Jem G. Please do hit that like button if you like what you're seeing right now, because it does help me show up on other people looking for Seahawks YouTubers and says, oh, yeah, this guy's pretty good. You want to show him to other people. So if you think that, obviously I'm not trying to force you. I'm not trying to twist your arm, but, just a little... Jace, let's go. Live made a video. I saw that, Jace. I'm going to get over there and try to see it. I have been on just rolling this week, so I will try to bounce over when I get a chance and check that out. Chase, how you doing? Basham, I think we can stop Cook despite what happened against Henry. I think that if Minnesota doesn't get off to a hot start and starts losing by certain margin, they won't stay committed as the Titans were. Well, you've got to give them credit. In the Titans last week in staying with that run, because the Seattle Seahawks did a... Oh, sorry, getting a call here. Sorry, here, 1 second. Just getting... Somebody was calling me here. All right. So, everything okay with the chat? Let me make sure everything's okay with the chat here. Yeah, we're good. Yes, I think they wouldn't stay like the Titans would committed to the ball. The Titans weren't able to run in the first half, yet they really were pounding that rock. I think, he had 13 carries in the first half, did Henry, and they still stayed with you. You got to give them props for doing that. That won them the football game. I agree with you. I don't know if they necessarily would do that as much Minnesota would, though I've got to admit, like last year, they stayed with it even when Madison was in the football game. When they lost their one runner, they went right with it the next one. They seemed to understand we can run against this team. We can push this defensive line of scrimmage and get it done. And they pulled that off. No doubt. They were really good running against us last year. And we were a little bit better against them, it seemed like at times. They were able to throw against us as well in between. So it was a little bit of a tough game defensively at moments. It was like kind of good, then go to bad. Good, then go to bad. Just that Jekyll and Hyde approach we sometimes see with it. But it's going to be the key is stopping Cook, man. Rodney Prescio, what's up, Brandon? I sure hope we fix some issues this week because of not Cook. We'll have a heyday against us. That's also not to mention that it's going to feel like the sky is falling. Fantastic 2 points, Rodney. I couldn't agree more. Cook will eat you up if you let him eat you up. And watching this game against the Cardinals and them just giving up 10-yard run after 10-yard run with Watt and Chandler Jones on the line and some big boys, Linebackers behind him, like they were able to kind of hem him up as the game went along a little bit better. It got better as it went along. But when you see a guy like that shoot out the gate, this is not the Henry type runner that needs to wear you down. This is the guy with, for lack of a better word, who can cook you from the jump. He can bust off 10-yard run, 9-yard run, 15-yard run, 17. He doesn't need to wear you down. His ability with his vision and his cutback ability to find an open hole makes him really, really dangerous. One of my really big misses, by the way, as far as scouting in recent years, is Dalvin Cook. I liked him on his tape, but I really wondered with his explosion because he just didn't have a lot of it. He didn't have a lot of like real upper level speed. And then you were like, well, if he's an explosive guy, why does he only jump at 32 inches on his vert? Bodine Litchfield. Yeah, that L to the Titans was probably the most unbearable Seahawks game I've watched in a long time. But I believe by the end of the season, we will be a scary team to play in the playoffs this year. It's right, Bodine. Doesn't matter how you're playing on early on in the year. What matters is how you finish. And you want to be hot late. And a lot of times, those Super Bowl winning teams, yeah, they're good teams. They're established teams that go win the Super Bowl. But more often than not, it's about when you're getting hot at the right time. And there's so many ebbs and flows to an NFL season of, oh, we're riding high. Oh, God, we took a hit. Oh, now we're down here. Well, we're back up here. And you just want to be back up here when you arrive come playoff time. So hopefully they can, turn it back around to that. I do think, Rodney, I didn't touch on your second point with that they will feel like this guy's falling if we lose this game a little bit within the fan base, and especially if it's a little bit of a repeat of last week where Cousins is coldly efficient and Dalvin Cooks is just at will running up and down the football field on our team. That's going to definitely have a general whiff of, oh my God. And I'm going to try to fight against that as much as I can, but it's going to be hard, man. That was, as Bodine mentioned in his next post, it's one of the toughest losses I've seen in recent years. That's probably the worst defensive performance I've seen from a Coach Carroll team in a couple of years. Because like I said, you had quarterbacks who threw for more yards against you last year. Yeah, you did. But you were at least usually able to stop the run then, or at least keep it tampered down a bit. But they just had their way with you. They took you every which way they wanted. And you couldn't do anything about it. You just had to hold on for the ride, basically. Carl says, man, we have a tough schedule. It's getting tougher and tougher, and it's going to look even tougher and tougher in retrospect. That's for sure. We didn't get it easy out the gate here with these opening three teams, man. I mean, Minnesota's 0-2, but they've got a 5-point differential in their games. They was right down the wire on both, and on both you've got, their field goal kicker does something right. A call with Dalvin Cook in the first game doesn't get called a fumble because he's down. They may be sitting here at 2-0. But these are three tough teams right out the gate, and even moving forward, we've got some tough ones still going up on the schedule. It gets a little bit easier, Carl, as we get to the end of it. A little bit easier as we get to the back half, which will help for us getting on up. Ethan says, yes, was afraid we wouldn't have a stream. I was trying to go live. The world was fighting against me, man. It was fighting against me. Leland Kimball says, what's up, Brandon and everybody? What's up, Leland? How's it going, buddy? 1 second here. Just want to text somebody. I'm doing good, Leland. Hope you're doing well. And Leland, you actually reminded me as well. We've got some new members to the channel. So I want to just thank my new members. We got Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate it. Robert Jimenez, Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Robert, my brother Pennington, Leland Kimball. No. I appreciate you, Leland. GoOx 2021, Roxanne Ro, Phil Freeman, Ryan B, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, Barry Soy Toro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi, Joey Mendez, Preston Morrow, the two-time champion, because he's a two-time member of the channel. I appreciate you, Preston. Doyle Robertson, Noel R. Vance, newly membered, Charles Riley, and Matthias 2345. As well, we've got Mr. Tomlinson, a new patron over there. James Tomlinson for me over there. Manuel Mendahane, thank you for your patronage over there. Devin Martzall, I appreciate you guys. In the Deck World, faced a solid run game last week. Number one, we faced an incredible run game last week, which we contained in the first half. Now for week 3, we should know exactly how to handle Mr. Cook. It's a very similar team. There are some similarities in what they're trying to do and accomplish offensively, no doubt about it. Run, work off the play action, hit you deep on big shots when they do, take big shots on post shots and whatnot. You see a lot of that in their offense. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, you were playing a little bit of a unique beast in the Titans. The one place, and this is one of those reasons why Ethan, I don't give the defense as much of a pass though with that, is that you weren't getting the Titans anywhere with that offensive line at full strength of recent years. You know, Taylor Lewan is their version of Dwayne Brown. He was out this whole game, didn't play one snap. The right tackle for the position for them since Jack Conklin's moved on has been a little bit of a revolving door. And with Isaiah Wilson not coming to bloom for them, they're still waiting on Dylan Radis, their kid who's not showed up there to start. So their two tackles aren't really good at that point coming in. Roger Saffold has 2 injuries throughout the game that he's got busting him down. You weren't dealing with an offensive line anywhere near at full strength. They don't have recent guys like Jonnu Smith from recent years, who was a fantastic run blocker for them as an H-back. It's harder for me to think we went up against something so monumental when that monumental thing had a couple of chips and cracks in its granite, And I think that you could say in a lot of respects, this Vikings offensive line is going to be stronger than what we faced last week. Better in opening up holes in the running game than what we faced last week. Michael Simon says Vikings 28, the Seahawks 3. This will be the year the Seahawks will have a losing record under Carroll and Wilson will definitely be gone in 2022. They can't win anything giving up 600 plus yards each week. I would say this, Michael, is if your prediction holds to the truth of that, and look, I mean, as Ethan's talking about above there, I'd like to think we can turn it around this week. We did shut them down the first half. It seems like you have the ability in there to do that from a defensive side of the ball, but it could be that year. This could be that situation where, for the first time you are seeing that happen. You are seeing that occur. I don't know. We'll have to kind of ride it out on this one. We'll see. If it's 28-3, I'm going to be a lot more apt to maybe thinking that that's a possible likelihood, Michael. I just can't think that they're going to, as a defense, be giving up that kind of yards week in and week out. And they were pretty good. They were pretty good in the opening week against a Colts team, which you probably counter to me, well, that wasn't a very good test, which I would say, good point. See, I'm having an argument already with you. I'm in the debate with you already, Michael, back and forth. But we'll see. It could play out that way. I will say if it comes down that track and Carroll's got a defense that basically is the reason that this season went under, he's the reason why, then Coach Carroll needs to move on at that point. That's the biggest sign you could ever be shown at that point that the game's moved past you. With this year being the year that you're the most talented group, you put as much assets into this group defensively as any recent team in the last 4 or 5 years on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know how he could be like, well, that was just a 1 year off fluke thing. But Coach Carroll's a man of optimism, so maybe he could. And Sophia, I don't know how. Maybe somebody accidentally, Sophia, took off your message on there. I don't know if one of my mods hit Sophia on that. I don't know if that happened, but Sophia, it'll wear off in a second. So come back in the chat. I'll definitely cover your question if I see it in there. I'm sorry it got posted, but thank you for the $5 donation. And we'll definitely, I will look out for your comment. I promise you. Brando2345 says, I don't care. I don't know if this makes you feel any better, but in week 2, Kyle Fuller posted a 29 on a pass protection per PFF, while Creed Humphrey posted a 30 pass protection on the Chiefs. That makes me feel a little bit better, Brando. I will say that Creed Humphrey was an all preseason PFF member. So, in the 3 games he basically played in the preseason, he was one of the best rated rookies. But, and as well, I'm thinking about this too. So they're playing, who were they playing this last week? I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm drawing blanks. They're playing the Ravens, who do a lot of, when you're playing the Ravens, Brando, you're seeing a lot of variety of blitzes. They love to do all of these exotic different blitzes, which are going to be most challenging to a rookie, in my opinion. I'm not trying to excuse his performance away, but Fuller was, dear God, Fuller was not good. Ahmad, what's up, Ahmad Wheeler? Could the defense have done more? Yeah, a lot more. They gave up 520 yards. That's the worst defense in the league type stats. Agreed, Wheeler. It's part of the reason, but I don't understand. There has been those people I've seen out there that have been trying to somehow post this back over to the offensive side of the ball, and that's the part that I don't quite get. Where it's, the offense was moving the ball, and they're just leaving the defense out. Well, yeah, their defense is getting left out there because defense keeps giving up first downs and stupid penalties and can't get the offenses on the field. They're also the cause of that. I don't understand. Chosen One, Russell is trusting the defense to Pete. Russ can only control his side of the ball. Agreed, Chosen One. Agreed. And, I think Russell did enough in this last week. You post 30 points. I don't care if one of them's on a fumble and you get it at the 8-yard line and you punch it in. You did punch it in. You were good when you had the opportunities to strike. You put 30 points up as an offense. That should be good enough to win in this league. Michael Simon, Cook will run over the Seahawks. Just might happen. 283-128. Why doesn't Alton get more snaps? He seems to be really active whenever he's on the field. Why doesn't Alton get more snaps? When you get the answer to this 1283, you let me know. Because this is one of the early frustrations for me, and it was a frustration going back to last year. The coaching staff has LJ Collier active in this game. He ends up taking at least some snaps. He's playing some of the inside in this game. I know he got some outside snaps in this game as well. So he somehow ends up taking some snaps from Alton. Benson Mayowa somehow takes some snaps from Alton. The guy absolutely not only just flashes when he's on the field, but is just consistently a force whenever you give him any kind of snaps. But the coaching staff won't let him do it. He had 4 sacks last year, which was the most. I know that's not a lot of sacks, but for a rookie pass rusher, that was the most since Bruce Irvin back in 2012. I don't get sometimes the way that they use the personnel with stuff, which you just go, what? Why? Why wouldn't you put him out there? Second year, he's ready to roll. Let's see what he can do. He had a fantastic preseason. He's having a fantastic start of the year on the 6 snaps you've allowed him to have through the first 2 games. I don't get it, and it frustrates me just as well. Deron Everest, we need to play Alex Collins more. Yeah, if you've got a running back in Chris Carson who's averaging in a game 2.3 yards a carry for you, go to option number 2. I don't care if Rashad Penny's injured and so they consider Alex Collins like option 3. Give him a try. Different running backs have different styles, and certainly Alex Collins and Carson have a little bit of a different style. They are both kind of inside runners, but Collins has an ability to sort of break the first tackle and get upfield quick. Whereas with Carson, he'll break the first tackle and it's more of I'm going to drag you on through, which isn't bad in itself either. But I'd like to see a little more mix here. It's all Carson right now to start the year. Wheeler, by the time the second half came, the defense was gassed. Our corners played better in the second half, but Derrick Henry started to eat because our line was gassed. I don't understand the line gassing thing on this, Wheeler. You're going to have to walk me through this one. Usually when I see a defense get gassed, it's a defense that's been on the football field for the entire football game, and then you're deep into the third quarter, or even the start of the fourth quarter, and you start to see that showing itself. Here's the part I don't understand with that. Your offense wasn't god-awful in the first half. They put up drives. They put up some points. The time of possession probably was a little bit factored towards Tennessee, but they look gassed like from the start of the second half, because I'm not disagreeing with you that they did look gassed. Why do you look gassed at the start of a second half, which is about the time they look at? But basically, after the first drive of the second half, they were Dunsky. Why? We're supposed to have one of the deepest rotations of a defensive line in recent years. These guys aren't supposed to be playing 80-90% of the snaps. So on 30%, 40% of the snaps for guys like Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayowa, Carlos Dunlap, who was in and off the field at times, that's gassing them out. That means you are in a team that's been, in my opinion, trained right then at that point. I hate the guy. I'm not disagreeing with you, Wheeler. I just hate the fact that is the case. It shouldn't be that early. It shouldn't be on a team that had 13 carries off of one running back in the first half. That's a lot of carries, but that isn't like, well, they had 26 carries, and they basically was a 4-to-1 time of possession. I mean, that's when you could maybe expect the start of a third quarter for them to get gassed. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation, Charles. Sorry, it took me a little time to get your dono, but I do appreciate it, sir. You're very kind, and you have multiple donator, as well as a member of the channel, so thank you for that. Charles says, Carol is infuriating. Brando, I'm ready to grab my pitchfork and head to the VMAC. Hope you feel better, Brando. Thank you, Charles. I really do appreciate it. I've had some same itchings to be reaching for some pitchforks lately. I can feel my hand like a little finger crawling. Remember, you guys ever see, what was it, Evil Dead 2, where he cuts off his hand and the hand starts crawling over and attacking him. I can feel my hand like crawling over and trying to find a pitchfork. Even as my calm, mild-mannered side is saying, just let this play out, give it some time, don't be emotional about this, don't freak out, don't do what they all think you're going to do, which is freak out. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to remain like peaceful, calm waters, but Charles, I ain't going to lie. There's a part of me, again, just watching this defense and what they showed you last week and going, really? This is what you're going to put out there? All you put into that, 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams, 5th for Quandre, here Carlos Dunlap come in, here's the second and third for Darrell Taylor, here's a third for Rasheem Green, let's pay money to Poona Ford, pay money to Bobby Wagner. I mean, I expect more. I do expect more. Spencer Smith, we back. We are back, Spencer. G-Bonds, why does Wilson always want to throw deep? He talks about wanting to be great. However, quarterbacks like Brady and Manning would take what the defense gave them and not throw bombs on 3rd and 4. It's a valid point. And when I pointed to at the start of this show, G. Bynes, in that it was one of my 10 items of the NFC West, is that old habits die hard with Russell Wilson. And I think in the why, you have to understand it's been 10 years of him operating in that mindset. That's a lot at 130, 40 games and all the playoff games where he's basically operated in a single mindset approach of how you've played and attacked the quarterback position. He would every once in a while sprinkle in these other elements of quarterback play, but not fully embrace them and commit to them in the way that you have to get good at them. And those quarterbacks that you mentioned, Brady and Manning, they didn't come out the jump good at all things. Like, oh, there's magnificent, it's the blitz. You blitz them and they're just going to throttle you. No, it takes some time to get there, but you've got to bring those elements into your game. And in beating the blitz a lot of times, you've got to embrace going to that hot route, and you have to almost do it with a devout-like commitment. When you look at the play to Lockett in OT, which is the memed play of all these guys being open, and the naysayers will say, well, there's a looping blitzer coming around, and Russell had under 2.5 seconds to throw. And yeah, but if Russell is from the snap and from the jump on that play saying, I'm going to my hot route the second that I feel blitz, he gets the ball out of his hands. But because the first instinct inside him is to say, I'm going to try to scramble away and get out of this, that's then what gets him into trouble. And to throw short, he's got to go towards back foot, ball out, get it to my back, and let my back get the damage done. And it's a part that's going to take a little bit of time, but G. Bynes, you got to give it time, I think. It's where I will show him a little patience. He may never fully adopt it into his game. It may always be a thing that he just isn't really good at, but I think he can do it if we just give him some time to let it work into the system a bit and to really understand how, he sees something like that on film with Lockett up the sideline, and Waldron can coaching tape him and say, okay, here's what you do. You see the blitz off the snap. You don't know the guy's going to get free at you off the snap, but you see a blitz is coming. So now go in your mind, blitz coming, hit my hot route. Get a completion, get the ball. You can go deep sometimes, but the always seems to be that instinct is either go deep or try to scramble out of it. It's a 1-2 thing. It needs to have a little bit more layering in there of different other items and possibilities. Oh, Sophia, we got your comment in there. Well, thank you again, Sophia, for that $5 donation. She says, surrounded by Patriots Nation. Dear God, everything Seattle, go Hawks. Sophia, it must be horrific there. It must be horrific. I can only imagine having to be surrounded by Patriots Nation. They seem like okay fans, but I bet it's a little bit insufferable sometimes, especially those accents when they're leaning on those 6 titles. Diehard Hawks fan says, "Sup, champ? Wilson needs to utilize his tight ends in the game more to win." Agreed. I think he had 1 tight end catch. Disley wasn't even targeted in this game. Again, a little bit going back to what I was just talking to G. Bynes about, which is that he's got to commit to this. It's a matter of you can't do it all on. If I can get around to him after I'm like on my 3rd or 4th read and I'm not having pressure in front of me, maybe I'll go and I'll look at him. It's got to be more often of they're my first read out the jump here. I know you got Tyler Lockett. I know you got DK on the outside, and that's a very very tempting proposition every snap to want to go to that. But I think DK is getting doubled a decent amount. And I think while Tyler's being really good, you can't just make it all on Tyler. So he's got to bring that element into his game. Agreed. Thank you again, Sophie, on that $5 donation. You're awesome. Ethan, I firmly believe we scored in that 3rd quarter. We wouldn't have had Henry running for all those yards. Not scoring from only relying on a deep ball or nothing. It's possible. It's possible, Ethan. I don't want my defense to be relying all the time on my offense having to completely, where you come down to it, I guess a little bit, Ethan, is, well, does the offense then have to put up 37 points? Does the defense need a cuddly, warm little blanket and a soft little pillow? And as long as that's all good and right for them, they'll perform well. That's where I probably will take a little bit of, I don't know on that one. I think I lean the other way of I'm not going to give him that excuse on that particular situation. I'm not. You got wore down in that game, not simply because an offense didn't have enough 15-yard drives that took off 10 minutes of the clock. You wore down because you couldn't stop the offense. That's on you as a defense. And that's who I'm going to point to in that situation. Diehard Hawks fan, hope we bench Flowers and Collier in this game. Flowers should be benched. Collier should be inactive. Inactive. Brian Roberts, the last 3 or 4 minutes of the second quarter, that's when the defense started the decline. It seemed like they were already tired. The momentum to be, it seems like they were, the last 3 or 4 minutes of the second quarter, that's when the defense started to decline. It seemed they were already tired, the momentum to begin to slack. Solid point, Brian. Yeah, I would agree. I said the early third quarter, but you could point to that as even the time they started to show some moments of where's the conditioning on these guys. And I know we want to sit all those guys in the preseason and this is maybe a little bit of that as they're just getting into game shape. But second quarter, you're gassed, and you're not a team that's just sitting with like a front four that's running out 80% of the snaps. You've got a ton of depth here to rotate through. Why are people getting gassed out? That's the part I just don't get with that thing, Brian. Why they got into that state is very surprising to me. But I do agree with you. It happened way too early. Jason McEwert says, LJ Collier hasn't played a game yet. Flowers will get better. Flowers is going to have to get better in a hurry, man, guy. He's on a 1-year deal here. Spencer Smith says, finally caught one live. Tennessee loss was tough, but they are also an extremely talented team despite their injuries. Excited to get a look at Sidney Jones in the scheme. It's a question of when with Flowers. Yeah, I think I don't think Flowers is the long-term answer, especially after this last game, and I think the coaching staff's going to get there quick. The only thing allowing him to potentially even try it out as we go forward is that Sidney Jones isn't quite ready to go. Trey Brown's dealing with the knee injury, and Blesson Austin perhaps is just as bad. I don't know, but that was a miserable performance by Flowers in that particular game, and it was not hard to say that's the worst of his career. And it's disappointing when you see a guy who's been so rough coming out of college as a safety convert to cornerback, who now in his 4th professional year in a contract year suffers the worst game of his professional career. And I know Julio Jones is tough. By the way, I would love to see those in the chat who were in the chat at the time when I was pounding the desk and pounding the table for Julio Jones. I wonder what you guys all think now, those that were naysayers at that time saying no Julio, as to how would Julio look in a Seahawks uniform if you had flipped the first round pick, if you'd gone over past the 2nd and the 4th that the Tennessee Titans were willing to offer. Would you not feel a little bit better about this offense? He smoked us up, man. By the way, Eskridge is not going to be playing in this game, most likely. Just update for you guys on that, too. Jason McEwert, Adams needs to be better, not good yet. Agreed. He's not, I don't think that he's yet performing up to where he needs to be. He's healthy now. I need to see and feel his impact on the football field. I don't need you to just be just another safety doing just other safety things out there. I need to feel you. I need you in some way. I don't expect sacks all over the place. I'm not expecting interceptions all over the place. But you've got to show up. And when you have this running game like this week where you just get decimated in the running game, I'm going to hang my hat on him with that a little bit. Where were you at? That's supposed to be your big plus element to your game. Hawks Nation, Hawks fan from Minnesota. I'm going to go to the game Sunday. Hopefully we win. And Russ has 5 touchdowns, and DK has over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Jamal has a pick 6. Ooh, I love it, man. A pick 6 would look really nice with Jamal. That would shut some people up, including myself. And it's possible. There are some holes in that Viking secondary. Brashad Breeland's dealing with an injury. I think that Peterson's got a turf toe thing going on, would be my guess a little bit. He's coming up on the injury report with a turf toe. And they've still not been totally sold on Cameron Dantzler. They're a really high pick guy from a couple, last year. And if Dantzler's out on the field, DK, he sunned him last year. He baptized him. So I'm pretty sure Dantzler doesn't want any part. And honestly, Dantzler's like the worst matchup for a guy like DK, because DK's this guy that's going to just freak show, can run by you. And Dantzler's a guy that's a real heady cornerback, a real gamer type cornerback. But he's also, I think he ran like a 4.68 40 or something like that, 4.58 40. He was pedestrian like slow for cornerbacks. And that's going to be a tough matchup for him with DK, because it's just DK can kind of run by him at will if that ends up being the case. Wheeler, the Vikings game is going to be another shootout. Hope to contain Cook, Jefferson, and Thielen, and hope DK, Lockett, and Carson can help Russ score them. I see it being a bigger score. I haven't given my prediction yet, but I guess I'd probably put this game at something like, I'm going to put this game at 30-27. And I'm going to give it to our Hawks. I'm going to keep the faith. I'm going to keep the faith, brothers and sisters. I'm going to keep the faith, brothers and sisters. Oh, hallelujah. Let's see if we can, we'll see if it can hold up. I'll go 30-27 Hawks, but I agree it could be even higher score than that. That wouldn't surprise me. Elliot Clark, sir, I salute you. You are always very kind, and I appreciate you coming in with a $20 donation. I gotta do a double salute on that one, Elliot. I gotta come stronger than that, my guy. It says midday over here, and I just cracked a beer. Cheers, everyone. P.S. Still hurting from Sunday. Well, if I wasn't a little under the weather, I might be cracking a beer too, Elliot, because I'm still licking my wounds from Sunday as well. That loss hurt. It really did hurt, and it's just one. I think we got a lot of time to get this turned around. I've looked at it, and there's recent years, there's Super Bowl teams that the first 3-4 games of the season, there's a loss that's just like, oh, that's ugly. That was a horrible, I can't even look. I don't want to look at it. And they still went around and won the Super Bowl later on. So one bad loss in a year, one just, man, we didn't even look like we could play football at times on the field. Doesn't mean it's always going to be the harbinger of all things to come being black and horrible, but, we're going to get a real crystal clear view of what we've got as a football team after Minnesota this week. This is a solid football team on both sides of the ball. There's no glaring open weakness that you can go after them with where it's going to make the game just so much easier. We've played them in recent years, and all of those games seem to be pretty toughly fought. And most of those games were at home in Seattle. So now the Vikings, for the first time, we're going in there and playing in their stadium for the first time. I don't know, Paul. I don't know, Elliot. I'm a little... I'm worried on this one, that's for sure. Hopefully those guys are hearing the chirping about them this week defensively and not bringing enough, and they come with that extra layer of additive intensity that Tennessee brought to our stadium this last week. But Elliot, you are awesome for the $20 donation, sir. I do appreciate all that support. You guys, the donations right now are going I'm cobbling together here to try to get an updated microphone here so I can get off this little toner mic I've got right now. I'm going to go for the big full setup with a soundboard and everything. So that's the next improvement to the channel, so you guys can hear my nice deep dulcet tones. Get real deep on you guys. Mark Habercorn, let's hope the cardiac unit doesn't flatline this time. They need to stop the prevent defense. Hit that like button and sub for this hard-working man. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate that. Do please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. And hit the sub button at the same time. They're right next to each other. It's like one click and then another click. It's very simple. Very easy. But I could go with a nice comfortable win this week, Mark. Nice comfortable 2-touchdown, win. That would be great, wouldn't it? That would soothe all things. That'd be the nice little tea that I'll be drinking here later on tonight to aid my throat. But that'd be good. I'd be good with that, Mark. I'd be hopeful of that. So we shall see. We'll just shall see. Charles, Kittle is an idiot, but fun. I think his idiot 15 minutes is close to an end. Maybe, man. I still been watching him run blocking for the 49ers. He's probably one of the few tight ends I've seen in recent history that I like to just watch their run blocking. It gets me excited. He's an awesome run blocker. He's basically a de facto extra lineman for them on the football field in the run game. It could be that. It could be that with him, Charles. We'll see with it. I think a little bit of the problem here too is I think Garoppolo's a little bit limited where they stand, and is Kittle started out slow this year though. I think he's still been okay, hasn't he? Stat wise. Let's see. So he's got 100 yards receiving first 2 games, and only 4 for 17 against the Eagles. But the Eagles have a good defense. I would reckon to guess that Garoppolo, without watching that game, Garoppolo was getting the ball out of his hands quick because the defense was able to get pressure. Because the one vulnerable, underbelly part to that 49er offensive line that's a good run blocking unit is that they struggle in pass protection. And the longer that they got to pass protect, the more they're going to look and struggle. So you're probably, as a quarterback, trying to get that ball out of your hands quick at that point. But we'll see. I like myself, Kittle. I like him. Rodney, where has Poona Ford been? He has been silent so far this season. Signed this new deal, and he gives us little pressure now. Yeah, it's a little bit of a reason why I'm on board, Rodney, with the Geno Atkins potential. I think that would definitely help because it gives a little bit more time for Poona to get back over into the 1-tech, which will then not only get him slid back into his natural spot, but maybe potentially improves our 3-tech, while also then improving our 1-tech because we have our best 1-tech back in his natural position. According to Pro Football Focus, he was actually our highest rated defender in this particular game. I don't know how that's possible. I don't, but that's what they're saying on this as it concerns Poona. So, I don't know. My guess on it, Rodney, would be that he's not taking that as naturally to the 3-tech as I thought he would take. and it's just not been there for him so far. The one thing I'll give him a little bit of room for on this to a degree is that the first two matchups he's had to go against are Quentin Nelson and Roger Saffold. And while Saffold was beat up, those are those are guys that are pretty, they got their bag of tricks. They know what they're doing there. And Saffold he does struggle a little bit in pass protection. So theoretically, Puna should have been able to eat a little bit more this past week. But he needs to do better, man. For the contract he signed, we need to get a little bit better performance than this, in my opinion, than what we're seeing from him. Alex Silva, sorry, Alex. Is Danielle Hunter playing? Because if he is, God bless. Yeah, he is playing, and he has been a force coming back this year. Watching him on tape, he's got all of that same. He looks like if he took his arms and went like this, he could touch both sidelines. He's so damn long, and he's got quickness, a great ability to bend. He got to Kyler in this last week's game. I think he's got 4 sacks through the first 2 games, something like that. He's a problem. It'll be interesting to see if Minnesota keeps him lined up over on his natural side, on the blind side, up over on Dwayne Brown, or if they try to match him up on to the other side where it doesn't look like Brandon Shell's going to play. So you would have Jamarco Jones over there. I imagine you're going to get a lot of Jamarco Jones on Danielle Hunter at that point. Rodney says, Brandon, I think that Ken Norton is guessing a lot on which way the back may be going. It could be. I don't have a ton of real faith in his game calling anyway, Ken Norton. So some of it I feel like is a little bit random as it is. When he does have his success, the old a broken clock's right twice a day type situation. But yeah, I don't have a lot to say with Norton, man. I mean, the guy's been here now, 3+ years. What's one game you can look back on with Ken Norton and be like, man, the game plan in that game and the way he adjusted and the pressure stuff that he caught, just when have you ever said that in the 3 years plus? Yeah. Resk says, so I wonder who will be our quarterback next year after Wilson leaves our sorry team. Lordy. Oh man. Well, we'll see where it goes with that, Resk. I don't know. That's probably a lot dependent on how this year goes and if Carroll's going to come back, because if Carroll comes back, he's going to probably try to go find himself a veteran who's just a sure-handed presence back there and then just double back down on his defense would be my guess on it. Because I think Carroll's got an idea that he wants to do that. I don't think that's the right idea, but I think that would be his idea on it. But you're probably getting a veteran quarterback, a Sam Darnold type. Excuse me, guys. Jackson Shore, I think Kirk is the most meh quarterback in NFL history. I don't know if I could put him as the most meh. I mean, he's got limitations to him. He's not a great primetime quarterback, admitted. But when you look at Kirk Cousins, a guy who came into this league and at the same time Russell Wilson did, he's gonna end up throwing for in his career 40,000 yards. He's gonna end up having something like 300 touchdowns. I'm just looking real quick on touchdown where that would put him all time. So, yeah, I mean, he'd be that puts him top 20 all time in touching passes, in touchdown passes. So, I mean, that's probably better. That's better than May for me. I mean, he gets beat up quite a bit, but the guy's been a very productive quarterback. He's not great in primetime games. I ain't gonna argue that. That's like his Achilles heel, it seems like. But with that said, he has been a pretty doggone productive guy. I wouldn't want him running my crew. I wouldn't want him as my leader out there and doing it. Yeah, I've related him a little bit to what I think of as a more Jackson. I think the most apt comparison for Kirk is he's the modern day Matt Hasselbeck. That's what he is. Just a very good quarterback. They'll get the job done, but it ain't going to be, they're going to be relying on a crew around them and all that. Leland Kimball coming in with a $20 donation. You guys are being so kind today. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Leland says, I believe we still win the division. Hopefully they get sorted out sooner rather than later. But if this is the last year before rebuild, so be it. I'll be at 12 when we host another Lombardi. I like the cut of you, G. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Leland. I appreciate that, man. And thank you so much for the $20 donation. I'm riding here with my team no matter what. If we go through a 10-year period of 2 and 15s. I'll be sitting here live streaming to probably 7 or 8 people, but I'll be doing it, and I'm riding with my team till the day I die. And if it's got to go that way, it's got to go that way. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it turns around. I still got the faith that it'll turn around. I'm nowhere near at that point of thinking this thing is anywhere near being done. And let's not forget where we stand with this, folks. We still have that cap space. We still have a lot of room. At any given time, we could kind of do any kind of, if they really wanted at one point or another to go, okay, we're in 5th gear, let's get into that 6th gear. Coach Carroll looks at John Schneider, he says, we got a 6th gear? John Schneider says, we got a 6th gear. You got to hit the clutch, my guy. You got to hit the cut. You got to hit the clutch, coach. You got to say, 2-3 years from now, I'm going to pay a little bit of price to get into 6th gear right now. But it's time to get into 6th gear. That's what I do think they need to do. Make sure you're doing everything you can this year, Leland, to capture this year, recapture this year, grab on to what you want and hopefully can be of this season. Otherwise, again, we're going to be looking back on this. And I've said this multiple times. Coach Carroll, you will look back on this and go, man, I could have done more. I should have done more. Why was I so conservative about it? Why was I so caught up in my 2 and 3 year plan? Why was I so caught up in the potentiality of Wilson leaving? And then what would I do next? Why didn't I just stay on that day right now and do the most I could today? Push that ball as far forward as I possibly could. Wouldn't that have been better? Maxwell Stern, and thank you, Leland. Again, thank you so much for that $20 donation. You guys are really awesome. Maxwell Stern says, where's Geno Atkins? I don't know. I don't know. We got the cap space. He shouldn't cost a lot of money. 1-year deal. We have a need at 3 tech. The only thing I can guess on this, Maxwell, is one of 2 things. Either he's just wanting a god-awful sum of money, or he didn't look as good in that workout as was initially reported when he came to Seattle. And Seattle didn't like what they saw, which is possible coming off surgery. Rams House says, what's my Rams versus Bucks prediction? My Rams versus Bucks prediction. Okay, let me look. Let me just double check here real quick. I'll give you it. I want to just see who's, honestly on that one, it's probably going to come down to who's playing at home. Because those are probably that's a pretty close matchup with where those 2 teams are at right now, and it's at Los Angeles. I'm going to give Los Angeles that game, and I think just like we win by 3 points, I think Los Angeles wins that game by 4 points. Because I think that the Buccaneers just sustained an injury to their secondary and one of their cornerbacks. I think that they've already had a little bit of with Dak Prescott in that opening week. You saw that you can get after them a little bit. I know they kind of bounce back against a bad Atlanta team the next week, but I think it's a different case this week. I think the Rams drop a lot in the passing attack. They're going to do a lot like what the Cowboys did, where they're just like not even going to try to run the ball and just throw it. And I think that they have some success on that. And I think them playing at home is just going to be just enough of an edge for them to just get past the Bucs. But it'll be a close one. So I'll go 34-30 on that game. Jackson Shore says Russ needs to settle for short passes. Agreed. He needs to bring that into his game. He needs to implement it in fully. Jackson Shore, hopefully this is DK's game. He's ready to break out, isn't he, Jackson? He's ready to break out. Charles Riley, Kirk is top 75% in the league. I just hope his vaccination status affects his team's outcome. Maybe he's got to go into those protocols, Charles. Maybe he's got to go into those protes. But yeah, he is in the top. He's a top 15 quarterback in this league. Maybe top 13, and he's, I don't know. For me, meh is more like Andy Dalton to me is more of a meh guy, I guess. I'm more, that's more of a guy who just does like, eh. But at least with Cousins, he's got a good deep ball. He's kind of a statue back there, but he can sling it. Truth is, I know it says Seattle needs 2 scripted drives of short rhythm passes where Russ gets the ball out quickly. Agreed. This is why this is exactly Truth is I know it. This is why I would want to do it early on, is because you get Russ then in that. Lockett talks about in his quote. He talks about in this quote about how, we got back into that habit, which is the same crap we heard this offseason from those guys. Well, we got into this habit thing, it's a habit. We heard it at the end of the last game. We'd hear it in press conferences after the last game last year. Well, we got in the habit. Well, how about you break the habit after enough time, right? You guys have been doing this over and over. Why don't we maybe try to realize we tend to get into this habit in the course of the game. So when it starts to happen, we just reverse course off of it. But a quick way to get out of the habit is don't fall in love with the deep passing from the jump. Try to actually work in some of that short passing because I've related it to like a pitcher. Pitchers have to get into a rhythm in baseball, and you often see them just like they're like a clock and a mechanism. They get the ball back, and you could almost time exactly how long it'll take them to get it from the time they get back from the catcher to back to their next pitch, and they get in this just doom, 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 and that's what you need as a quarterback too. If you've been throwing 50 yards bombs and everything's a tough shot throw every time, and you're needing to hold in the pocket all the time, and that's again not sustainable. You can do it here and there. We got to do it here and there to get around these kinks in the offense right now, but you also need to still start to adopt the new. Michael Newsom, Hawks don't have to worry about Vikes running game. Cook isn't a king like Henry. No, but he is very princely, Michael. He's very princely. He's a tough runner. He's watch that tape against. He is dealing with an ankle injury. I'll say that. I wonder if that's going to maybe affect him just a little bit. And I think Madison is a quite a different running back as far as talent goes from Cook. That's a drop off when they go to Madison. But Cook's a problem. He's a problem. Tommy Eaton, Dunlap, and Robinson better get more snaps. They can't do much worse stuffing the run than the crew we had out there. I wouldn't think so. That was just a poor performance. Awful performance. Not even poor, just awful. Jackson, it's scary to think that if we lose, we could start the season 1-4. You could. That opens up some very interesting questions at that point in time as to what the Seattle Seahawks do, because that's right before the trade deadline. So that's going to tell us a lot. We'll know a lot about what this team thought about this season and their plans for this year at that moment and what they do next from it. But you're right. That's very much possible if we lose this game. Mario Lara, from what we've seen from the two games, how do you think we will end the season as far as wins and losses? I'm not going to change my prediction, Mario, because I've been a guy that said I don't think you can take any certainties off these first 1, 2, 3 games, 4 games. You need kind of a collection of games to know what you are really as a team, in my opinion. You can get glimpses, right? We can get a kind of, that's a general attitude of the team that they got with this. Oh, this is something that they just generally do. But to get the full spectrum view on what they are, I think you need a couple of games to really fully do that if I'm going to move off of what I thought they were at the start of the season. And what I said at the start of the season was this, Mario. I said the first 3 games of the year, you're going to lose 1 game. And I had us as a final record of 13-4, but I had 3 of those losses occurring in the first 10 games of the season. So I first saw with the tough schedule at the start of the year that there was going to be some diciness. Now, did I see the Titans game and the way it played out? 350 yards passing, 190 yards to Derrick Henry at the very same time? No, I didn't see that one coming. But that in itself is not going to make me enough to push off what my initial prediction was of 13-4 on this team. And I still land on that spot. Am I going to be there 4 weeks from now, 5 weeks from now? Well, I don't know. Let me look at this team a little bit further to see. And if they stack up more performances like what we saw this last week, you stack up 1, 2, 3 more, you stack up even 2 of those performances, that's a team that's not getting to the Super Bowl, in my opinion. I don't care what time they get hot. That's a team you are so talented and brave that you're giving up 600 yards. That's just not a defense that's going to get it done when you're doing it multiple times over. It's not some fluky thing where, Tannehill got hot and Henry was in the zone and bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. Jackson Shore, I saw your LJ video and laughed for 15 minutes straight. I hope it would provide some Seahawk fans some humor. Anytime my pain can give you guys a few laughs, I think it's a good thing, Jackson. And Jackson's referring to, for you who don't know, I posted I do a live stream. I live stream all 3 days of the draft. And so I put together a compilation of my last 3 reactions to the first picks of the draft for our Seahawks, because all 3 of them I've hated. I have not liked any of our first 3 picks. Eskridge is fine. He's whatever, but I just didn't. I think LGI really took him to task on draft night. So that was that's one of my ones I go, look, I was right on that one. I hit that one out the park that night, because before I read anybody else's opinion or somebody else saying this or this, that, I said, that's a bust. And I called it on draft night, and it's proven true. And I'm not hating on LJ. It's not his fault that he got drafted so high, but it was still a poor pick. But I'm glad I made you. Anytime I can get some humor out of this channel, Jackson, I'm going to go for it. I don't always got the jokes, but when I got them, I'm going to be delivering them. Charles, the Tampa Bay defense was on fire in that Super Bowl run. JPP with 4 out of 10 fingers was unstoppable. I think it made him a little lighter, Charles. Just he lost about 16 ounces of finger flesh. And I think that just got him into a position where he was able to get a little extra bend on when he turned the corner. But Tampa Bay's front four is still really good. I watched that opening night game against Dallas, and I thought that they were still really, really strong. Dallas did a fantastic job of blocking it up, but they're good across the board. Even Ndamukong Suh still looks like he's got some juice left in his tank. We don't know what they're going to get out of that high pick that they took out of Washington. The kid that they got, he's really shown up for them on the practice field. It's not quite gone in the field yet, but if he gives them a fifth rusher in that rotation, they could be really dangerous there. But I also think, you're right, Charles. They did that defense got into its best state by the end of the season. They didn't start their best state, and to your point on that, there was literally a game they played against the Kansas City Chiefs last year, early in the year, and I think didn't Tyreek Hill have 200 yards receiving after the first half? And yet then they got back around to the point by the end of the year where that secondary had been turned into one of the better secondaries in the league at that point, near the end of the year. I mean, they were able to essentially overcome Tom Brady throwing 3 interceptions in Lambeau, with Aaron Rodgers playing well, and still kind of hold their water in that particular game in the way that they did. Agree with you there. Fantastic point. Michael, penalties. Yeah, penalties. The penalties are the one things I don't talk a lot about in this game, Michael, too much because of the fact that, and a lot of people aren't going to like this, but Coach Carroll's teams aren't disciplined like that. They're not a team that concentrates as much on penalties. They just never have. Carroll's a big picture guy. He doesn't want to get captured in small details or get players obsessing about the negative. And when you're harping on a guy about don't do this wrong, don't do that wrong, it can quickly, from a coach who wants to be optimistic at every turn, start to feel from their standpoint like they're being very negative at that point. So instead of saying that, they'll say, well, we just got to correct it. They're they're sort of playing games a little bit at times with dialogue and words. It means the same thing. But I think it's one of those things that's just, you're always going to have a team with Seattle that plays a little loose, wild, and free under Coach Carroll. He's a player's coach. It's always been that way. It's been that way for him going to his teams back to the USC days. I don't think at this point in time he's going to turn into a strict disciplinarian who can get his team to toe the line in that respect across the board. Rodney Press Show, how do you become a member? Rodney, become a member. There should be, if you look on your YouTube, and if you're on your phone, Rodney, it might not show up on your phone because it's a different little platform through there. But if you're on any kind of PC or whatever, and you're looking at my channel and you're signed in, you'll see a join button next to the subscribe button. And so right now I've been doing a weekly, I'll be posting here soon, just a little bit of a freebie for you non-members out there so you can get a little bit of a taste. But I've been trying to do I'm doing a bi-weekly article right now. Just for the members on the channel. So if you do become a member, you get a nice, it's a well thought out article, and I put a lot into it. So it's not just something that I throw a bunch of notes on the wall and say, here, read this, member. But I appreciate if you want to be with me, Rodney, but that's how you'd have to do it. And I've heard folks trying to do it on their phone, Rodney, I've heard have had some issues like the join button doesn't necessarily show up. Michael Venzar, this is going to be a super hard game. Minnesota is going to bring all they got this. This is their season on the line. It is a tough part of this, isn't it, Michael, is that last week you got a team who got their doors blown off at home in their home opener, who were coming then on the road and having to acknowledge a team that, Tennessee's standpoint, when they came into the season, they saw themselves as a contender to get to the conference championship game in the AFC, if not to the Super Bowl. And they're coming off a loss like that. You knew you were going to get their best punch. I talked a little bit about how Mike Vrabel had double-digit losses 7 times in his career last week. And in those 7 times coming into this game, they had won every single game the very next week. Well, now that number is 8-0. So you got the best punch of the Tennessee Titans last week. There's no doubt about that, but you're right. You're getting the same thing from the Vikings this week. They've lost 2 games by a combined 5 points. They've looked really good in both those games. They haven't looked perfect, but they've looked really good. They've looked really solid. They just need to kind of sustain all the way through is kind of how I'd be feeling if I'm their coaching staff. We just need to put the full game together. It's there through the most part. We're having these moments that we're having breakdowns happen a little bit, silly breakdowns. But they're going to be a really solid team, and they're going to bring it this week. Brian Roberts says, subscribe and hit that like button. Thank you, Brian Roberts. I appreciate you mentioning that. And please do subscribe and hit that like button. Double dip it. Diehard Hawks fan, who do you think has the best game on the? Who do you think has the best game on the defensive line? Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean on that, Diehard Hawks? Are you mean like best defensive line in football, or on our defensive line, on just the Seahawks defensive line? If it's on the Seahawks defensive line, the best is still right now Carlos Dunlap, I would guess. James Tomlinson, thank you. What interior? James, thank you for your patronage. I appreciate you, my guy. It says, thank you. What interior lineman should we be looking for before the trade deadline? Well, after having a good opening week, our Philadelphia Eagles lost to the San Francisco 49ers. And the thing to consider with the Philadelphia Eagles, as I'm bringing up right now, their upcoming schedule here is that while they do play in a division that's going to be fairly wide open and free, they get the Cowboys this next week. I think the Cowboys can probably beat them. They got the Chiefs after that. I think the Chiefs then beat them. Then they're at the Panthers, and the Panthers has looked like a really solid defensive squad this year, and they're going to do just enough offensively. And then you've got the Buccaneers after that. They may not win another game before the trade deadline with the way that the schedule's set out. And why do I mention the Philadelphia Eagles? Because I've constantly taken a look at the two guys I look at, the trade that would be like the dream trade to pull off is if you could combo it. So you go to Philadelphia and you say, okay, Philadelphia, we'll give you a second and third rounder. You give us Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. You dump a lot of contracts off your books. You help us out. We give you draft picks. Maybe we even have to throw in a player. But then you could kind of attack both sides of the line in a real major way at that point, in a substantial way. I don't know who would be available as far as a defensive tackle across the league outside of those guys, James, because you can look at a guy like Grady Jarrett with the Falcons, and he just signed a contract extension, and the Falcons are not going to, they're not going to offload him at this point because they'd eat too much dead money to do it, and they're already sitting on cap concerns as it is where they're at. There's a little bit of that across the league, and there's also a little bit of a dearth of defensive tackles out there in the league to go out there and grab. Maybe you can find an edge rusher somewhere, but we're going to have to see, I think, a little bit more teams fall off that thought they were contenders with those particular edge rushers. You look at it right now this year, starting out. I'm looking for a couple teams that might come to point. So like the Colts are 0-2. They may look like their season's not looking as good. They don't have any edge rushers you can grab. The Jaguars obviously have they have that one guy, but I think that they're going to probably stay with him, Josh Allen, who's already got 2 sacks. I don't think that they move off of him, but we need a few more of these teams to kind of fall back to know who's going to be in that fallback mode. Who's a contender and who isn't. And then once you can pick maybe one of those teams that thought they were a contender that weren't, but it's kind of still too early to tell. I mean, even like this Vikings team, if they lose this week, you could be pushing them for Michael Pierce. You could be pushing them for Sheldon Richardson. You could definitely be opened up to trying to see if they might have give you somebody. But Detroit Lions, nah. Chicago Bears, the New York Giants, nah, they're not going to have anybody that you're going to be really interested in grabbing. And these are teams that are starting out 0-2 that are in that fall away contender spot. So I think, James, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get a better view of who's out there. I've long contended that defensive tackle who could come up has got to come up from a team that's a contender now, but not tomorrow. And thank you so much for that patronage, James. I appreciate it. Paul Third, I know Russ has a great record against the Vikings, but how has Zimmer been with dealing with consecutive losses? Similar to what you said about Vrabel. Could the Vikings' desperation decide this game? Let's take a look. Zimmer. I've not heard anything, I've done a little bit of looking on boards and stuff like that. And that's how I kind of found that fact before, was just kind of scouring a Titans message board and found that fact about Vrabel. But I've not seen anything similar about Zimmer and that he's had some sort of great ability to turn it back around. The thing that I always went to with Vrabel that I always thought with him is that he's what I've related to last week, he's a chew glass and spit fire type of coach. Whereas Zimmer's more of that soft-spoken, he's going to give you a look kind of guy. Now that can be motivating in itself, but that can also be kind of bland and easy to tune out a little bit if you're going through a loss or two. But I don't think that there's been anything that said that in Zimmer's career there's a head coach where he's been renowned for circling the wagons and turning the ship all around with when it's going in a certain set direction. I will say this, they're in a situation when you look at their 2 losses where I don't know if it's as bad as what Vrabel could lay on his team either. I mean, he could challenge everyone on that Titans team after week one and the way they played. His secondary, his front seven, his offense, everybody could kind of get it. Whereas with Zimmer, it's like they played pretty solidly. They just lost it at the end. It's probably a little harder to motivate a little bit in those situations where it's like, well, yeah, we're there, guys. I don't know what to say. We're on it, Randall says we need to dedicate to running the ball. I do think we need to run the ball, Randall. I just think that where we run the ball needs to be placed upon doing it at a different time than just having to start out the game, which is this is the cliche time to do it. You start out the game, Randall, you start hammering the running game. Oh, it doesn't work now. We got to go to our passing game. I feel like this is a week you try to catch the Vikings off guard. That's what the Cardinals did in their game, is that they came in that game and they went, okay, let's do this a different way. Let's just do the short passing game to start this out. They didn't try to run that much. They just dinked and dunked their way up, hit the short routes here and there on the Vikings, and they were successful with that. I do think you come back around, Randall, as you get on the game, even in the second quarter, start then running. But just to start out, kind of catch them off guard with some passes. Run a little up tempo, which we saw none of really in this last week's game, probably because they were trying to protect against Derrick Henry and not have the offense go off the football field. So I'm looking really quick to your question on this, Paul. Excuse me, guys. I'm dealing with a little bit of a cold today, so if you hear weird sniffling noises from me, just deal with it this week if you could. I'm fighting through. So like last year, they had 3 straight losses, Paul, which then they finally got a win at the end of the year against Detroit. So it wasn't like they turned anything around last year. It started going sideways, and it went sideways. So nothing from 2020 would point to him being especially great about turning things around. For instance, that game against last year in Seattle, where you lose that tough heartbreaker game at the end, they come back the next week and lose against a much inferior Atlanta team 40-23. So, Zimmer's got some good parts to him as a coach. He's a good defensive minded coach. I don't know if he's got the personnel in the secondary to get it done like he wants to get it done, but he's not that same cat like Vrabel is, in my opinion. He's just not that same kind of dude. The truth is, I know it says this mic, is his mic going in and out? Is my mic going in and out for you guys? Hopefully it's staying okay. I think we're okay. Sorry if it's going in and out. Randall, thank you for the $20 donation, Randall. You know I appreciate it. Randall, very kind. I hope you're doing well out there, Randall. Send a prayer for you and yours with your situation going on. Appreciate you. It says, Big Brother Brandon, God bless you. Not sure how much I'll be on tonight, but just wanted to holler at you and the nest. Hashtag Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Randall. Thank you so much for the donation. You always, by far on this channel, Randall is the highest donator on this channel. He comes in every single one of these streams supporting the channel, man. I really do appreciate it. I do, brother. Thank you so much, and I do hope you are doing okay over there with what you're dealing with on your end of things. Appreciate you. Tommy Eaton says the key to this game is keeping the defense on the bench, and they are not keeping Trey Flowers out of trouble. No. Yeah, you're probably going to want some sustained drives going down in this particular game. There's no doubt about it, especially coming off this last week's performance where that defense is probably pretty beat up and tired. There's some bruises in there. That's a lot of plays, a lot of snaps where they have 90 snaps on the football field. Normally you're in somewhere in the neighborhood of 55 to 60 is where you want to be. I would reckon to guess that that's not. They're going to want to try to protect them a little bit more in this particular game. It'll help if you run the ball a little bit better. It helps if you can move the chains a little bit more, which they really struggled with. Truth is, I know it says Cook almost broke his back against the Cards. He's already beat up a little bit. He's definitely got a good amount of carries through the first couple of weeks. A lot of touches, truth as I know it. That's very much the truth. And the ankle injury back, he did come out of this game against the Cardinals through some of it. We've seen that even in Seattle. I think we've knocked him out a couple of times in playing him. It seems like the last 2 times we played Dalvin Cook, we've knocked him out one way or another. He can get beat up a little bit. He's not the biggest guy. You can get into him a little bit with that. So he may not be at his 100% full abilities, like Henry was this past week. Complex Music says the Nest, less Russell Wilson. Sounds good. Nice. The truth is, I know it. If Cousins can ball, if he's in rhythm and he's got great wide receivers he's throwing to, we need to ratchet up the pass rush in this game. Yeah, we do. It's very true. If you let him get comfortable back there, he starts getting in that rhythm, and he can make pretty much any throw that you need a quarterback to make. You get him under pressure, you get him moving, you get him having to throw off platform or throwing on the run. It's not going to be as accurate, and he's not going to throw with as much power. He's a guy as a quarterback who actually has fairly good arm strength, but it is reliant on him getting fully set with his feet and everything being right beneath him, and then he can kind of uncork it. But you get him moving, you get him rolling, and he can't do that. He can't get set down like that. That's where you get him a little more accurate. That's where you remove some of the velocity off his ball, but it's going to be very key with him in forcing that. It's a solid point. Solid point. I saw that in the Cardinal game. The Cardinals let him get comfortable. First three drives, felt like about the first three drives. Jason McCure, thank you for becoming a member, Jason. I do appreciate it. You're awesome, brother. And be looking for the community post there where I post that article in there. So I post it with a little bit of a link in there. So keep an eye out for that. But I appreciate you. Thank you. So you got to get him off. And the best point of doing it would be with the front four, because when you do drop with Cousins, the extra linebackers into the secondary, he is one of those quarterbacks that starts to kind of want to see it a little bit more now. Oh, there's a couple extra guys back there in zone. Is it really open? And if your front four is getting the pressure in there because he wants to take a little bit of extra time, that's the ideal for us, but it's really the ideal with this guy that we're playing this week. Jackson Shore, have you calmed down on Trey or not? No, Jackson, I'm completely out on Trey. I know it's a tough matchup for him, but look, every week's a tough matchup in the NFL. There's very few teams that have, weak need receivers anywhere, and teams are going to attack you with their best receiver when you're the biggest weakness on the defense. And this last week on a defense that had a lot of weaknesses, he was the biggest weakness. I've been a big backer of his for a very long time, Jackson. I really have. And I like him as a player. I like the skill set he has there, but I cannot forgive you as a cornerback in this system if you get beat deep. Everything from this defensive system allows for you as a cornerback to be protected over the top, be it the single high safety, be it you playing off coverage, being it you playing the bail technique into cover three a predominant amount of the time, which he was on Sunday, and yet still getting burned over the top. That's unforgivable. Added to the fact that then he struggled also as a tackler in this game, which is supposed to be an element again of his game that he's good at. It's a plus side that shouldn't come and go like the wind. Nah, I'm not going to have a lot of patience for that. Just not. Charles Riley, Carson Wentz couldn't get a win versus a real bad team. He's hobbled and unvaccinated. Not only is he less than good, he's dumb to match. Yeah, well, he was taking the Rams. He was doing pretty good against the Rams, Charles. That game against the Rams, I got to give Carson Wentz credit. He was getting hit just like he was getting hit last week. He was standing in there, and he was throwing some pretty good balls. Didn't play perfectly, and I'm not saying I'm a Carson Wentz backer by any stretch, but he gave the Rams a game. I think they ended up only winning that by like 3 points. He was, and it took him going out and Jacob Eason coming in and throwing an interception for them to lose it. But he wasn't bad. He was pretty good in that game. Ender, do you think Pete will overcorrect and tamper the offense again, slow down the offense and run more? I don't know. They came out running the ball in week one. Well, we must have started out with of the first 13, 14 plays in week one against the Colts, we ran, I think, 9 times. This last week, you came out, you were trying to run the ball quite a bit. You just weren't having any success with it. And when you're averaging what Carson was averaging, like 2.3 yards a carry in this game, it's how do you stay with the run at that point? The only way to stay at the run is that it's being productive to some degree. You can be committed to it, but you've got to be productive in being committed to it. And frankly, to my point on this in recent years, we've only been happy with just running the ball as though, well, we're just running it, so we are committed to it. Yeah, but it's not going anywhere. Yeah, but we're doing it. Yeah, but it's not accomplishing anything. Yeah, but it might eventually wear a defense down. Yeah, but maybe not if you're not actually getting drives put together where you're actually going up the football field and wearing them down with the time of possession. Just simply being committed to the running game in itself is not a fix. You've got to be good at it as well. And that's the part that I don't know if they are yet. I don't know if we've got a good run blocking crew up front. I think they should be, But it wasn't like they were marvelous in week 1. They were all right. And week 2 is not great. But again, too, I'll say this. The Titans' run defense is really good. So we were going up against a pretty strong run defense as well. I do expect it to improve a little bit at least this week. Diehard Hawks fan, watching the last half of that Titans game was like watching the last drive by Atlanta in the playoffs 2012. Shaking my head. Diehard Hawks fan, aptly put. Very aptly put. And I agree with you. It felt very much similar to that game. That's what drives me crazy about it, is that this type of loss we've seen really recently before and on the often. You know, defense is good until they're bad, and then they can't do jack diddly dandy. And then the offense will give you these moments of high fireworks where they look like the best offense in the entire NFL, and then just like the defense, they suddenly shut down or are a nothing burger. And it'll be a varied time of when you get the offense in that particular state. It's definitely, It definitely gets frustrating. It does, especially being the person who analyzes this stuff and looks at this, where you come back and I try to find unique angles every week to come at you, the guys, when I'm looking at stuff, so that we don't just get repetitive. But it gets hard not to be repetitive when you see the same story play out. The way that I've related this to is it's like watching a Netflix show in the first season. You're like, that was an amazing first season. And then you watch the second season, and the second season has all the same beats and moments of the first season, though they were working in new characters and new plots, but yet everything still has this general same beat and flow to it. And you go, okay, well, it was good. It was, but it was still similar. And then you go week 3, season 3, same thing happens. In season 4, same thing. And by season 5, you're like, all right, dear God, any other story but this. Anything but this story. Anything but this particular plot. Just do something else. Go to space. Do something. Charles Riley. Thank you for another $5 donation, Charles, coming in with a double dip today. Thank you, Charles. You are awesome, brother. Have you ever known someone dumb enough to have bilateral sprained ankles? Carson Wentz is that guy. He's a guy that you've got to learn as a quarterback, Charles, to your point on this. You got to learn how to protect yourself. And there's a new breed of quarterbacks that have come into this game of the NFL, and they are vibrant, and they are explosive, and they are spectacular. And they play with no thought for tomorrow, only for today. They are going for it. They are competitors. And that's great. But as a quarterback, you're not a normal football player. Unlike normal football players, you are the one football player, in fact, probably above all else, that has to think about protecting yourself. And when you look at guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Carson Wentz, these are guys who always are wanting to hold on at the last moment to make that big play, or go out and try to make that big play in space scrambling, or take the big hit, where they need to understand in those moments of how to get out of that moment, how to protect themselves better. And he hasn't done that to that point. And those guys have struggled. All those guys I mentioned too have struggled at times in doing that. But that's this new breed of quarterback. That's the part that they've got to start to understand with, because you get knocked out for a half season, your team's going nowhere. You've got to be there every game. And in that is sometimes taking an L on certain plays to make that the case, which Carson Wentz doesn't like to take L's on any plays. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation, Charles. Tommy says, Pete Carroll said he wanted Robinson to get more snaps too. Really? You are literally the one guy on the team that could make that a reality. What's the deal, Pete? Yeah, I don't understand when he gives those kind of... Pete's comments sometimes on stuff. It's like when he looks at Kyle Fuller and he says, yeah, he's been playing solid. You know what's been holding Kyler back is it's been our coaching. No, it's been he's sucking on the field. That's what's holding Kyle back. It's as he sucks on the football field. But Coach Carroll lets that whole you glom it up a little bit too much for me at times, Excuse me, folks. Sorry, I'm dealing with this thing here. I don't get it. Just get him more snaps. Get him on the football. Get Mayo off the field. Give it to Robinson at this point. Mayo is on a 1-year deal. You know what Mayo is. You know his limitations. You know the little moments he can give you. But Robinson may be the upper-level defensive end in this league if you give him substantial snaps to work off of that, to give enough snaps to show out that production. Hopefully they finally do. It's only taken them 5 games, 3 preseason games and now 2 regular season games to figure it out here, coming on the heels of last year. James Hargis, I was really surprised how well the Titans offense handled the noise. We brought it really hard most of the game, but not a single false start till that one in overtime. Yeah, they did a good job. They did a really good job. Credit goes to them on that for sure. You're good point on that, James. It's been a little bit less in recent years where you're seeing the home field effect and the loudness. It just hasn't been the same for whatever reason. I'm not going to say it's because the fans aren't necessarily being as loud as they once were. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's the case of just you give teams years of figuring out how to deal with a specialized place like Lumen Field and all that you have to go up against, and whether it's those specialized earbuds they put in their ears that lets them hear right or whatever they've done, there's been some solution that's brought forth that's made it a little bit easier in playing in that stadium offensively. Randall says, my take on the game, we fell in love with the long pass. We fell in love with the pass and deep shot to the point we didn't run the ball. Defense got tired, and Henry tuned him up. Bottom line is we score 30, we should win. But offense had 2 chances. Well, my question on you, Randall, with that would be, is that your take on the game? Is first and foremost, that's the reason we lost this game? Is, for the... I guess what you're trying to find both with the offense and defense. The only thing I have with that, Randall, to a degree with that, is I take just tiny bit of umbrage with, is that it sort of puts that in a state of 50-50 at that point when you put it that way. Like, it was 50% on the offense and it's 50% on the defense. And I don't disagree with you that it would have been nicer to see the offense run a little bit more. The thing I will say to that, Randall, a little bit is you average 3.3 yards per carry, and Collins has the 1 carry for 25 yards. Maybe he should have gotten more carries. According to Pro Football Focus, that was just a well-blocked up play. It wasn't that Alex Collins somehow did something super magical to make that happen. But if you're only averaging, 2.3 yards per carry, and then you have a defense you're playing in the Titans who, if you look at what they did last week, they're really good at stopping the run. They stopped the Cardinals in their rushing attack, and they'd stopped us through most of this attack. Do you then just run into the teeth of that defense just because you want to remain committed to doing it, or go at the weakness of the defense, which was their secondary? I think that they could have gone to more of the short passing game and then still had the deep stuff there, and it would have accomplished the same thing that doing the running plays would have done. But to me, they went away from the short passing attack, especially into that second half, and that's what really upended them from an offensive standpoint. I don't think they were ever going to run the ball well against the Titans in this particular game, and in fact, I think the Titans were going to be committed to stopping them in the run game. That's where defensively they wanted to hang their hat. Jackson Shore says, are we going to get a pick this week? 30-27 Seahawks, Jackson. A little bit of a minor shootout. Cousins going to throw for some yards. Cook's going to run for some yards, but the Seahawks offense bounces back in a big way. They're able to take advantage of that secondary throughout, be consistent throughout with it a little bit more. Defense kind of, ratchets it down near the end of the game, and it's good enough. COA team says, have you seen the Cards, 49ers, and Rams matchups? They could all be 3-0 after this week. Where do you see in the Hawks schedule they could be back on top? What's a long season, COA team? So it's being 1 game back from first place means that you're very close to it, and you could easily be right there with it, even if they're 3-0 and you're 2-1. No one's up. This ain't the end of the season, and there's 4 games left, and you're 3 games behind first place. That's when you would be in a position of going, how can you see them ever being back on top? I would say Seattle gets back on top by later in the season when their schedule starts to ease up a bit, where some of the depth issues that I think are going to eventually raise their head with the Rams, with the 49ers, potentially even with the Cardinals, though they seem to be a little bit of that wild card joker team at this point, which could theoretically put some things together. But I would say probably later on in the year at that point, you're not going to probably be a team in first place from week 3 on. It's going to probably take you a little bit of time because those teams are going to start out hot, and they do have easier schedules out the gate. Although the Rams... excuse me. A sec here, folks. Let me get the water here. Yeah, I think just we could still get back up, but it'll be later on. Your schedule gets, so after you get past that Packer game, it starts to me ease up quite a bit through it, especially if you're handling business within your division at that point, especially if you're getting hot at that time of year. Oh, sorry, folks. Try not to do that too much, but it's a rough one right now. Your boy's hanging on here. Truth is, I know it. Russ needs to get back to getting outside the pocket and ripping the defenses apart with his legs before making throws. He's mostly lost that from his repertoire. He just doesn't get it. I mean, it was pretty startling to watch. And before I did the stream today, I was watching that Cardinals-Vikings game. And it is startling to watch with a guy like Murray how effortlessly he's getting away from defenders at times, and not think in the back of your mind, I don't think Russ could get away like that there. You know, like old Russ could have gotten away, but that moment there, I don't think Russ could have gotten away out of that there. And I think that is impacting some of that truth as I know it is a little bit of that loss of quickness and speed, which happens to all guys when they get into 32, 33 years old. I mean, it's going to be natural. It happens to running backs, you know, if it's going to happen to a running back, it's going to happen to a quarterback as well. It's part of why Russell absolutely has to adapt these items into his game, which have not been as much a common item of his game. Being good pre-snap. Embracing the short and intermediate passing attack, embracing the checkdowns and blitzes, not always falling back on needing to try to pull off some miracle within the pocket to get something done. That's why he's got to go in that direction, is because that speed's not ever coming back. That quickness is never coming to him again. So you got to adapt, improvise. Sam Dog the Infamous, we got to win the time of possession battle this time. Probably will be a fairly important factor with it. Though I'll say, Sam Dog, we talked about this in week 1, a little bit of this, and you mentioned time of possession with the Indianapolis game. Well, the Indianapolis Colts won the time of possession against the Seattle Seahawks in week 1, and Seattle still won. I like time of possession. Time of possession is nice, but I don't know that it necessarily dictates at the end of the day wins and losses. Jake Trombley, I'm from the heart of the Vikings territory. We got to keep an eye on Cook and the Jefferson and Thielen. That's their attack. I mean, those are the 3 guys they go to. They also got a third receiver who's really coming on for them right now. I think he's actually leading them in catches. Number 17 for them. Another guy to keep an eye out in this game. So they've got actually a pretty good third target there too, who's starting to develop for them. He's been a factor through the first couple of games. Serdaman Andes, how you doing? Welcome in the chat. Cowboys are number 1. Second day was one of those days where every 2-minute task fell apart. Took half an hour or extra unusual effort till I don't want to eat. Just want to kick everything in the face. Thanks for the show. This beard is good too. That's Cowboys. That was my whole day today. I was trying to get live like 2 hours prior and everything was just going wrong. I couldn't get right. I'm fighting through a cold right now. It's just like, goodness, come on, work with me here. So I feel you. I feel like it's got to be a full moon or something right now. It usually sometimes explains the weirdness to me. Tommy Eden, but thanks for jumping in, Cowboys. Good to see you, man. Tommy Eden, our tight ends were blocking along with the running backs most of the time, and when they were not, Wilson was barely looking at them, or Titans had them bracketed. Where was the motion? Why not a Texas route? It's part of, I think, what's frustrated us, Tommy, is that what you're seeing called throughout this game was very near and dear to what you saw last season from an offensive standpoint, which is not very inventive. It wasn't like last week 1 where it was screen routes coming off of a fly sweep. Maybe they didn't have Eskridge in this game, and that made them feel like they didn't have somebody to challenge on the fly sweep, so some of that affected other things. I don't have a good explanation for it. It's part of what frustrates me with it is there's really no explanation for it. You kind of should know better. You should be trying this new offense. Even if the new offense isn't working at times, we should at least be seeing them going through the growing pains of adopting it, as opposed to let's just fall on what worked all the time. That ain't going to work anymore. You can use it while you're working out the kinks, but you can't lean on it all the way. Or else you're not really working out any kinks. You're just trying to do the same old thing that we already know tops out at a certain level. Tommy says our tight ends were blocking along with the running back most of the time. When they were not, Wilson was barely looking at them, or Titans had them bracketed. Sorry, I just read that. Sorry, Tommy. Jackson says, I hope Jamal breaks out this game. Tired of the hate on him. Me too, man. I feel like he's ready to pop here one point or another. It's like the offsides penalty he had against the Colts in that particular game where he sacked Carson Wentz. He's actually was not offsides. It should have been a delay of game penalty. He's looking at the play clock on the other side when he's jumping the snap, and instead the officials called it on him, which is BS. They're supposed to have an official looking at that clock every play. But I agree. I hope he can finally show people why they have him on this team, why he is what he is. I still have the faith that he will be that. We just haven't seen it yet this year. Ethan says, stopping the run is first and foremost with Carroll, and it failed last week. I hope Carroll is planning for this week, and the defense performance along with coaching decisions will never happen again. Well said. I hope the same. You better stop the run if you're a run first stopping defense. I can give up passing yards in the air, but you don't stop the run and you built your old defense around stopping the run. You put out 2 big fat one techs on early downs. You need to stop the run. Wheeler, I know everybody's hating on Flowers this week, but DJ Reed did not have a good game either last week. All our corners need work. DJ Reed wasn't great in this game, but I don't know if he was the problem on it. He didn't play. I don't think he played that bad. I want to double check something here because I had the grades down here for defense. Let me check. So DJ Reed in this game was your fifth rated highest defender in this game with a 72.9. And a 72.9 for a cornerback is a pretty good rating. It's not outstanding and fantastic. And his best attribute in this particular game was coverage, it looks like. Well, no, his tackling was the best part of his game. But he wasn't god awful in this game. He wasn't, Trey Flowers was a 43.3 to give you the other side of that as far as their score goes in this game. But, Reed wasn't great, but Flowers was really the problem. Oh my goodness. Whew. Jackson Shore says, if Dees is going to be injury prone his whole career, I'm going to be sad. I will too, Jackson, and I'll be most sad, and then I'll also be a little annoyed because you knew he was injury prone before you drafted him. So you could see this problem coming. James Waring, I feel the offense getting blamed based of the last thing people saw. Solid point, James. Defense got a stop in OT, then the offense did nothing. Not that I agree, but the last thing people see is so burned in people's mind. I agree with you on that, James. I think some people, too, when it comes to the offensive side of the ball, and specifically Russell Wilson, have their pitchfork sharpened already. And there's a lot of folks out there, and this is again that a little bit of that diversity in Seahawks land of opinion that you see in people as far as the wide variance of things. But you've got people with their pitchforks sharpening for Carroll and sharpening for Wilson and sharpening for the way the team's been put together and essentially trying to point that at Schneider a little bit. And they're all kind of waiting to start poking. Everybody, let's get to poking. And it's making everybody a little bit who has that built-in feeling a little trigger happy to pull in that. And as opposed to let's wait this out. Let's see what this really, is going to be. But I can't, and James, and looking at it, the defense was really bad. And they did get the stop in OT, and they did give the offense a chance. And that's probably, you're right. That's what sits in people's minds. But it's a whole game we got to look at. Not just a single overtime possession for each side, but actually a whole game. And you look at the whole game, it is more on this defense than it was the offense in this particular game. Charles Riley says, what does Adams need to do other than be the highest paid safety? You fans are impossible to please. Okay. I see what you did there, Charles. Jace, one thing that makes me feel better is how the Bucs looked at the beginning of last season. Yeah, it took them a little while to get going. It did. And they were in a lot of ways building in a new offense. And they had a quarterback who was going to an offense that did not fit him. And he was having to learn on the fly. So solid point. They needed to work out some of those kinks. And they took them some time, but they finally did. Wheeler says also people got to remember that Kansas City, a team very similar to Seattle, lost last week to a run-heavy, strong offensive team. If they can bounce back, our Hawks will too. Sounds good. And yeah. There's some teams that nobody's perfect in this league. Anybody can get beaten on any given Sunday. Jackson Shore says, sorry if you've answered this question already, but are you also a Mariners fan? Jackson, I am a longtime Mariners fan. I've started for the first time in a lot of years. I'll own this. It's been a long time since I've been watching them with any sort of consistency. I think they put a bad product out for a lot of years. I don't think that the ownership was as committed to winning as they would try to tell us that they were. I think they always tried to find a stopgap fix and rather than really building a good team from top to bottom, which they've now started to do. And they've started to actually do this right. Build the farm system, not rely on free agency. But yeah, I am definitely a Mariners fan, going back far. So I actually, if you can imagine, Jackson, as much as I know about football, I actually probably know more about baseball. I played for 15 years, so I know baseball back and forth and upside down again. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. How's it going, Jose? Hope you're doing well. We'll be on for tomorrow, as long as I don't die tonight from this cold. Cowboys are number 1. Daniil Hunter. He's so damn long and quick and can really bend. That is so what she said. So true. That is so true. Viking Jerome. Vikings should win at home. No problem. No problem? No problem, Jerome? Oh, there'll be some problems. You guys might beat us, But don't think you're going to beat us without a problem. We don't get our doors blown off. It just doesn't happen like that. You're going to have to earn every second of that win against us. And not for nothing, but the Bengals beat you this year. You know, I don't know how much my confidence would be riding high with that. Habitual Joker, 20 minutes behind, and you said Russ and the offense can only control their side. When Russ scores 7 points in 7 seconds on his bombs, he's putting his D back out there. Titans dominated top first half. Time of possession in the first half. Yeah, I mean, what is the offense supposed to do? Habitual Joker? Are they supposed to slow down and not score as fast? Should the guy drop at the 20-yard line so they can rest the defense up? And the other thing with this defense being tired thing that I don't like about that Habitual Joker is, number one, they tired it out way too quickly. So what if they dominated the time of possession in a half? That tires your team out. One half of football tires your team out. And again, it's a defense that's supposed to have 10 guys deep on that defensive line. You're supposed to be able to rotate guys in constantly and keep them fresh. Yet what you see with this at times, when you look at the snap counts, guys like Darrell Taylor weren't getting on the field. Allen Robinson wasn't getting on the field. So in a way at that point, Habitual Joker, you were trying to put guys out there for too many snaps and then tiring them out at that point. All that being said, again, being tired out's a two-way street. It can be one part of the street is your offense is not holding on to the ball with enough time possession, but the other side of that street is your defense is also giving up a lot of first downs. Your defense is also allowing a lot of sustained drives. Your defense isn't getting really anything as far as turnovers go outside of this one turnover here in this game. It's to me, I can't come back on the offense with this one, Habitual Joker. I can give him a little bit of blame, but the thing that I think your side of this defense has got to consider on this Habitual Joker, and that I sort of contended with at the top of this show, we knew the offense was going to be in a rugged state to begin this season. We anticipated that. You have a new offensive scheme being implemented on the fly. That's not going to mean that you get an offense running at its full maximum state. The offense is going to be in a better state in week 15 than it is in week 3 right now. I think even you would acknowledge that, right, Habitual Joker? So they come out and in this lessened state put 30 points up on the board, but we're going to put it on them? I can't get behind that. Do I want to see some more sustained drives? Do I want to see him stop falling in love with the deep ball? Yeah. They've got to correct some things. The offense is not without blame. But this game's about your defense giving up 350 yards in the air and then giving up 190 yards to the running back. That's what this whole game's about. To go beyond that, to me, I can't understand it, and I can't quite wrap my head around it. Do one thing in this game. Give up 230 yards to Henry, but stop the pass. Or stop Henry and give up the pass, but you didn't do one thing right. I can't understand. I have a hard time on this one, Joker, wrapping my head around this thought process with it. Jackson Shore, I was just going to bring this. I was just going to bring up his primetime record. Laughing out loud. I got you on that, Jackson. Viking Jerome says Vikings 43-21. Jerome, where's your confidence coming from? Didn't you lose to the Bengals at home? Jackson Shore, I hate seeing so-called Seahawks fans say if Russ leaves, they won't root for the Hawks anymore. Okay, jump off the bandwagon. No bandwagon fans allowed. It annoys me too, Jackson Shore. I understand being a big fan of a player and that player maybe even capturing your spirit. This is where I give a little bit of patience to it though too, where I say a lot of these younger fans, Jackson, came into their realization of being a Seahawks fan, as they're so young, to just growing up. Oh, I like football. Oh, and this Russell Wilson guy's the first quarterback they got to see, and he has been so good. It is understandable that those guys would have fallen in love with him and he'd be their quarterback in a little bit. But at the end of the day, you're rooting for the jersey above all else, to me, over the player. You can still like the player if they move on, but to me, it's my team, it's Seattle, it's all that is. And I'm not going to hate Russ if he moved on, but it is, I certainly would never not be a fan just because a one player left. That seems weird. AI says the Bucks by 10 over the Rams. Well, if they can shut down that passing game, because that Rams passing attack is still pretty good. Tommy, what if we pitch a shutout this game, and put up 28 points? What if we went back to looking like week 1? I mean, I would almost be more frustrated than I am now. Can't figure this team's identity out. I would be actually pretty encouraged by that because, again, a lot of what we've talked about in these first 2 games is that we need a little bit more time to ascertain what this team is. So you don't make clear distinctions off of one game. You try to allow for 4, 5, 6 games to figure out what's what. So I think it would be at least another good step in the right direction of knowing, okay, they're finding their identity. And if they can, when they are captured into their identity, they are a sub-dominant defensive unit and a very efficient, good offense. So, that to me, I'd be more encouraged than frustrated. Certainly I feel better with that than even a close scoring game where, Vikings are running up the field up and down on us and we have to match them note for note, which is how I think it might be going. Jackson Shore says, Kurt is no T-Jack. Let's just make that clear. AI, there is a chance we go on a long losing streak now. Next 5 games are brutal. This second half collapse crap is lingering since last year, just like the playoff game. Could be AI. It could be. We will see. We will see. It's going to mean big time change if it goes in that direction. You will see some heavy duty change here in Seattle in a lot of different facets if it goes in that direction. I hope not. AI says 2 games, 14 second half points. Yeah, but I wouldn't take those as both happen for separate reasons, right? AI. So in game 1, you're taking your foot off. I mean, both games, you're kind of taking your foot off the gas a little bit, if anything, and you just need to learn how to put your foot on the gas pedal and keep it on the pedal. Put the brick on the pedal and let it go. Habitual Joker, Russ puts emphasis to big plays because Pete Carroll believes winning the big plays and turnover battles wins football games. Very much true, Joker, in that Coach Carroll years ago, when he was putting together how he wanted to assemble his USC squads and going over there, had put together this book of data that showed that the team that wins the big play war of a game, and then the turnover battle tends to win the football game at like 78% of the time. And so he took that number and he's just extrapolated it onto how he wants to build his team and what he wants to put as a preference for his teams in the way that they attack. My only issue with this at this point comes down to that you've learned well enough now, as from a Carroll standpoint, that the big play alone is not enough to win you games. You've won big play battles throughout this recent couple of year period. You've won the turnover battle, I would estimate to guess, a couple times at the same point in time, yet still lost the game because there's other aspects to football than just big plays and turnovers. And that's the part where if they're still leaning on that Joker, if it's still Carroll in Russ's ear in this last game keep going deep, keep hitting it deep, just keep attacking deep, just keep going deep. Very disconcerting again to hear because you're not learning your lesson at that point. You're not adapting. You're not changing. You're not fixing what has been broken prior. That would be discouraging. Jackson Shore says, we'll shut out the Texans. That's my prediction. Well, you very well might if Tyrod Taylor ain't playing. So if you're getting that rookie out of Stanford, then yeah, that's going to be the case. Jason McEward, I'd love to see the Hawks shut somebody out. 28-0, 17-0, somebody this year, or even 51-10 would make me happy. That would make me happy too. It'd feel good. Even just as a one-off, it would feel good. Ethan Techworld, are you telling me that Lockett admitted almost like admitting to a school principal that we know about the forcing the deep ball, but we just love it too much stuff? Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah, it's like a guy with a weird fetish who can't help you but show off his weird fetish in public because it's so deeply ingrained in him. I mean, it's getting to that point with it. Really, you've had a whole off season where people are like screaming in your face, you guys fell in love with the deep ball. You guys fell in love with the deep ball. Here, have an interview. Tyler Lockett, what happened last year? We fell in love with the deep ball. DK Metcalf, man, you guys start out so hot, then you fell off. What happened? We went with the deep ball too much. Coach Carroll, well, we probably fell in love with the deep ball. You need to be better than running the ball. Then you come in the season and you do it all over again. Yeah, that was a stupid. Lockett's good about being real honest and giving you the straight goods on stuff, but that's one where I might just say, just keep it to yourself at this point. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, because that's just going to annoy me. Seattle Reign, new offensive coordinator, completely shuffled defensive line, still haven't figured out how to maximize Jamal Adams' ability, and quarterback room still in flux. Going to take time, guys. Still week 3. Trust the process. Go Hawks. I'm still trusting it, Seahawks Reign. I'm still trusting it. I think overall most are, but we're watching with a steady, calm, sober eye. Joshua Sonnier, I want to see more Carson Collins 1-2. Should be productive if they use them in the short game. I'd like to see a little more mix at running back. Carson's a good running back. He provides. He's a plus running back in this league, but he is a guy that's a little bit limited as far as his speed goes, and it wouldn't be bad to see him maybe get a little bit, a little more Collins in there. I mean, Collins obviously super more faster than him. They just have a little bit of a different running style, which can throw a defense off when you throw so what the 49ers love to do, where they'll throw 3 different running backs at you, so you can never really get used to any one set style. This guy's a slice and dicer. This guy's just a downhill runner. If you just get the same note all day of the same runner a lot of times, and they're not a real, upper level back where they can do a lot of things really well. It gets easier for a defense to play that running back with a guy like Carson. Well, we don't have to deal with his speed. We just got to tackle and keep everything tight and force him out wide as much as we can. Force him to basically put his speed on display. Short passing game, Joshua Sonier says. Oh yeah, I agree, Joshua. I'd like to see Joshua first down passing and short passing in this game to start the game. Whereas we started out Joshua running the ball in the first 2 games heavy to begin things. I'd like to see a little bit of a turn on that. Young One AZ, bro, my favorite reaction is when Seattle picked Jordan freaking Brooks, laughing out loud. The kitty is bad luck. Yeah, I'm not rubbing the kitty this year before the draft pick. I tried the orange kitty. I've tried the black kitty. No more kitty rubbing in order to get the good draft pick that I'm trying to get. And yeah, that was just, I was trying to, that's what you get for trying to mess with the energy, you know, mess with the natural energy of things, the natural, what is the word I'm looking for? The natural cycle of things. We were going to have that bad pick and my kitty rubbing wasn't going to stop it. Yeah. Not a fan of that Brooks pick. And he's another one where, like my LJ Collier one's making me look good when he's the lowest rated defender in this particular game. When again, Jordan Brooks's bread and butter is supposed to be as a plus upper level run defender. He's supposed to struggle maybe a little in coverage as he did in this game, but he's supposed to be a good upper level run defender. Where was that in this football game? Where was that in this game? Jace, the real reason JPP is so good is because who's going to try and beat up a guy with no fingers? It's true. I feel a little bad for him, especially the way it happened. My God, fireworks, really? Cody Toyser, so do you think we can go to the Super Bowl this year at all, or no, or at least the playoffs? Well, here's again where I'm going to lean to this on Cody. I'm not changing my prediction from the start of the season based off of just 2 games. I think that would be pretty short-sighted and not bringing in enough data. And it would also show an ignorance to the general way an NFL season plays out. In that usually you don't know after the first 2 weeks who really the Super Bowl team's going to be. You might, but not really all the time. It takes a little bit more time to figure all that type of stuff out. The Seattle Seahawks have a team that can get to the Super Bowl. Part of this, though, and what I said at my prediction show of putting them and saying they're a team that can get there, is you have to make a couple more moves. You're sitting on $13 million of cap space. You've got Russell's base, which you could convert to bonus money at any given time. You got $20 million plus of cap space you can create. That's a lot of guys you could bring in here. A lot of reserves you could bring into the ranks. You could bring a lot of the cavalry over the hills. You just got to want to do it. You got to be willing to sacrifice that cap space for tomorrow a little bit. And there's not been the indication that they're quite yet willing and ready to do that. But that's part of what will need to happen to go to the Super Bowl. You're not going to just, with this roster that's sitting right now, be like, that's good. That's enough. Okay, we're done. No, you need more right now. I anticipated in my prediction show at the start of the year that they would be adding more at some point. I said it could come all the way up to just before the trade deadline. But at some point, I did expect it to happen. I did expect some addition to come in. So I am still anticipating that's going to happen, and I'd be shocked if it didn't. Jackson Shore says, my Jordan Brooks reaction was, we took a guy from Texas Tech, the worst defense in college football. I didn't even know that part, Jackson. That's awesome. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, I'm listening to you and the real Hawks talk guys at the same time. Well, thank you for that, Jose. I appreciate it. I do. TJ says, Pete's scheme is the problem. He has the same scheme and mindset with S player. Yeah, I would agree with you there. I'm not a big fan of this defensive scheme. I feel like it has seen its day. I think when it got to have its ultimate success when it did, you were able to draft a certain special set of players in a small period of time that you're not likely to replicate ever again, on top of the fact that you did certain things that was very unique to your team. Like, for instance, playing so much zone, playing such a simplified defense, having such an affinity for bigger, longer cornerbacks, being innovative in that respect, out ahead of other teams who now all have bigger cornerbacks on their team. Those were things that were new and innovative at the time, which now are just a little bit stale. Paul Third says, I hear what you're saying. Wilson started out short, getting into rhythm, but aren't those passes easier to defend earlier? Maybe the off philosophy to go hard 4 points early because the defense is unreliable. Well, based on some of this, Paul, is based on my film study of the Minnesota Vikings and watching their first 2 games and the way that the quarterbacks attack them. So I'm looking a little bit in how I'm seeing what they're giving up and seeing how other offensive coordinators are attacking those Vikings. And it seems like early in the game, the Vikings want to stop the run. So in them leaning to the run, you can then attack them on the short passing game a little bit. Zimmer tends to go with a zone-heavy scheme that will protect over the top, a little bit like Seattle's does. He goes more like quarters where he'll go 4 deep and keep them all deep rather than a single high or a cover 2 type look to it. But he's a guy that will be very protective, like Carroll is. So you want to stop the run and you're protecting against the deep pass. As I always like to say, Paul, you're leaving a hole somewhere on the defense. No defense is perfect in that they're closing everything off. There is somewhere you can attack. Whether you're successful with that or not, whether you execute that or not, is on you, the offense. But the defense is going to provide that hole for you to go at. And that is the particular hole in this Vikings team, I think, especially early on in the game, because that's been the way it's played out the first 2 weeks of the season. Jackson Shore, all of us can bicker about our Seahawks, but it could be worse. We could be a Cowboys fan. Throwing some shade at the Cowboys fan in the chat. Nice. Oh my goodness. Mark Cook, thank you for the $5 donation. Mark, sorry it took me a little bit of time to get your donation. I just get going down that chat and kind of lose track here. I do appreciate your donation, though. It is very much appreciated. Mark says, I love your show. Thank you for that. It's simply put, the best around. You are the gold standard, my friend. Oh, Mark. Oh, thank you, man. You make my heart swell 2 sizes too big on that one. So I really do appreciate it, my guy. You're very kind. Thank you for the donation. And I love doing this thing, man. This is my favorite part of the week whenever I can do it. I don't care if I'm sick. I don't care if I'm on the weather. I want to do it. I want to be talking to you guys. I want to be talking about my Hawks. I want to be getting jacked up. You know, I want to get up on this. So I appreciate that, Mark. I love doing this. I'm going to keep doing it. You keep watching. So appreciate you, dude. Jason McEwer, thank you again for being a new Hawks Nest member. You are also awesome, my kind sir. I do appreciate it. Very kind. You guys are always so nice in here. JLO2X, Dalvin Cook for 250 total yards and 3 touchdowns. Man, I don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to take that type of load this week. Is he, JLO? Maybe Vikings fans can let me know here in the chat. My instinct on this has been a little bit of, he's been used a lot here over the first couple of weeks, which would, if I'm a coach, you're especially coming with that ankle injury, you'd try to maybe limit him to like 15 touches in this game. But maybe not. I mean, Vikings are in a desperate state, so it's like all hands on deck. You know, we don't have the ability. We're fighting for our life. Zimmer's fighting for his coaching life right now. You know, if he doesn't get to the playoffs this year, he's probably going to be fired. So it's maybe to your point, they just do what basically Tennessee did in this last game, where Tennessee gave Henry 35 catches. Then he had an additional 6 touches. I don't know the last time a running back had 40 total touches in a game I watched. That's an unbelievable amount, but they were effective with it, right? The truth is, I know it says LJ Collier, defensive end, Louisiana Tech equals Lamar King, defensive end, Saginaw Valley State. Very apropos, truth is, I know it. And he is mentioning actually a guy that was picked in the Mike Holmgren era, one of those defensive ends. And this would have been one of those picks that you absolutely said, what? Because it was, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, truth is, I know it, but I believe the Lamar King pick was a first-round pick back in the day. And you're going Saginaw Valley State, first-round pick. Is this DeMarcus Ware you're bringing in? And then he came in and he looked, it's a great comparison because he looks so much like LJ Collier in body and build and play style. So it's an absolute fantastic comparison between those two guys. Very, very similar players in what they give you on a football field. But I think Lamar probably got even more production than, I gotta look. I gotta look at Lamar King's stats and see what he did, because I think he was even more productive. Yeah, see, Lamar King had 12 sacks in his career. So, I mean, shoot, compared to LJ Collier, he was an all-pro. I throw way too much shade, LJ. I'm sorry, LJ. Tommy Eden, that door swings both ways, though. Vikings may be playing for their season, but we are playing for our pride after getting beat down at home. One of the worst losses ever. Could be a great game. I think you're going to see a playoff-level intensity in this game. We're two teams that already play each other really hard every time we play. I never feel like the Vikings aren't, you're getting them going through the motions. They're traveling out to the West Coast, and they're just kind of like, oh, this is a West Coast game in Seattle. It's going to be so hard. No, they've gave us their best shot every time. I really feel like they have. So it's going to be a bit of a brawl, you know? It's like those movies where you get the action movies where the guy, it's that silly scene where you get the two brawlers and one guy hits one guy, and then the other guy swings and hits the other guy, and then the other guy comes back and hits the other guy, and it's like, that would never happen in a real fight. It's going to be a little bit like that maybe this week. We're just one big swing after another by each side. Music Kingdom, how is Brian Monet looking? We really need him against the Vikings run game. We do. You felt a lack of his presence in this game for sure, especially in stopping the run. Does not look good. Does not look good. By all accounts, it does appear like it's going to probably take him another week to get back at this point. And we didn't get anything out of really the guy we brought off the practice squad either. The former Cardinals first-round pick defensive end. He didn't give you much of anything either, so... Unfortunately, it looks like you're going to probably get one of those two guys again this week with Brian Monet out. Versace Python says, do you think Wilson's reaction for throwing mostly YOLO passes and backyard football plays is an issue having to do with his height? Can't seem to stay in a pocket and have success. It could be. It's an equal problem I have with both Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson, where I know why you want to stay in a positive mindset, or where Russell Wilson will say, I want to be in a neutral mindset, or I don't want to linger too long on the negativity. I know why they have that philosophy, and I know that it bears out a lot of fruits for both of them in having that philosophy. But they also don't sometimes understand the other side of that, where there are times where you just have to own something in order to change it. If a mistake happens and you always explain it away with some silly excuse, well, then you're not going to ever change it. So when they look at Kyle Fuller and they say, well, yeah, he's been playing solidly and his mistakes are the coaching staff's not totally in command. That's not accurate. That's not accurate to what the problem is. So how are you going to help to fix it at that point? And that's why I harp on it so much, because you guys have to wrap your heads around what you're doing wrong and you're not necessarily. And to fall back into the same old habits is another indication of that. It's a good point, Versace, and yeah. I think it could be a little bit of his height, but I tend to think not necessarily as well. I can watch Kyler Murray in this game against the Vikings hitting short shots all over the place, utilizing the short part of the field. You can do it. The more the thing I think with Wilson, it's more of a want to. He knows he's so good with the deep shot, and it's so often there for him that he just wants to lean to it, rather than what you've got to do is embrace the short passing game. You've got to really embrace it. You got to trust your pre-snap stuff. He doesn't always trust his pre-snap stuff. He sometimes will get confused on it. So then that leads to other issues and problems out of that. But it's more for him about committing to it. And he's going to have to do it, or it's going to limit him as far as his future, not just in Seattle, but in the NFL. I don't care whether he goes to an offensive-minded coach or not. It won't matter, because he won't be able to run that offensive-minded coach's attack if he doesn't embrace the short and intermediate passing game. It's got to become a part of his process. And it's going to take some time. I'm not surprised it's going to take us some time through the season to get there. But he's got to get there to take the next step as a quarterback. And if he takes that next step, the luckily part of this is, if he can take that next step, you will see the best version of Russell Wilson you have ever seen in his entire career by far. That's the upshot of this. That's why I was so in favor of the Waldron hiring, because that's what you will get at that time. But it does require step A before we get to step B. Earl Larson says Vikings are looking for some payback. Then at the Niners. Then the Rams at home on Thursday night. Looks tough. We'll see, Earl. We'll see. And I'm sure you guys are, we've beaten you up on quite a few times recently, so it's understandable that you guys want to get back at us, but we're going to be fighting mad too. We ain't coming in here just, doggy paddling. So we're going to give you our best shot as well. Expect that too. Tommy Eaton, what about the Dolphins? AFC team, 2 hurt quarterbacks, thought they would compete this year. Pretty good defense. I never thought the Dolphins were going to get it done, not when you have Tua Tagovailoa as your quarterback. You could see the situation coming that's already happened, where he's been injured once again. He's injured every single year of his career as a quarterback. He's limited as a passer. They're going to go to a new quarterback after this year. If it's Deshaun Watson, or if it's Aaron Rodgers, or if it's Russell Wilson, they're going to go to a different quarterback after this season, because that is going to hold them back, in my opinion. I thought they would compete up there, but they're in a tough division. They are in the respective. Jets aren't great, but New England and Buffalo is still, I think, every bit as good as we probably thought they were at the start of the year. It just makes it hard for the Dolphins, because you're kind of clearly at that point, really the third place / just maybe pushing into second place team. So I think that there's still a team coming together. I'm still a believer in Brian Flores, but I think that they do need to get the quarterback position right if they're going to have any hope to move forward, as well as the offensive line for that is still, to me, a little bit of a work in progress, and they need to get that thing right too. Jason McEward, anybody who watches this Hawks Nest, Brandon is the #1 Seahawks news person on YouTube. Straight up the best in the business. Glad I caught this one live. Oh, Jason, you are very kind. You guys are always kind, man. I mean, just like, goodness, thank you. Very nice of you to say, man. I try to put on the best ice show I can and be as educated on my stuff as I can get for you guys, just so I'm delivering the goods. Hopefully, ideally. Jackson Shore, my main concern for this game is Dalvin Cook and Trey Flowers. Well, it's good main concerns, Jackson. I probably would have those same main concerns as well if we're moving Trey Flowers back out there and he's going to be matched up on. I think Thielen's an okay matchup for him to a degree, but Justin can give him some problems. Could get ugly again. I think Trey had a pretty good. I may be wrong on this, but I think the Vikings game last year he played a little bit and did all right. I have to go back and look, but I believe so. And thank you again to Mark for the $5 donation on that. I appreciate you. Versace, I'm curious to know what Wilson's career passing rating is when throwing short passes and down the middle. I think he has issues seeing the plays develop because of his hype for the short passes. There was a stat on Twitter. I will try to locate it, Versace, if I can for the next live stream. But there was a stat posted this offseason on Twitter, which was just basically it's like a shot chart you'd get in basketball, right? Where they'll show you where the guy shot all the shots and where he made his shots from. So this was one for quarterbacks where it was a shot chart of where they throw to. And you guys can find this on Twitter. It's a real in-depth chart. But what it essentially shows is it was all the quarterbacks in their career and where they throw to. And what it showed with Russell Wilson is, especially on the intermediate passing game, he just does not. It's not a matter of even doesn't throw it well or inaccurate. He just doesn't throw it, but hardly at all. And when he does, he hasn't been great at it. So it's a part of his game that's been throughout his career, that opening part of his game. I would argue a little bit of that Versace, though, to me is, again, commitment rather than an inability. It's the commitment to it. It's having an offensive coordinator holding his feet to the fire saying, no, you will stay in the pocket of the short passing game. You will trust in that process. We're not going to make it Miracle Russ all day. So to me, it's more of that. It could prove to be what you're talking about, of more of a little bit of a height situation. But especially being that when you look at that passing chart, it's not the short passes, which you would think would give him the biggest problem. He does not great at short passes, but the glaring thing that jumps out to you about the passing chart is it's the intermediate passes that he's not trying. And the intermediate passes, we're talking 10, 15 yards down the field type passes, right? And those ones should be ones that he has a little bit more adept at being able to see versus the short stuff. You have a running back 4 yards and you have a defensive lineman between you and he's not far enough down the field for you to see, right? That's going to be a problem at that point. So to me, it feels more like commitment, but you could be right. It could end up being height as well. Could be a bit of both. Jackson Shore says, do the Vikings have a good offensive line? They have a good run-first blocking offensive line. They're very much, as somebody noted earlier, a lot like the Titans' offensive line when it's running at its best. It's built to be a run-blocking first unit. You put them in a position to have to pass protect too often, you can expose them a little bit. But they're not a putrid offensive line pass blocking unit. So they're not god-awful, but they're really good as run blockers. And they've done a good job in recent years in how they've drafted guys like recently Ezra Cleveland there, who they might lose somebody and they've got somebody that they're putting right back into the ranks of it. They understand that they have to continually keep kind of re-upping at that position rather than like letting it slowly die out as we see some teams do with their offensive line where they'll have a good unit and then it just slowly starts to fade away and they never quite try to add into the ranks. This team's done that and that's what's kept it good. But that Cardinal game with guys like I said, Watt and Chandler Jones on that line, they were pushing guys off the line of scrimmage continuously. I mean, there was 10-yard runs there for Dalvin Cook, and there were times he was cutting back, but there's a lot of times he's just going right up through the hole, right up through where everything was supposed to go. They're really, really good, and they do a variety of things too with it. They don't just do one run. They're not just outside zone, inside zone. They'll do pitch plays. They'll do counter back around. They did one run where it was like a real slow roll counter, where everything looks like it's going to the strong side of the formation, and Cook starts that way and then sort of wraps back around to the weak side of the formation and takes the running back. And it didn't get a lot, but it was a real inventive type of running play. True Design Note says Josh Norman was signed by San Francisco. From what I saw, he's been better than Flowers. Hard to imagine it would be worse than what we're seeing out there. That's for sure. That's for sure. I think Seattle may be eventually having their sights on Sherman with this one too. Which, if they're passing on some of these veterans who might be available out in the market, it may be an indictment of the fact that they're just waiting on the Sherman thing to come around. And sorry about my nose here, folks. I'm dealing with this little bit of a cold today, so just please bear with me. It'll be a little 24-hour bug, I'm sure, but I'll be right back. Jason McEwert says Adams to play a huge role versus Vikings. Defense wins championships. Go Hawks. It's an old saying. It's a cliche saying, but you know what they say about cliches is they're cliche for a reason. And defense winning championships continually year after year does prove itself. You still have to have an offense. You can't just have no offense and just have a defense running everything for you. You're not going to get the days anymore of like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2000. You've got to have a functional offense in the playoffs. But you also have to have a defense that can shut the opposition down somewhere or another, by hook or by crook. And it's why I am harping as much as I am throughout this on the defense and them playing better. We need them to play better to get to what we're hoping to be the ultimate goal for this year. And if they're just muddling through, if they're just kind of a middle of the road, 18th overall type defense, I can't see us getting to a Super Bowl with that, even if the offense really starts clicking and hitting full gears by mid-year and on. CWE Bed-Stuy says, Go Hawks, go Hawks. How you doing, Bed-Stuy? Versace Python, you are describing The Walking Dead. Truth is, I know it exactly. Wentz was looking suicidal on Sunday. Vox, do you think Metcalf's going to be a problem like Terrell Owens? Well, Terrell Owens was probably the biggest problem child of a lot of problem childs and divas in the receiverville throughout the last 30, 40 years in the NFL. I mean, he's the gold standard for dysfunctional receivers who got egos the size of Texas. I don't think Metcalf's at that point in there. Whereas a lot of times with Terrell Owens, what he was doing, it seemed like shenanigans to just raise his profile. So like he scores a touchdown and he rips out a Sharpie and signs the football and hands it to his agent. And he knew what that was going to cause, and he knew what that was going to, or the stuff he does with his, working out in front of the press as he's in a contract dispute. Those were things that were obviously stuff to just raise his profile, make his ego get fed. Whereas with DK, a lot of what happens with him at times is it's him trying to do his best. It's him. There's a thought process behind what he's doing out there and trying to be that bully and trying to be that guy to, enforce your will on an opponent. That's old ass football. That is old as time in football. And to think that just because the football's gotten a little softer in recent years and that the hitting's been legislated out a little bit, it still is a vibrant part of the sport. Mano y mano. I'm taking your manhood. And it isn't always pretty getting that done. Now, is he overstepping his line? Is he going a little too far? Yeah. But he's doing it by trying to make a block too hard or a little too much woofing. He's in the intensity of the game is what I'm saying. Whereas Owen's stuff seemed just silly and stupid and completely unnecessary and wasn't in the goal of really accomplishing anything productive for his team. Jackson Shore, Jacob Eason then came in and threw it to Jalen Ramsey. As a Husky fan, I cringed. Yeah, he threw away Wentz's really decent day there against the Colts in just one throw at that point. But hey, Wentz, don't get yourself injured. Give yourself a chance to be available. That's a lesson you should have learned by this point. Versace Python, Pete Carroll, Robinson has a really neat opportunity to be special. MSR Rook, hopefully this is the only one of these games this year, but I will say I think this team has too many good players, veterans, to not have a really good bounce back win. Confident in this team this week. Agreed, MSR Rook. You shouldn't suffer this loss, but upon also should have not suffered this loss is you should be able to bounce back. You should have a crew that shouldn't have two of these losses go back to back. You should be able to right this ship. You should have the talent, the leadership, the ability to get that done. And that's one of the reasons that I am predicting a win this week. Lance Graham, Seahawks are going to have to worry about Justin Jefferson. Very much so. You can line him up in a variety of different ways. This guy can be on the outside. He can be on the inside. Excellent route runner. Fantastic hands. Nothing he kind of can't do out there on the football field as a receiver goes. And Seattle's going to have an answer for him, because somebody's getting matched up on Dre Flowers, whether it's their other guy, Thielen or Jefferson, somebody's getting it. So, they're going to have to hold on. CWE, Bed-Stuy, Norton needs to be fired. He's the worst defensive coordinator of all time. He literally talked about his sex life in an interview, then talking about Seahawks defensive struggles. I don't disagree with you, Bed-Stuy. I don't like Norton either. To me, the only impetus that would really draw me, though, at this point to bring on a new defensive coordinator is if Coach Carroll's going to get the hell out of that defensive coordinator's way. And I don't have a whole bunch of confidence that they're going to do that. I think Coach Carroll is going to put his fingerprints over any defense that he has beneath him. And I think he's at his best right now, and would be at his best, Coach Carroll would be, to be more of a figurehead-like coach, be more sitting in that Bill Parcells type role of just kind of looking over everything and trusting his assistants and letting it roll. I don't think Coach Carroll has that in him to do that. But why I don't really think about Norton in that respect with it is because I think it's more Coach Carroll than Norton. And Norton's there to be more of a yes man. I don't like Norton. Don't get me wrong there, but I just don't think it makes a difference by whoever. It could be Chris Rashad, Norton, Bradley, whoever. They're going to be still running Coach Carroll's defense at the end of the day and running it exactly as he sees fit, as he's dictating to them. Coach Carroll is certainly not a hands-off kind of guy. Lance Graham says Seahawks defense needs to stop roughing the passers, taunting, and doing pass interferences. It'd be great if they did. Like I was saying a little bit earlier on this, when it comes to penalty situations, Lance, if you look at Coach Carroll throughout his time in Seattle here, we've been, even in the Legion of Boom era days, one of the more higher penalized teams in the league. It didn't stop us from having the ultimate success in 13 and 14, so therefore it's not going to be a situation I harp on or dwell on too often. It killed us this last week. But I don't think that it will be the thing that upends this season is that we became too highly penalized a team. I think we will be a highly penalized team, but we'll be probably looking at, well, we couldn't stop the run. Well, anybody who wanted to throw anywhere they wanted to throw on us, they could get it done. That'll be more likely what we're looking at when we look at this, or that Russ didn't adapt to the new offense. I don't think we'll be saying it's a penalty situation. Spencer Smith, nothing to say, just a $10 donation from Spencer Smith. I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much. You're very kind. You guys are all very kind today on the donos. So thank you so much for that, Spencer. I appreciate you, and also a member of the channel, well representing the channel. Jackson Shore says, my prediction is Russ gets a rushing touchdown. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, there was times that Murray was able to break contain on that Minnesota Vikings team in that game I saw. You more often than not with a guy like Russell Wilson or Kyler Murray, you're going to employ more of a mush rush, which is the slow rush and contain your edges. Don't let the quarterback get around. Now, Kyler's just hard to contain, so some of this is Kyler. But the Vikings were kind of getting concentrated more often than not on their rushes and just getting to the quarterback and not on maintaining that contain as much. And Kyler made them pay for it. So if Russell can do the same side to get the same situation, there will be some openings in that secondary if he can break free of that pocket. Truth is, I know it says Russ can't run like he used to, but he can still make plays outside the pocket more than he's showing. We can move the pocket and rip the defense apart like they did for the Goff or the Rams. A little bit more of the play action under center would be nice to see out of this week. I think to your point on that, Truth is, I know it. And Russ can still move. He's not what he was before, but he's still an upper mobile quarterback in this league. And where he is. He just can't run read option stuff and things like that anymore. Jackson Shore, I find it funny that the Jets took Zach Wilson and traded Sam Darnold when it was obvious Adam Gase was the problem. Dude ruins quarterbacks. Yeah, I didn't think that Sam Darnold ever got really a super fair shake because of that. On top of it, when you looked at the Jets, they didn't really build much of an offensive line around Darnold. They didn't give him much as far as guys to throw to, playmakers. Not really any good running back. The guy didn't have a lot to work with. It's not surprising they didn't look good when that was the case. I don't think that Darnold's going to suddenly become a Pro Bowler, but yeah, I think the Jets could have made an easy argument there of keeping Darnold and maybe trying to go another direction. We'll see where Zach kind of ends up. I wasn't the biggest Zach Wilson guy coming out of the draft, so I kind of have my opinions on him, but he was certainly loved by a lot of people that are very smart football people who know what they're looking for in quarterbacks. So, we'll see with him. Luther Strickland, Daryl Taylor needs more snaps. Luther, I agree with you 100%. I think Taylor and Alton Robinson both need to get more snaps. And part of what annoys me, Luther, with people telling me that the defense got wore down when you were limiting in this game the number of snaps to Taylor, when you were limiting in this game this number of snaps to Alton Robinson. I feel like both of those two guys could have helped you in some respect. Tom Eden, blame the offense when the defense gave up 33 first downs and the offense scored 30 points while playing prevent defense with 3 minutes left. Titans have 3 timeouts on the 48. And I think you're talking to some of the folks in the chat, not me on that, Tommy, of course, because I'm of course not blaming the offense. Luther, Adams needs to be involved more in blitz packages. They tried to rush him quite a bit in this last game, more so than what they did in the Colts game, Luther, and he just couldn't get home. The Titans blocked it up really well. Give him credit. They did a good job with picking him up and finding him and prepared well for him in his blitzes. But I think he will eventually break through here, Luther. He's too good of a player to get shut out in this realm of things, and he'll find a way in there here sooner than later, I'm guessing. Jackson Shore, you're a trooper for doing a live stream while not feeling well. I used to skip school just because I didn't feel like it, but now I'm in college, can't do that anymore. No, it's you skip in college, you're behind. You just get far behind. Is that much more work that stacks up ahead of you? But yeah, I'm not decimated, just a little bit run down a little bit. So I was like, that's not enough to knock me out. I still want to do this live stream and stuff. And I really want this year to commit to getting 2 live streams out a week, no matter what. I really do. I want to keep getting this channel rising and gaining traction and growing and everything else. Because, the long-term goal on this is to be able to do this at nearly an everyday pace for you folks. Even if it's an hour a day here or whatever, but to be able to give you guys content at all times and just dive in fully. Just be 100% football 24/7. But I appreciate that, Jackson. I'm making through. I'm rugged and on through. We're gritty like our Hawks here. MSR Rook, it's only week 3. Can we stop talking about how the season is over? Let's just wait a little bit longer. Agreed, MSR Rook. Agreed. I think everybody's impatient here. We'll be good. We're gonna wait. We're all wait and see. Wait and hold. Hold. Eric Hanna, defense. No one is aggressive enough as far as the corners, so the defense is soft and giving up easy completions when the pass rush is not there. No one is aggressive. So I think by aggressive enough, Eric, it would be playing press. And so if you're going to come up and you're going to play press, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Eric, I'd like to see more press. I don't know if you have the personnel right now that can play press. If Trey Flowers comes up and play press, I don't know that he's not just going to have a guy run right past him at that point. I don't know if DJ Reed's big enough to come up and be a factor in playing press, especially if he's going up against a 6'1" corner on the other side. And if we're talking about these 2 guys playing man-on-man, you brought a whole bunch of cornerbacks onto your team that are all zone-based centric corners. And a zone-based centric corner does not make a good man-based corner. Usually they come in one flavor or the other. Sometimes they can be good at both, but it's a rarity. And so if you were to try to ask these cornerbacks to come up and play like that, they would, I think, fail pretty remarkably. I don't like the soft zones either, Eric, but that's the way the defense is constructed, is to give up short completions and protect against deep. The big problem here comes into play of you gave up deep passes against the Titans. You got hit on chunk plays, which you're protecting against in your defensive secondary. And you got hammered in the running game, which as your foundation of your defense is supposed to be to stop the running game. To me, those are more of the 2 of the parts defensively that you've got to fix. The soft zones just aren't going to go anywhere. Again, Eric, I'm not going against you in that it frustrates me. I get tired of watching the short, easy completions. I mean, Titans hit the running backs like 6 straight plays in a row underneath in this game, wide open with not a defender within 10 yards of them. It was really frustrating. It is, but it's not that side of our defense just isn't changing anytime soon. Luther Strickland says, Kyle Fuller is too tall to be a center. His movement is too slow. I don't see anything about him that's a plus player as an offensive lineman, and I still try to understand and wonder exactly what it is about him that drew them to him so much to make them think they could trust him if Posick went down. Because this coaching staff obviously did feel that way, that they saw something in Fuller, and I don't know what it is that they've seen. I haven't seen it in the preseason. I haven't seen it now in a couple of these regular season games. It's just sometimes the coaching staff sees things in guys that I just don't quite understand where they're getting their data from. Luther says, when are we going to see Sidney Jones? I would reckon to guess, Luther, you'll see Sidney Jones when he's over whatever little tiny groin injury he's had. So he showed up on the injury report last week with a groin injury. I think he was a little bit in the game last week, but I think they're trying to protect him a little bit with that. But if he's able to be near 100, if he's 90%, they're gonna throw him out there over the top of Trey Flowers at this point. I can't imagine they're going to trot Trey back out there again if Sidney's ready to go. But if he's not ready to go quite yet, I think you can take that as indicative of the fact that he's still dealing with the leg injury. And thank you again, Spencer, for that $10 donation. You are awesome. Cowboys are number one. Wow, I just ran into some volleyball segments and they slow down to a still. They slow down to a still of the lower female view. I mean, it makes me work out to get one now. But also, is that okay in today's society? Well, Cowboy, I'm not going to be the guy to say that it's got to get taken down. I'm not going to be that guy, because if it gets slowed down to that still, I'm not a gentleman enough to look away. And that's just me being honest. I'm going to be looking. So, am I not part of the problem then? Bash M, I wish Pete trusted Russ like how Harbaugh trusts Lamar. He lets his quarterback decide what's going to happen in a big time moment. Pete throws the punt team out there. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's very much, you want to break everything down on Russell Wilson if eventually he leaves, and it will be a lot of different things that are the reasoning behind why that is. I was hit too much. You didn't build an offense around me and let me really cook. We can go through all the reasonings. There'll be a variety, and he'll tell us why if he does. But I think above all else, it will be that he never got that full trust from Pete to let me command this. Let me run this. Let me know I can do this. I've been here. I know what you want done. I know who you want to execute. Let me get it done. But give me some room here. Give me some rope. And Carroll never gave him that rope. He says, I'll let you, but the rope's going to be taut. And the second that you stop, I'm pulling it back. Well, that's not trust. That's the illusion of trust. But I think it will be the thing that Russell does probably point to when it's all said and done above all else. If it goes that way. And I hope it doesn't, by the way. I always got to say that. Hope it doesn't. Spencer says, go Hawks and keep the faith. Spencer, we are keeping the faith. And you better believe go Hawks. You better believe go Hawks. Jackson, do you think we can drag Max Unger or Robbie Tobeck out of retirement? Both are better than Fuller. I bet you Unger right now off of his couch might give you a little bit better ability, especially as a pass blocker than Fuller. Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures, Jackson. You got to do what you got to do. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, if we can win one of the next two games, is there a corner we can trade for? Well, the top three guys I would put out there, Jose, would be, you could look at Stephon Gilmore, because now you're looking at him coming off the PUP after week 7, so you could have him by week 8, and you're talking about the next two games. We're week 4, so you have a couple weeks until you'll be able to get him back into the ranks at that point. You just have to hold on until then. Richard Sherman obviously is out there, and it was reported this week that we are the front runners to land Richard Sherman. The only other guy that I can think of right now that would maybe be a possibility they'd look at would be C.J. Henderson if the Jacksonville Jaguars did want to move off from him, Jose. Beyond that, I would say that any other names we would look at, we got to wait on for a lot of the reasons of waiting on the other positions, being that we need to see a couple of teams fall back from Contenderville who now are willing to go into a little bit more of the fire sale mode, be it like a Philadelphia Eagles, as I pointed to with a guy like Jason Kelsey or Fletcher Cox. It gets a little bit tougher with the cornerback situation just because there's not a clear guy on some of these lesser teams that you could gravitate towards. There really isn't. Maybe the Colts, you could reach out for a guy like, who's the guy that got injured right now that didn't play for us, didn't play against us or hasn't played the last couple of weeks. I'll remember his name in a second, but he would maybe be a guy. Sorry, guys. I'm falling apart here. He might be somebody there, Jose, that you could take a look at, but give me a couple more weeks on that one, Jose. Let me take a look a little bit further. Bradbury with the Giants might be a guy that you can pluck from them at that point. He could be a guy that might be interesting to them, especially with them in 0-2 and them looking like their season's going kind of down the drain right now. So that'd be another guy. He'd be interesting. Truth is, I know it says Lamar King's an all-pro compared to LJ. Facts, dude. Facts. But they look really similar. Like their build, you can put those guys side by side and be like, just by their build, be like, oh, are they brothers? Adrian D, the second half of the Titans game worried me a bit. Too early in the season for this type of playmaking. Same here, Adrian. And I think that's where we mostly all land at. I think when we look at this Titans game in retrospect, it's not an end-all, be-all determinant for the rest of the year. But what it is it's a really bad loss. It's one of your worst losses in recent years for a couple of different reasons. And that's where it gets concerning. It may just be a one-off. There's plenty of still time to get this thing back on the tracks. It's again, not an end-all, be-all, but it's not just also something you just throw into the trash and be like, well, that's over with. Because there are things that happen with that game which have a good chance of showing themselves again over the course of this year if the Seattle Seahawks don't fix it. And fixing it may be easier said than done. Tommy says, I mentioned the Dolphins earlier as a potential team to snag a player off before the trade deadline. They fit the bill of what you described. Who should we look for? Let me look here. It's hard. So here's the tough part with the Dolphins. They run one of the more blitz-heavy schemes in the entire NFL, which we're not a blitz-heavy scheme. We're, a read and react 4-3 under type scheme. So, there's not going to be as many guys that are going to fit at least defensive side of the ball for what you'd look at for that team. And then when you look at them on the offensive side of the line, there's not really anybody that you're going to be able to pluck for them that you're going to like as far as a lineman goes for them. So you're really down to like a wide receiver, and the only two wide receivers that I could see that you maybe would take a look at would be Devontae Parker and William Fuller, but that's really about it. Defensive side of the ball, Xavier Howard signed a new deal. He's not going anywhere. Byron Jones isn't going anywhere either. They both, and again, I don't even know if either of those two corners would be necessarily scheme fits for this system, but everything else as far as their defense is concerned, there's really not a guy that I think is going to fit, or be an upgrade here for us. Because so much of what their defense does is manufactured. It's manufactured pressure. It's having the smart coach who can put the players in all the right situations. At least on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, it's a different story for them, of course, but at least on the defensive side of the ball. Jackson Short says, I hope Trey stays off Twitter. The things we say about him can't help his confidence. Hopefully not. I think the way he played last week probably didn't help his confidence as much as anything. Adrian E., and I don't really like that neutral philosophy because of what happened in the offseason with his O-line and his agent with trades. I'm not a fan of it either. I understand the mental coaches stuff and the mind state of an athlete where they're trying to get into a place where we normal humans in our society don't have to think of in that same term because they're all looking for an edge. They're all looking for that place to get it. But again, there's a little bit of like, and I'm sure you guys have all had it. We all have the friend out there that's really about 15 years ago got into this book called The Secret. I'm sure all of you guys had some friend out there that did so. And it was this thing of you can manifest your reality, All you got to do is just think of power of positivity. Just throw out the negative and just all positive. I hated the philosophy then, and I hate it now. I think that there is a little bit of a toxicity in being completely negative all the time, but that same toxicity can be equally applied to being positive all the time. And that's why I think sometimes people, former teammates with Russell, have hit him a little bit for being, lack of genuine. You're not owning things here fully. You're kind of staying into this like, yeah, it went bad, but stuff happens weirdly in life. No, stuff didn't weirdly happen in life. You made a mistake. Just say that. I made a mistake. And, that's the part where I don't know that there's always that owning of it. And again, why I harp on that is because when you make a mistake, the reason why you have to own the mistake is because it's the key element to fixing the mistake. If at every time you're just passing away or you've got an excuse or you say something like Russell will say where he says, yeah, I hold on to the deep ball and that sometimes causes me to get hit and get sacked and stuff. But then I also get a lot of big plays from it. Where even when he'll start to, at the start of the statement, take the responsibility, he puts on the back end of the statement, but there's also this other reason. And I don't know about your guys, my daddy always told me, any man that says anything and then adds a but at the end, none of that stuff meant jack diddly off what he said prior to the but. The but basically throws everything on the front aspect of the sentence away at that point. Maybe not every time, but it seems like that way with him a little bit. Diehard Hawks fan, I want to see Brooks play pissed off for being benched last Sunday. I'd like to see it too. He's a first-round pick. I need to see more from a first-round pick than what we've seen so far from the guy. So, there's a variety of other ways they could have gone with a lineman at that pick right now. That'd be having a lot bigger effect on this team, a lot better effect on this team than what Brooks is supplying. Lance Graham says, I think Russ needs to throw it in the direction of Lockett or Metcalf. They will catch it. Google lied. How is Shell? Is he related to the great Art Shell? Yeah, Brandon Shell is suffering through a little bit of an injury right now. It's a touch and go as to whether or not he will make it to the starting lineup this week. I think if I was to make a guess and lay money in Vegas right now, I'd probably put it on. You're probably going to see Jamarco Jones start in this game. But yes, indeed, he is the son of former Raider great Art Shell. Raider great as a tackle and as a head coach. Not a great head coach, but he was a great tackle. Tommy Eden says, Wilson reminds me of an NBA player who can only drive the ball to the basket or only shoot the three. Soon as you develop the mid-range jumper, you will be deadly. Takes time to undo bad habits, though. I love it, Tommy. That's a solid comparison. It frankly is, because built within your comparison is mid-range jumpers in basketball are things that can develop. It's something that you can be a guy that has no mid-range game, and then it starts to come along, and sometimes it even takes years to come along. It's not something you just fix over an off season, but you see develop into the 6th, 7th year of your game, and you can actually do it a little bit. And yeah, I think Wilson can still bring these elements into his game, even as an old vet, even as a guy that it's not going to be easy to get it done. I still think he can do it because he's such a hard worker, and I do believe that so much of it is built upon committing to it. It's not a matter of a not being able to, it's a matter of want and will. And it takes that to be successful at it, specifically the short and intermediate passing game. Jackson Shore says, so Russ is Steph Curry then? He is a little bit like Steph Curry. I think that's a pretty solid comparison if we're looking at basketball players, you know? Yeah. Basically, as Tommy said. Michael Benzar. Hey, I don't know if I asked this question or not, but are you from or live in Washington? Yeah, no worries, Michael. Yeah, I do currently live right now in Spokane. I'm originally from around in the Seattle area, right down in the Everett-ish, Linwood-ish area. So I lived all over the North Corridor, though, but I grew up in Western Washington. I'm just over here in Spokane because, I don't know, I like it in Spokane, honestly. Like, I love Seattle, but it's getting so packed over there. It's just the traffic and the toll roads. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I might eventually, though, end up in Seattle, back in Seattle. So I tend to be a little bit of a gypsy. I got to move every couple of years or my feet fall asleep. Ivan Cuevas, no more penalties. You're always going to get penalties with a Coach Carroll team, Ivan. That's just the way it is. They price it doing business for having Coach Carroll as your head coach. But you are right in that you don't need to have 10 penalties for 100 yards. That's a little bit beyond the pale. So they do need to tamp it down a little bit. But I never think you're ever going to see Coach Carroll team in the top 5 for the least amount of penalties in the NFL. He just doesn't roll like that. Adrian D, I love to see when nobody blames Jason Myers for missing, I think, the extra point, especially in close games like this one in the Cardinals last year. We could have easily blamed Myers. My reasoning for not blaming Myers in this game is as follows, Adrian. Jason Myers makes that field goal or makes that extra point. Now the Titans go up the field, they score a touchdown, and instead of going for their extra PAT, which is what they did, is kicked an extra PAT to tie the game, now they have to go for 2. With the way that the Titans offense was driving through the course of that second half, do you trust our Seattle Seahawks to stop the Titans on the 2-yard line for that extra 2-point conversion? I don't. So I'm aware of the Myers miss, but I don't give that. If you had been better defensively, if you give me any sort of indicator that you could have gotten that 2-point attempt stopped, I might be a little bit more on Myers for missing it. And it's certainly been a place that's been his little picadillo that he can't seem to get around, where he's money from any field goal from anywhere, from any distance, but you give him the 15-yard PAT and he suddenly starts to have his hands shake. I don't know why, and it's a little annoying, but I can't put that as the reason on this game that you lose this particular game. Jackson, if Pete runs the defense, why is Norton here? Pete should be head coach, defensive coach. The answer to that one's really easy, Jackson. How many head coaches, defensive coordinators are there in football? 0. How many head coaches are also offensive coordinators in football? 0. Why would that be the case? Would there not be maybe some coaches who would like to be it? Yeah, but because the second you do that as a head coach publicly and say that you're going to take over that, you're going to run this, it's your baby, well, then you got to own it. And when it goes wrong, that's more of an ownership on you of a coach of it going wrong. You lose less of a intermediary, you have less of a point where you can blame it all on them essentially instead of it falling back on you a little bit. And so a little bit of Norton becoming the guy who's got to fall on his sword a little bit, even though it is Pete. And that Norton's agreed to do that and being given a defensive coordinator job here, being that he got fired from Oakland, it was Oakland at the time, for not doing a particularly good job under Gruden. So you don't see that anywhere across the league. Brian Parento, I'm sorry, Brian, I probably mangled your last name on that. Hope you're doing well, Brian. Welcome to the chat. Says, since 2019, Seattle is 13-4 on the road. Fantastic stat to bring up, Brian. Thank you for coming to the chat and posting that up. That's awesome. You're providing some Find some optimism in here, man. We get a little bit of happiness, optimism. That's a great stat, though. We have been fantastic on the road recently. As much as we maybe dial back a little bit playing at home, we're not as dominant there. We have upped it up on the other side of things, doing really well on the road. And even in 10 a.m. games, Brian, it's not even been like we've just had a bunch of prime time or 1 o'clock games. You had to play at that 10 a.m. time on the road a lot of times, and just you gotten the job done. Be good to see if they can at least sustain that moving forward into the season. 8822 Bug says, will Eskridge be back or is Penny Hart in at wide receiver 3? Eskridge is not likely to be back at this point. You have to practice by Wednesday to get back onto the active roster for game day. I would think Penny Hart would be an active guy in this, and that he was still dealing with his own concussion thing last week, which is why we didn't see him last week. But he's the guy you need for the fly sweeps. I mean, if you don't have Eskridge, you really need to go to Penny Hart. We saw with Lockett and Freddie Swain that that's not really their game. So you really do need to find somebody else who's got a little bit of juice to get it done. $8822 Bugs. Oh, sorry, I read that. Drunk Squidward. If Chris Carson runs, we win. Well, if Chris Carson has 20 carries in this game, you win. I think that's what you're trying to say. And yeah, I agree with you. You end up with 20 carries to Carson, then you've been sustaining some drives, turning over some first downs. Probably won the game then. Kept the ball out of the hands of the Vikings. Diehard Hawks fan says Flowers must have been mentored by Kelly Jennings. Maybe. Even Kelly, though, would be calling him out because Kelly would be like, hey, I was 5'11 and 165 pounds soaking wet. What's your excuse, Trey? And Drunk, yeah, they better involve the tight ends more than the tune to one catch as it was last week. You got to get those tight ends implemented. Work them in. Westman, why can't we ever beat the Rams? When we win, it feels like the Rams lost. And when we lose bad. Well, McVay's arrival has certainly been the precursor, Westman, to this happening. And upon McVay's arrival there and him taking the bull by the horns as far as their offense is concerned, has allowed them to really attack Seattle. And specifically, you have to understand that part of McVay's hiring at the time was to knock off the big bad bullies on the block, being the Seattle Seahawks. Take the division guys out. We were running that division a little bit at that time. So you brought in a guy who offensively had a scheme built to basically really go after disciplined defenses. The McVay scheme wants to go after defenses that are exactly like what Seattle is. Not very exotic, very disciplined based, and then really attack that discipline. You know, get their eyes going one way and then you reverse the other way, essentially, in simple terms. And it's had such a devastating effect because it's built to beat us, essentially, specifically offensively. And then defensively speaking, you have a guy in Aaron Donald who is even right now this season still the biggest game-wrecking defensive force in football and has been so for 5 to 6 years. So at least through the McVay period, you've had the biggest game-wrecking force on the defensive side of the ball, on one side of the ball, and then you have an offense that's built wholly to beat specifically your style of defense. That's not always going to bring out the best of results for your particular team. And it hasn't for us. So that's kind of in basic terms why we've not been able to do it. And probably a lot why Westman, when they went for their offensive coordinator this offseason, they tried to strike at one of the main teams that has really had their number recently, being the Los Angeles Rams. Jackson Shore, like I said last week, Robinson makes Cliff Averill like strip sack and gets maybe 5 more snaps. Like, what the F? You did call that one, Jackson. Good call on your part on that one. Man, you knocked that one out of the park. And you did it with him only having 5 snaps in the game. Crazy, man. But props to you on that one, brother. Good call. You get the psychic award of the week. Drunk Squidward, sounds very unethical, but I hope Trey Flowers can't play so one of the other corners can play. Trey Flowers is not good. No, he's not, and he shouldn't be playing. Seahawks Jose, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, man. Feel better. Thanks, Jose. I will see you tomorrow, man. We'll run that up. MSR Rook, Sydney hasn't been on the injury report all week and almost all of week last week. Then they should be trotting him out there at that point, Root. I mean, if he's healthy, he cannot be worse than what you were getting out of Trey Flowers out there. And I watched some of his tape from last year when we brought him in, Sidney Jones, and he looked all right. He looked better than what we're seeing out of Trey Flowers right now. So if he's healthy, get him out there. You don't run that complex of a scheme. You're not going to ask him to do a whole lot of different things, but I think he would be able to do better than what Trey's done up until this point. Green Kid says, last time we played the Vikings, they were playing for their season, and they almost won. At his time again, Vikings are playing for their season and at home. I have a bad feeling about this game. It's going to be a tough game, Green Kid, and you're right. You're going to get their best punch. You're not going to get a team that's going through the motions in practice this week or not taking you seriously or whatever. You're getting a team that, like you said, fighting for their season's life, fighting for a chance of getting into the playoffs again, fighting for a chance to get into that divisional mix. They go 0-3 to start their year out. It's a tough uphill climb, and historically speaking, it shows. You go 0-3, it's tough to get over the top of that. It becomes almost insurmountable in a lot of different respects. But I think we're also going to give him our best hit, Green Kid, because we're coming to this game likewise in a similar state. A lot of guys are getting questioned right now this week. A lot of people are wondering. Russell, Maul, Coach Carroll's defense. A lot of times when they get a question like that, that can bring out some good performances as well when it gets driven in that direction. But I expect the playoff. What I've termed it is you're going to get playoff level intensity in this game, I think, from both teams. Cowboy says, yes, high five. Winifred Fernandez is gorgeous. Drug Squidward says, give Alex Collins a shot give a shot. He looks good. At least give him some carries, right, Drunk Squidward? If he busts off another 25-plus yarder, at least give him another carry. Don't just sit him on the bench the rest of the game, right? Never give him another touch. Much like with the Allen Robinson and Darrell Taylor, you got these guys sitting on the bench, so you go, why? This guy couldn't help you? I think he could. Drug Squidward, what is Ken Norton's scheme? It seems like a mediocre quarterback's like Jared Goff. He's so many yards against the Seahawks. This is a common understanding out there, and you're not wrong, Drunk Squidward. There's a kind of a common understanding among Seahawks fans that average quarterbacks tend to slice and dice this apart. And I have a little bit of a reason for this. And it's little to do with the scheme necessarily. It is to a degree in that you run soft zone. And when you run soft zone schemes, you're going to allow for the opposition to attack those soft zones. And if you have a quarterback who's going to be patient and not get through three quarters and say, man, I've only been throwing 7-yard dink and dunks all game. I just want to let it rip. Chicks dig the long ball, man. Let me go. And what I think happens with that is that when you get a quarterback who's upper level, who's a Pro Bowl level quarterback, he's more apt at one point or another in the game to take that unnecessary shot and not just stay in the pocket and dink and dunk. Whereas a game manager, limited arm strength, is already kind of an overachiever type. He's going to stay back within his game a little more. He's just going to stay patient. You saw this with Tannehill this week, where Tannehill's a top 15 quarterback in this league, but he just stayed patient. He took what was being given to him. And if you as a quarterback can do this against this defense, it's not just Norton's defense and Coach Carroll's defense. If you can do this in Coach Carroll's defense, you will be successful. It just seems like always you get a quarterback who will get impatient over the course of the game, and that's where they can take advantage a little bit. Thoughts on Jalen Mayfield? I don't know a ton on Jalen Mayfield, man. Let me make sure I might be. Oh, the tackle. Yeah, I don't have a lot of thoughts on him as of yet. So he's gonna be another tackle coming out soon. Did I have that right? Jalen Mayfield? So Jalen Mayfield of the Eagles. I don't know much about him. I can't say I know too much on Jalen Mayfield. Jackson Shore, in your opinion, who's been the most disappointing so far? For me, it's Blair. Good question. I've been most trying to think this through. I think I would probably lean more to Trey Flowers at this point, my opinion. And my reasoning on this is this. When I look at Marquise Blair, I see a guy who's playing out of position. He was not a slot corner in college. He was a safety. You've tried to move him to slot corner, and now he's not looking good as a slot corner. It's pretty rare you're ever going to take a safety and move him into the slot. It's not most you do that with most any safeties, and they're not going to look good when you put them in that position. I would offer that this is one of the reasons why, Jackson, I'm so in favor of letting Quandre Diggs move on at the end of the year and putting Blair then into the free safety spot, because he's really a safety at the end of the day. He can play either of them. He can play either free safety or strong safety. He's got the skill set for both, but he's not a slot. He's a safety. And the Seahawks are trying to find a way to get him on the field, which I respect, but you're still playing him out of position, and then at that point, putting him in a position to fail, in my opinion. Elite US UK. Just got off work, man. Could you, if you already went over whose fault you think the Titans game was, could you give me the quick 30-second rundown of what you thought? Thanks, man. Yeah, sure, no problem, Elite. The main thing that I'm pushing on this one and pushing back on is against the folks that put this on the offensive shoulders. When we came into the season, anybody that I talked to in the chat, anybody that I saw that was a figurehead online that spoke about the Seahawks, acknowledged the fact that the offense was going to take some time to work out the kinks to get to full running shape. By week 13, 14, 15, we were expecting improvement from what we see from week 3, is essentially what I'm saying. But within that is, the offense is not going to play spectacularly from the first quarter to the fourth quarter because of that. There is going to be some rough, rugged roads they're going to have to climb. The defense on that side then's got to have to carry the day a little bit because of that. A defense that they put a lot of capital onto that side of the ball. Draft capital, money, bodies. You've stacked it up over there. You put depth there. It shouldn't be a thin defense across the board, especially in the defensive line. Yet they really got worked in this game. I think it's one of the worst defensive performances I've seen under a Coach Carroll team during his whole era. You can point back to last year and you could say, well, look at these offenses that threw for 400 plus yards and Cam Newton throwing the ball all over us and all that. Yeah, but we stopped the run in those games. So we at least did one thing good. In this game, offensively, defensively, you didn't do anything good. There wasn't one thing you could hang your hat on. And that's not acceptable for a defense that's this talented, that's had this much investment put into it, and that needs to frankly help out the offense a little bit here early on in the season as the offense starts to find itself. And if an offense is going to be struggling to find itself and still put up 30 points in a game, I ain't going to be blaming that offense as the problem child here. Cowboys are number 1. I can't sleep too well with a cold. Use a tissue bunched up in your stuffy side like you do when you're bleeding. Tissue in the fluffy, stuffy side, then you rest well until your congestion shifts. Switch sides and you're good to go. Yeah, what I do, Cowboy R, is I lean up the pillows. So I sleep sitting up. So you don't have any of that stuff like drip down in the back of your throat. You keep it all kind of coming down and forward. But it's kind of my technique is I'll just be sitting up. It isn't comfortable and I'm not going to sleep well, but it helps you get it over it a little bit quicker in my opinion. Tommy Eden, what's the game plan this week? I feel like Pete alluded too much to establishing the run, but I really want to see something creative. Maybe 3 tight end sets or Carson and routes. Is Parkinson ready? No word yet on Parkinson, Tommy, on that one. So we're still kind of waiting to hear from that aspect of things. It seems like when Coach Carroll ever talks about what they're intending to do in the future, he's always talking about establishing the run. So he always says that, it's rare when he's got a different answer other than that answer. I don't know if I take too much away from that. They've tried to establish the run the first 2 games already a bunch. So they didn't stick with it in the Titans game, but they tried to establish it. They just weren't very effective at it. My thing with it is that, I'd ask Carroll is like, do you stay with the run even if you're only averaging 2.5 yards per carry? And God forbid one of the media asks him this question when they say that they follow up and they say, but okay, Coach Carroll, does that mean that it's still important to stay with the run when it's not being effective? When you're averaging 10 yards an attempt passing and then you're averaging 2 yards of running play, is it still beneficial to your team? Is it still beneficial to winning football games? I would like to see the media ask Coach Carroll that kind of question. I'm sure we won't get a straight answer, but I still like the question asked. Jackson Shore says, I'm still looking for a loophole that makes Norton leave. That'd be great to have, but you're not going to, I think Tommy mentions it. Pete retiring is your loophole. Adrian D, is there a thing as a couple game contracts? I thought about this since Gordon's being reinstated, but I don't see many of those contracts. It gives off the weird impression of we don't. Yes, actually, to answer your question, Adrian, yes. The key on this is getting past week 1. If you have a player who's a veteran on your squad as of week 1 game, then his contract is guaranteed through the whole rest of the season. But if you have a guy after week 2 and signed beyond that point, you are only on the hook for essentially the bonus money and then what they're on game to game. So like, let's say we sign Josh Gordon and you sign him in week 4 and you sign him to a 1-year, $1 million deal. and there are 13 games remaining, right? And he plays 4 games and then he gets popped for drugs, or he starts getting druggied out or something in the locker room and you want to cut him. Now you're only on the hook then for 4 games of that base salary of that $1 million. But the key on it is getting past that week 1 period to allow for you to do that. And then it gives off the impression of we hope have your success if you sign the contract. It gives off the impression of we don't have hope of success if you sign the contract. Yeah, I think if you have a veteran like Gordon on the street, Adrian, then you can they'll accept whatever deal is coming down the track, so they don't take it as a sign of lack of faith or anything. They'll just take the money that's there to be given to them at that point. Tyler Paul, I'm a huge Seahawks fan, but now I have to realize Seattle isn't really that good. Don't jump to that conclusion as of yet, Tyler. It's 2 games into the start of the season. All right? Yeah, you beat a Colts team that's at least a fairly solid Colts team, and this Titans team barely beat you, and that's a Titan team that's going to go and win the division over there in the AFC North. So as always, we got to put our losses in perspective, and it's a discouraging loss. It's a bad loss, and you may very well be right. But I don't think that that's going to be proven out true after 2 games. You got to wait 4 or 5 games to kind of get to that state where you really know that's where the team is at. Tyler, a lot of NFL seasons go up and down and through a variety of different ways. It's a momentum-based sport, not just within the game, but then within a section of games. And you almost have to split the NFL up into quarters a little bit because it is just so long and there are so many ebbs and flows to it. So it may be that you are right with that, but you do give it a little bit more time of coming to that conclusion. Jay says, I would love to see Gilmore and have a jersey for, and Blair I would love to see Gilmore in and have jersey for and Blair if it has to get done. Yeah, that would probably potentially get a push forward. Tyler says, to blow a big lead at home against Titans is the worst loss you can have, and the worst thing, Titans defense is terrible. We'll see on the Titans defense if they're absolutely terrible. They may be more middle of the road when we find them out. They're a good run-stuffing team, Tyler. Even when the Cardinals were throwing a bunch of yards from them week 1, they were stopping the run really well. So they definitely do at least that. It very well may be true. And I pointed Tyler to this being one of the worst losses we've had recently. It's bad, especially defensively. But not overcomable. And the thing that I point to Tyler, is you can go look at Super Bowl teams that went out there and won the Super Bowl. There's a famous story of this, for instance, I believe on the Patriots' first Super Bowl winning season, where I think the first game of the year they're blown out like 33-0 against the Buffalo Bills, a team that they owned for the next 20 years after that point. But they got that thing turned around. If you checked with those New England fans after that week 1 game, they would have been like, Buffalo Bills, shut us out. We got this ain't going nowhere. Yeah, it's got to give it a little time. Things can turn around. Michael Venzer. McVay's offense was built like Mecha Godzilla to take down Carol's Mecha Godzilla to take down Carol's simple Godzilla. Facts, Michael. Facts. And so much of it, if you want to look for really the base point of it, is the fly sweep stuff, where it's challenging now the defense to stay disciplined in their gap and not get their eyes drugged to the receiver, which gives up running yards, or vice versa. It can be the flood zone concepts that the Rams run, where you'll see it on a crossing route. I mean, one of the things that still kills our Seahawks defense, and Julio Jones was just eating us up with this route, was we'll go 2 sides of the field here, okay? And you have a receiver or you have a tight end. They'll run up the field. You have, let's say, 2 of them. They may even run 2 goes up that field. And what that's going to do is pull the zone defender out of there. You run a crossing route underneath now. Flood concepts. You flood the zone, pull the defenders out of it, then you run the crosser underneath it. And it's stealing. And it's why so often you see in these times we play the Rams where guys will be wide open. It's not because we're not playing good zone. It's that guys are taking the cheese in the zone and they're taking the first guy that comes through the zone, that's really the toughest part about playing zone, is you pick up one offensive player coming through, you cover him through your zone, then you release him through your zone, and then pick up the next defender. It is the very toughest thing to do, and McVay knows it. And it's why so much of his offense is built around exploiting it. Jackson Shore, I have a feeling John is going to make out their panic move, or he's going to fleece someone. It's one or the other. Maybe so. Maybe so on that one. Troops, we don't have the pass rush to play soft zones. The Rams play the softest in the league, but they have a top 5 pass rush. Maybe. Let's see on that, Troops. I mean, again, it's one game where you did have 3 sacks in this game. You hit the quarterback 6 times. Was it consistent pass rush? No. Coming on the heels of hitting Carson Wentz 10 times, having 4 sacks. Let's get a little more data on that before we come to the conclusion that we don't have a good pass rush to overcome the soft zones. It may be the case, but I just can't make that assumption after just 2 games. Jason McEward says, just got my tickets to a Rams game, 10-7-21, to take daughter to her first game. Ooh, what a special experience. Hope she knows how to scream loud. It should come naturally in this family. Oh, it's in the DNA, Jason. That's the nice thing about genetics with this. It's that new agey genetics, you know. Your screaming has somewhere passed along to her in the depths of her DNA to naturally then scream. You won't even have to say it. You just put her and face her to the field, and you will hear this banshee-like cry come out of her mouth. Tommy Eden says, for me, it's Penny. I really hoped he would shine in this offense. Disappointing as he's hurt again. He'd be right there with me as well as one of the more disappointing people too, Tommy, to get this injury. And it's this calf injury that he was dealing with last year. Did you not rehab it up this offseason? How's the same injury kind of popping back up again? Is it just built off of the torn ACL and that this is going to be a problem where you're never really going to ever get over it or around it? Maybe. But yeah, it sucks. Daniel W. Trey Flowers is not the biggest disappointment. The biggest disappointment is the front office's inability to find someone to replace him. Be mad at the front office, not a 5th-round safety convert on a rookie deal. No, I'm going to be disappointed with Trey Flowers, Daniel, because I've tracked Trey Flowers' development for the last 4 years, and he's a better player than what he showed on Sunday. He is a much better player than what he showed on Sunday. And I never think Trey Flowers is a guy that's going to be ever a upper-level corner in this league, but I expect league average play out of him. And he's shown that in the past and an ability to be at that in the past. And to take that step backwards at this point in time in his career by year 4 is a bigger disappointment to me. I was never expecting outstanding play, but to be looking like one of the worst cornerbacks in the entire NFL, which I know everybody loves to bang on Trey Flowers and call him that over his time period here in Seattle, but he's not been that. He's had a couple of bad games over his time, but he's not been that. What he was on this last week was that, though. So I will point to him on that one. Jackson Shore, I agree. I don't think it's smart to extend Diggs. No, you're not going to be putting $28 million into the safety position. You know, especially with all the people here banging on the cornerback room. You don't expect you're ever going to be able to pay a cornerback if you're paying $28 million to your safeties, as you're paying $40-some million to your quarterback, as you're going to be paying $28 million to, or not just $28 million, but you're going to be spending basically $42 million on your receiving core. Like, there's only so much money to spend. Salary cap is finite. Westman, is Jordan Brooks the best first-round pick we've had in the past 10 years? As Jackson Shore answers below you, Westman, Bruce Irvin would be a better first-round pick than Jordan Brooks. And significantly so at this point. Jordan can come around, but Bruce has got him at this spot. If I was to say, though, anybody else, I'm thinking here. Well, that's probably it. Probably it. You use the word best there with an underline, of course, Wes. Cowboys are number 1. Have you ever tried being drunk through an entire cold? It's really a medical time machine. Ha ha ha. I have not, but I'm not a big enough of a drinker to do that, I don't think. So it probably just messed me up. Drunk, if you compare week 1 to week 2, it seems Seattle changed their offensive plan against the Titans. Big bombs down the field compared to week 1 getting 15 or 10 yards. Yeah, I don't know if they adjusted drunk as much as what Tyler Lockett pointed to, is that they fell in love with the deep ball like they did last season, and they fell back into those old habits. Brian Roberts says, did we sign Jace Sternberger? Not that I've seen. Tom Eden, have faith, folks. We've gone 6-6 before and made the playoffs. Drunk Squidward, Seattle has to play with no mercy. They can't give the Vikings any single opportunity, keeping with penalties, making sure we don't get flagged. I don't know, man. It's oh man, excuse me. I don't know if you're going to be able to get around that on that one. I think you're going to get some penalties. I don't think you'll get 10, but you're going to get 5-6 penalties a game with the Seahawks-led Coach Carroll crew. It's the price of admission, unfortunately. Elite, if I wasn't a Seahawks fan, I'd want Russ to go somewhere else where they aren't going to waste his prime. I absolutely hate every year I see Mahomes lighting up the league and Russ being overlooked and analysts not giving him the respect he deserves when anyone who actually watches the NFL knows that Russ is just as good or better than Pat. It's just Andy Reid is a better play caller. I'm open to that being the case, Elite, and I think that there's a high probability that you are correct in that respect. But I will say, there are factors and aspects of Russell Wilson's game that has to grow. I've long lamented that I think that they have to grow by bringing in a modernized offensive coordinator who's going to force that growth, and that having the old school coordinators that they did was not going to do that, to your point with Andy Reid. But Russ has not yet still proven that he can do that. He might be able to. It might be completely within his game. But he's still not yet fully proven he can get that done. We will find out by the end of the season if he does or he doesn't. I'll say that. It will be very crystal clear because he's in a modernized offense now, and he's going to have every opportunity to kind of work into his game. But, we'll know a little bit clearer on that. I tend to agree with you on it, but there is a part of me that does still wonder to that another aspect of things. Jackson Shore, I know you said none of the quarterbacks in this year's draft excites you, but I think we trade Russ. We need to draft one. My theory on this goes like this, Jackson. If you have Coach Carroll move on from Russell Wilson, he may think back, let's go back to the old model that worked for us in 2013 of getting the rookie quarterback on the rookie deal. He may also understand that he's going to be working with a limited quarterback at that time for a year or two until that quarterback can kind of round into shape, and he's going to have to make do. Does he want to do that or go find a veteran quarterback who can kind of just get the job done, hold the water, do just enough offensively, and then try to reformat that defense to really soup it up when he's not paying $40 million to a quarterback? I tend to lean to the other side of it. I could understand why he'd go the other way, where he would go for the young quarterback, because like I said, the model was that way before. But I think Coach Carroll is looking at this time period and understanding that time is of the essence. He doesn't have all day. He doesn't have forever to wait on a rookie quarterback to get into that year three. He's going to be 73, 74 years old by that point. So I just don't know if he'd be as willing to do that. Drew Brandley, how concerned are you with DK becoming a diva receiver? It's starting to become a concern where it hasn't before, Drew. I've been pretty much an apologist of DK on this up until this point. I think a lot of where his problems come out of is coming out of trying to be physically dominant on the football field, trying to kind of put his will on the field. And I can't always say pull the brakes on that, because that's a big part of football. That's a big part of getting in a player's head, of dominating a man, not just physically, but dominating upstairs by dominating physically, essentially. But you can't hurt the team. You can't cause these penalties. I do think to a degree, Drew Brandley, that all really good receivers are all divas in their own way. I've lived long enough to see Jerry Rice throw a tantrum when Steve Young wasn't throwing him the ball enough against the Saints in one particular game like 1990. So I've seen it all over the place. We saw it last year with Devontae Adams in the playoff game with the Packers, where he threw a fit on the sideline when Aaron wasn't getting him the ball enough. It's a part of being a receiver, I think, a little bit. I don't like it, but it's just what it is. I don't think he's going to get to that full-on point, though. I think he'll get himself back under control here. John Robinson says, comment on Staley's defense and how it has revolutionized football. Should Seahawks implement more too high safety looks to keep quarterbacks guessing? Whatever they do, John, I'm more invested in them getting out of the single high look, because I think the cover 3 stuff has seen its day, and the Seahawks beater plays like the crossers that really attack that particular defense are just becoming too much. Yeah, 2 safety highs. I don't know if it's revolutionizing football, Staley's defense, as of yet. I mean, he got to have that 2 single high safety look. With what he basically had was he said, okay, Aaron Donald, you go hunt, and Ramsey, you shut down your half of the field, and then I'll work my scheme around everything else happening on the other side of the field. I mean, that's what really made that Rams defense good last year in a lot of respects, on top of having really good talent. I mean, they had a lot of good guys working across the board there, I felt like, on that given team last year. Some of that talent that they lost this offseason. The split safety look, which is a little bit of what I think you're talking about, essentially having 2 safeties doing 2 different jobs, or a little bit like you'd have where you'd have the cover 2, but then you'd have man corners playing underneath, where you're sort of splitting your coverage looks. You're doing stuff that's a little different, whereas if you have cover 2 before, you maybe normally have an underneath zone defender where you're sort of bracketing them as they go up the field. Whereas now maybe you have them just playing man and the safety's there to keep things cleaned up. I like that. I like it because it's a little bit more unpredictable. having them do different things and not just the same thing over and over again is it keeps the offense on their heels a little bit. They can't be as certain on their play calling or how to attack you. So it's smart. It's more unpredictable, which is always going to be better for a defense, especially a defense, John, that historically speaking has been one of the more predictable defenses in all of football. So I welcome it. I don't know how much they're really implementing that too high safety look they were doing with the split safety stuff, because Seattle will run more cover two stuff if they're going to run the two safeties. They don't get exotic with it like that. And they're definitely not going to run man underneath with the corners and have the safeties running different stuff as well. So you have to get the personnel to make that work. It helps when you got a Jalen Ramsey type that can shut somebody down on the outside. Tyler Paul says, why isn't anybody talking? I think the biggest disappointment is Metcalf. I don't know. I don't like the penalties. Has he been awful as far as a pass catcher to start things off? 4 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown in the first game. Wasn't targeted very much because he was getting doubled a lot in that first game. And in this last game, he had 6 catches for 53 yards. So, is that outstanding production? No. But is that completely whiffing out the gate like Trey Flowers has? No. Or like Rashad Penny has and not even being able to play at this point? No. I have a hard time going that one. D-Nugget says, video liked. Thanks for the great brand, Dino. Thank you for writing that, D-Nugget. If you like what you're hearing right now, or you're hearing this in replay, it doesn't matter. Either way, I don't care. Either one. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel out. It helps the channel grow. As well as this show is sponsored by Manscaped.com. They're one of our new sponsors. We're trying to lock this down long term. So if you've got any sort of manscaping needs at all, don't go to CVS. Don't go buy it somewhere else online. Go to Manscaped.com. Use the 20% off code, my unique code, NEST. Get 20% off and free shipping and help support the channel. I do appreciate it. So thank you for the reminder on that one. Anmal Pata. Hey man, glad to see you again. Glad to see you too, Anmal. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you on. Cowboys are number 1. I'm back. I can't deal with these delusional Dallas fans. Let's quit loving all guys like flawless athlete celebrities because they wear a star. I can't. They make me sick. It's something that I've dealt with here quite a bit. Cowboys are. I'm one of those guys that I definitely get accused at times of being a bit too negative on things. I can oscillate a little bit between both. I try to call them as I see them, and whenever you do that, you get a lot of blowback from it. And you do notice that there are a lot of fans out there that just want to hear about sunshine and roses, and they just want to hear about all of the way that things are great and magnificent, and that doesn't interest me in the least. I'm more interested in truth and honesty, and I'll be wrong. I'm never going to be 100% right ever. No way. But I will always be in the spirit of trying to be as honest and truthful as I can be, even when it's at sometimes the detriment of growing your channel or anything else. I think it's more important to be honest and truthful than it is to say the things that's going to make your channel blow up bigger. D-Nugget says, should have paid Earl and Sherm. I don't know, man. Earl's not in the league, and Sherm still is currently not in the league. Anball Pata, is 28-27 Seahawks win a reasonable score prediction for the Seahawks game? Well, Anball, I've got 30-27. So maybe we're tapping into the reality that's about due to occur. We're very close on our alignment. So I see it as a 30-27 game myself. I see that's where I'm at. John Robinson says, also, the Staley D doesn't require super talented defensive linemen to function at a high level. Talk about the problem of 4-3 requiring high-level D linemen and the Seahawks picking late in drafts. Well, again, I push back a little bit, John, on the doesn't require high-functioning defensive linemen. He has the most highest-functioning defensive lineman in the entire sport in Aaron Donald. You have Michael Brockers, who's been one of the better one-techs in all the sport prior to this year. You have Leonard Floyd, who is a very, very good rusher coming off the edge for them. It's maybe not as reliant, but again, less of that reliance is that you have 2 guys that are so good at their position, maybe the best at their particular positions on the same defensive field, being Ramsey and Donald, that just opens you up to be able to protect whatever weaknesses you have because you have them there as your great strengths. As far as the line, yeah, there's a problem. There is a problem with 4-3 defenses. As far as you do need 4-3 defenses, you need the front four to generate pass rush, and you can't just lean on one guy or 2 guys and expect that that's going to be enough. All 4 have to be a threat to get to the passer, and when they're not, in this modern age, a quarterback is going to pick you apart. The problem is, of course, it's very hard to find 4 linemen who could all rush the passer at once via in a draft or via in a free agency. Doesn't matter. It's rough and rugged to find those guys, and we've seen that here, even despite the fact of putting all of the assets into it. I mean, we've got a 1st-round pick in L.J. Collier. We got a 5th-round pick in Alton Robinson. You got a 2nd and a 3rd-round pick invested into Darrell Taylor. You have a 3rd-round pick invested into Rasheem Green. You know, we have not gotten the returns on that kind of investment. It's hard to find pass rushers in the draft. They take a long time to develop, and when they're out on the open market, they tend to cost a lot. What you have, though, as the inverse of that, of course, is more of the 3-4 team that doesn't require having the elite linemen, the 3-4 attacking team. You might need better corners on the outside at that point, but that's a whole nother argument on that standpoint. You look at a team like the Miami Dolphins, who generate so much pass rush with their 3-4 defense, and they do it without having really any upper end personnel there. They don't have some game breaker talent on there to get it done because they're so creative, and they put their players in positions to succeed. They put them in the best spots. They don't make them have to make, you're going to have to make this play all on your own, and the offense is going to know it's coming, and you just got to find a way to get through all that. They get the element of surprise working in their favor more often than not. Now, sometimes a team like the Dolphins can also have a coaching staff lose it for them then and not be the players because they put a bad call out there that gets their defense smoked. But I would take that risk over having to be perfect and finding my front 4 that can get after the quarterback. D-Nugget says, see Sniffles tonight. See Sniffles Nest tonight. That's right. Ann Malpata says, yes, we did sign Jay Sternberger. Wow, very interesting. H-back type guy coming out. Never really got anything going with the Packers. A lot of people liked him coming out of college. Just an in-between type guy. I'm sure they'll, I guess, try to play him a little bit of wide receiver, getting maybe Colby. You're supposed to be getting Colby Parkinson back soon, but maybe this is an indication that Parkinson is not going to come back as quickly as we thought. But Jace hasn't been able to really do much so far up until this point in his career. And frankly, for the Packers to release him at this point, probably shows that he's not really going to be able to tap into what we maybe hoped he could tap into. So yeah, he's got 12 total 12 catches this year? No. Okay. So he's got 12 total catches for his career. I think he was injured his first season. So this is a flyer signing. John Robinson, I feel like the Seahawks should play more attacking defense because you can get good cover corners late in the first round and manufacture pressure by blitzing. I'm okay with doing it, John, but you can't do it with the personnel you got right now at the cornerback room. You would need to go, maybe Trey Brown could do a little bit of that. Maybe DJ Reed could do a little bit of that. But I would argue it's probably not going to be in Sidney Jones or Trey Flowers' game to pull that kind of stuff off, which you're going to have them playing a lot of man-on-man. So you'd have to bring in those kind of players who could get that done. But I'd be okay with it, man. I'd be on board with it, John. 100%. Michael Venzer, I'd like to see Sherman back, but I just hope he's doing okay mentally before he would jump back into football. Me too. But I would like to see him back. I think he'd be an improvement over what we got. Tommy Eden says, quick, call Pete. Your nose is running better than our offense right now. I know. I'm dying here. John Robinson says, wouldn't Jamal Adams benefit from playing in a man-on-man aggressive defense? And how would he benefit? He seems to be too aggressive for a read and react defense and doesn't get depth in zones. Well, he's best built to be in a 3-4 attacking defense. That's what he was in with the New York Jets to start his career, and it's where he's best suited. I think he's a player that can play in a couple different schemes because he's a good enough player to do so and needs to transition into this one appropriately. But yeah, he's at his best in an attacking scheme because you're going to be able to line him up all over the place, whereas when we blitz him, offenses are going to kind of know where they're coming from because you got your front 4 always out on the field. So you just can't be as exotic in your blitz packages with a 4-3 defense. It's hard. It's easier to predict in your protections and whatnot. One of the reasons why I don't like blitzing too much and lean to getting more of the guys that can rush the passer from the front 4. D Nugget, was Largent a diva? No, Steve Largent was never a diva. But that's why I love Steve Largent, because he was truly the unicorn of wide receivers. Another one of the reasons why he's one of my favorite Seahawks of all time. Okay. DM says, you think Pete needs to go? Long overdue. It's getting to the point where the signs are pointing more and more to Pete being long in the tooth, and this being a time where the game's starting to pass him by. And we're watching it happen over the last couple of years, game after game a little bit, be it his in-game coaching, his use of timeouts, the structure of the way he wants to go about playing football, how he wants to try to win, what he values and what he doesn't value. There's a variety of things that are starting to mount up on him. He still has a lot to his game that's, I think, a benefit as a coach and a plus as a coach. But the negative is starting to lean in and outweigh the good. And, when you get to 70, the thing that I've related on this is like, I've known a lot of guys 70 years old. And as I get older now, I'm dealing with a lot more people that are 70 years plus old. And I'll tell you this, I have not met one guy at 70 years old who is anywhere near as quick and sharp and on it as they were when they were 50. And I just don't think that, Father Time's undefeated in this respect. And you get older and you're not as quick on the mark, and you get stuck in your ways and you get risk averse. And there's a lot of stuff that builds into it. And we're all vulnerable to it. And we all probably fall into it to some degree, but you got to have that resolution of it of like, I'm kind of getting the point. But I think Pete, and having these consistent winning seasons over recent years and getting the division title last year, it's sort of been fool's gold for him and making you think that, no, I'm still on it. I'm still good as ever was at 70. No, you're not. That's why I say he needs to dial back to more of the figurehead role if he wants to remain a coach. Stay out of the defense. Get a new defensive-minded coach in here with new ideas, just like you did with Waldron, and stay out of it. Stay at the high-level stuff. Manage the game. Be a motivator. Recruit. Do it that way. But he's too micromanaging to do that. He would never do that. John Robinson says, do you think the Legion of Boom would be as effective in the new NFL with the protection of defenseless receivers and omitting big hits from the game? The defensive receiver stuff had been mainly implemented where it had been basically implemented right at the start of the Legion of Boom era. So I don't know that would have affected it as much. No, I think that they still would have been able to be effective. They would have a few more penalties. I don't think they would have been necessarily as dominant necessarily, but they still would have been a dominant defense, I guess. So maybe not all-time great defense, but still a defense good enough to go win a Super Bowl at that point. D-Nugget says, what does Bill Belichick do if you have penalties? # Malcolm Butler benched. Classify. You think Trey Brown starts over Trey Flowers when he returns from IR? 100% classify. Yeah. He was really coming on in training camp when he suffered that knee injury. I think the coaching staff is going to want to lean if Sidney Jones hasn't, of course, won it as well, classify, because he'll be in the mix on that as well. And I'm not looking at the practice field, so I don't know who's showing out better. All Robinson says the split safety look also allows you to play cover 4, which allows more aggressive safety play to stay in run fits and shut down the running game. Does indeed. Yeah, it does indeed. A lot more of the quarters coverage, essentially, is what you talk about there. And yeah, you do get a little bit more of an ability to play aggressively. You can be a little bit more blitz heavy. I will say this too, though, John, to my point on the 3-4-4-3, they play a little more of that 3-4 style there with the linebacker standing out on the outside, or the bear fronts they might throw at you. So, that's where they're allowed to be a little more exotic by going in that direction of things. John Robinson says, and take away deep crossers. Yeah, I can. The 4 safety does, because when you have 4 across the board now, you've got an extra guy next to you, so you're a lot less likely then to leave your zone and vacate it with the flood concepts, allowing for the underneath receiver to then enter it. So you'll have a guy to your side at that point, a little step closer in your quarters coverage, where you essentially have 4 guys across the top of the line, all maintaining a line of zone coverage. That absolutely should help you out with that more often than not. It would. I don't think we do a lot of it though. I really don't. I think we do more of the cover 2 and then keep the corners in more of underneath looks. I don't know. I don't know if they do much of that. Michael Myers, I like how you and Brendan keep it real. The other Hawk channels with huge subscribers are all rah-rah and really don't talk about football fundamentals. Keep it up, Hawks Nest. Yeah. And Michael, look, it's something that I've seen tangibly happen. Like we did a stream this last, I've had streams where I get 50 we'll get 50 subs, and I'll do a stream after that, and it's a negative stream. It's not an all positive stream or something. Like we come off the Colts game all positive, and then we get this last stream last week where, look, I got to get negative. I got to point out things where they're wrong. I see subscribers unsubscribe. You see it. You can literally see it happen as a channel when it occurs after you run. You can see, oh, geez, I gained an extra 13 here, but then I lost 6 on this end. I wonder what it was. Well, being too negative. People want me waving pom-poms. And believe me, Michael, people have come in here and told me, man, it's so negative, so negative, so negative. And I just come back around to it of I made a decision early on in this channel. I'm not going to just make the end all be all about growing subscribers. I really would prefer getting the right kind of subscribers. And if you're going to come in here with an empty-minded mindset and you want to put on rose-colored glasses and the sky's always blue, even when the rain's coming down on our head, that's not for me. And it just doesn't interest me in the least. It's not, that gets you nowhere. It's like sugar, it's like cotton candy. There's nothing to satiate you with that. So I am always going to be this way, Michael. I'll always keep it real. It's going to cost me in here and there. It certainly bites me on the butt from time to time, but I'm going to trust in the fact that at the end of the day, it's going to bring in people in here who really appreciate football and really just want to have good, honest talk. Even if the discussion gets into a tough range of things, that's okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. It's still interesting. It's still something to discuss. And I think I can say to a man and woman on this channel and folks who come into this chat, you guys are that way. That's part of what I love. I love with this chat is I've got people on this that are like-minded with me in this. Not like-minded that we all agree. In fact, I've disagreed throughout a bunch of comments here in the channel. But that the people that are coming up with those disagreements of their thought process and where they stand, they're coming at it from an intellectually sound position. I might not agree with it, but they've gone through a process in their mind of why they think this would be, and it's understandable. It's solid. It's a solid process. It's not crazy. It's not just thinking things on a surface level without any depth. And that's what I really, truly, I really love that. I love those type of minds that are that way. But thank you. I appreciate that. Slapman305 says, hopefully Waldron gets back to his stuff this week. Could have sworn Shoddy was calling plays against the Titans. Same, Slap. Same. That was a little odd to see us revert right back to the old last year after just one game. And after just one game where you had so much success with it with the Colts. Like, why? Everything was going fine. Why are we changing here? John Robinson says, I love how the Patriots disguise defense by defenders traveling with motion receivers and zone defense. Have Norton and Carroll done this before? No. When it's part of the reason why quarterbacks are able to hit us so easy is when you see quarterbacks run a defender in pre-snap motion, we give our indicator out whether or not it's zone or man every single time. It's very rare that we trick a quarterback off what he sees pre-snap versus what he sees post-snap. And I don't like that either. Michael Venzera says, based on Brooks' play so far this year, letting KJ walk might have been a mistake. Yep, Michael. Very well looks like that right now. This is a first-round pick in Brooks. He got a year off last year to get his feet wet and figure things out. This is year 2 now. If he's as good as a lot of the people were telling me this guy was supposed to be, then we need to start seeing this on the field. I don't expect impact Pro Bowl level play, but you were one of the worst-rated defenders in this football game. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Elite US UK says, you think Russ will play as long as Brady like he says he will? Do you think Russ will be a Seahawk for life? If not, what team do you think he'll go to, or what team would you like to see him go to? There's a lot loaded up in that one. No, I don't believe that Russell Wilson's going to play till Brady's age, because I think that there are things that Brady has implemented into his game that Russ has not even begun to start to really fully implement into his game. And it kind of needed to start to be in his game at this point if he was looking to play to 45 to 50 years old. Just my opinion on it. I think once Russ gets to the point where his mobility is basically almost completely lost, and you think not 7-8 years down the line, it's going to be even reduced from where it is right now, it's very hard for me to see him at that point to be still very dominant playing into 40, 44, 45, 46 years old. Can he play till he's 41, 42, 43, maybe even? Yeah, he could maybe get up even to that span. So, I mean, we're looking at Aaron Rodgers still relatively mobile. But unless Russ brings on those elements of this game that I've talked about, being better pre-snap, throwing more with anticipation, not holding the ball so long, because that's another thing, is he holds on to that ball long and gets into 30, 36, 37, those hits and shots you take at 36, 37, 38, now sustain injuries that you didn't sustain when you were 27 or 32. So if he can implement those things into his game, he can play as long as he wanted to elite, but he's got to start implementing them. There's about 5 things he needs to bring into his game, and right quick, if he wants to have that kind of longevity. D-Nugget says, with the drafting the Legion of Boom, just luck? No, But it was based on something that's not reproducible, being that you had Coach Carroll, who was fundamentally aware of these players. He had gone out and recruited a lot of these players in their, in their homes, and not just the players he picked at D-Nugget, but the players that they passed on, right? So not just the guys they landed, but the guys that everybody else had highly rated, who Coach Carroll went, no, not that guy. No, I know something about him. I don't want that one. So he had very intimate knowledge of those prospects coming out that most coaches have not really ever been able to have. Not on the often, maybe here or there. And then have the control to override the general manager at that point and say, pick that guy and pick that guy and pick that guy. So no, it wasn't luck, but it was also something that you would never see again. Elite says, gotta be honest, Russ backpacks the team. If Pete loses Russ, then Pete is out of a job. Hawks are a 6-11 team without Russell Wilson. Constantly bailing Pete out since the dismantlement of the Legion of Boom. Agree with you there. For most of the time period since the Legion of Boom era has left, it has been Russell Wilson bailing out Pete's inadequacies in a lot of respects. I agree with you there. I don't think, for instance, the back half of the schedule last year through the last 8 games, it was that case. I think the defense actually, for a rare time in Wilson's career, was picking him up. But I do think as well, I don't think we're a 6-11 team without Wilson, because I think they bring in an also-ran type of quarterback. I think that gets you probably to more of a place of like a 4-13 team at that point, in my opinion. Maybe 5 wins. You asked also as far as a team that he could potentially go to. I think he goes to either the New York Giants or the Miami Dolphins or the Philadelphia Eagles. Those would be one of those 3 teams are who I see the Russell Wilson going to, back out onto the East Coast. That would be who I'm not saying I want him to go to. I can't tell you a team I'd like to see him go to, because that hurts too much for me to even consider Russell Wilson going to another team. But teams that he's likely to go to, it'd be probably one of those 3. Tommy, I wouldn't mind picking up another defensive lineman, but our pass rush looked really good week 1, and I think the main problem week 2 is we wanted to stop Henry and refused to play our rotation of rushers. Yeah, I think it's too early to say it's an absolute given that we're not a good pass rushing team off that 1 week, especially, like you said, in lieu of the fact that week 1 you were pretty good. So yeah, I agree with that. Daniel W., it's sad when Pete came into the league, he was by far the most innovative. He changed the game with defense, tall corners, shorter linebackers. Bobby was considered undersized at the time, Russell, etc. Yeah, it's part of what's bothered me with him is that he's not understood. Where's your next innovation? Where's the next turning of the key? You had this initial key that was unusual and innovative, and nobody was ready for it or prepared for it. Well, what's your second act? And really it's the thing that's bogged us down, right? Like, we seem to have this great plan A, but never a plan B. Even this year through the first 2 games, offense explodes, defense stops, then both units start to backtrack through the second half of the games. Very much, this is a metaphor for Coach Carroll-like teams in a lot of respects. He hasn't done much, though. There's not really been done much of anything at all in the last 3 or 4 years where you can point to with Carroll and say, well, they've started to do this, started to do that. Oh, no one else in the league's doing this, and we're doing it. And it's so smart if you think about it. You don't ever say that, do you? As Daniel said, as you say, Daniel, now he's one of the least innovative guys out there and pays the price for it. John Robinson says, what 0-2 teams can we steal some talent from, and what position would you address? The Giants are a team that jumps out to me a little bit, potentially with a guy like Bradbury, if you could pull him away from them. Obviously, Saquon Barkley is a guy that has a lot of mixed ratings on him, but he'd be a guy in the last year of his contract there with New York that they might be willing to move on from. Sterling Shepard doesn't do a whole lot for me. I don't see the Vikings as being a team that's going to be in that sell mode. I think they're going to be fighting it out and trying to play in the playoffs. This is a season with Zimmer where he gets fired if he doesn't get to the playoffs. I don't think that they're going to be in a sell mode at that point. Atlanta doesn't really have anything that we could take or we would want. So that's really not a team you could take a look at. The Colts, I can't think of anybody outside that corner that they've got who was injured when we played. I keep forgetting his name. But when I think about the Colts, there's not really anybody else that you would pull from them that you say, oh, this guy, maybe T.Y. Hilton, once he gets back off his neck injury, would be a possibility. Jacksonville Jaguars, it all, is C.J. Henderson on the market or not? Who knows with that? That would be a guy that they could maybe take a quick peek at as a possibility. And then you have the New York Jets at 0-2. They don't really have anybody that, again, you're going to really draw towards. Maybe George Fant if you're needing some help at right tackle, if Brandon Shell's not back to being healthy. But when you look at them across the board from that, there's nobody from a pass rush standpoint you look at, and there's nobody on their cornerback position that's going to draw you to them. So we're probably going to still have to wait a little bit, John, to get certain answers on possibilities. Being, let's get to week 4 or 5 when a few more of these contenders fall away and the possibilities open up a little bit more. It's still a little too restrictive for me as far as the options go with that. And I do think, John, that the Eagles will eventually be in on the mix of that as well, being they're a 1-1 team, but I think that they have a really tough opening schedule and they could end up 1-5, 1-6, and they've got a couple of guys that are very interesting. Tyler Paul, why did we sign Gerald Everett? 2 games, 3 catches, 23 yards. What a joke. Yeah, what a joke, man. Why are they not featuring him, Tyler? I don't know. I would think that they would at least try to get him a couple touches a game. But very odd the way the offense is run a little bit. D-Nugget, this is the best Seahawks channels, hands down, because Brandino keeps it 100% real. You better believe I will, man. I appreciate that, D-Nugget. Thank you so much, man. John Robinson says, yeah, exactly. What will it take for Pete to concede control of his defense? And was it just me, or was the way we lost to the Titans unacceptable? To me, that would be enough for Pete to rethink his D. I don't think there's anything at this point that's going to get Coach Pete to rethink much of just about anything, to be honest with you. I think he's pretty darn set in his ways and how he goes about his business, and he's not going to hear anything from the outside. He's going to, keep it the way he is. This is part of where I pointed to, John, with the Ken Norton hire in particular. Ken Norton was up for the defensive coordinator job back in, 15, 16 with Chris Richard. Wasn't good enough to get it at that time. Then 2 years later suddenly becomes good enough. That thing just screams of a yes man. That screams of a guy who's going to toe the line and do what the coach tells him to do. Pete's just too hands-on. He's too hands-on, and he can't concede. I don't think he can. I really don't. I still haven't gotten a key indication that he can concede control on the offense, which he should have no place or part in. But he doesn't do that either. So I don't think he does. Brian Barajas says Pete's scheme has been pissing me off for the past couple of years. I hope we don't go for a first-round exit again this year because of these terrible schemes. What I kept seeing is 2 down, we would keep running it nonstop, sick of the exact same Pete style of run, pass. Agreed, Brian. You'd think after trying the same thing over and over again for recent years that they would try something differently just for the sake of, it hasn't worked. Something else has got to be... you try something new. It's one of those long-running misquoted deals for Einstein, but it's the definition of success, of doing the same thing over and over again and failing, yet continuing to do that same thing and expecting different results. It's insanity, but it is what we have seen here in recent years. And to John Robinson's point above on that, Brian, is one of the worst losses in the years because of that. Because we've seen this before. Because you had a whole offseason to correct this and not fall back into the same trappings. You're going to lose football games. But to lose football games like that, in the same manner by which you've lost them recently, it becomes there's really no excuse. It really becomes no excuse at one given point. Doesn't mean they won't give them, but they shouldn't. John Robinson says, have you looked at the tape and our teams indeed doubling Metcalf more? And why did the NFL take away the All-22 tape? Well, you answered the question as to where it gets a little bit harder to ascertain this. He was doubled a bit in the Colts game, not 24/7, but he was doubled quite a bit in the Colts game. And if you look at Tyler Lockett this year against single coverage, he's been the best in the entire NFL against single coverage. Why is Tyler Lockett that? Because he's so great? Yes, because he's so great. But because also DK Metcalf's taken a little bit of that attention away from Tyler Lockett. Who are you going to double team, Tyler or DK? Well, most of the teams I think are going to lean to DK. The All-22 tape is supposed to come back next Friday, John, according to what the NFL's released. So once we get the All-22 tape back, then I'll be able to see a lot more as to what's going on with DK on that back end of things. 100%. So soon we'll be able to know. Soon we will not have to wonder. Brian Roberts says, I salute you, Brando. You are the epitome of football knowledge you have is very reputable. You keep it true plus real. Trial. 100%. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. And at all times, I try to do just that. So thank you for noticing. And I'm glad you got a like. I'm glad we're on the same page on this one as far as it goes. I'd worried being where I was going to go with this that it would draw a lot of people away. I'm not surprised you get a few less subscribers for it, but I don't mind. I really don't, because I like being honest more than that. I like being honest more than I like being right, if you can imagine that. Daniel W. I could get Russell going to the Saints, playing in the Dome for the rest of his career if he were to leave Seattle. Yeah, that makes sense, Daniel. Or, following the footsteps of his, kind of idol growing up, being Drew Brees. Going to Sean Payton. Payton would be able to work around Russ, you'd think. That makes a lot of sense, Daniel. I could see that. John Robinson says, man, the play action game of the Vikings scare me. We've been very fortunate in our wins against them. What do we need to do on D to win comfortably? Danielle Hunter scares me too. Defensively, what you need to do first and foremost, and it's cliche, but you got to stop Dalvin Cook out the gate. He's not a wear you down back like Derrick Henry. He's a guy that can just gash you from the jump and on through the whole game. There's been games he's had against the Packers where he's ran from like sub 200 yards where they just couldn't do nothing against him. You got to stop the run. Then you've got to generate pass rush with the front four. Because when Cousins gets extra defenders in coverage and those zones get really small and the passing windows get really tight, he's not a guy that wants to let it rip at that point. And if you can then get him to move him off his spot, you let him set up and throw those darts all over the football field. He's accurate and he's got good arm strength. Get him to move just a little bit. And that arm strength and that accuracy go down quite a bit. So you get him moving off the front four with the guys dropping into coverage. As far as offensively goes, I say, John, start out throwing this ball early, but throw it short. Short passes across the gate, 5 yards here, 7 yards here. Feature the tight ends, halfback swing routes that are de facto running plays. Do that. Don't try to get into the falling in love with just hitting deep shots all over the place. Maintain the balance between the offense and the defense. And stopping Danielle Hunter probably comes down to a lot of respects to being willing to double him a lot. That's not a defensive line. Michael Pierce is solid. He's been really, he's kind of a force under there that you got to deal with a little bit for them. But Hunter's really their only edge rusher that is going to scare you there. So you can feel like you should be able to double him, especially if you don't have any Everson Griffin in this game. John Robinson says, do you see any emerging stars on our D? I think Darrell Taylor and Allen Robinson have some chances to do some things if they can get the snaps to get it done. Outside of them, the only other guy who's got an outside chance is Marquise Blair, but only once he got moved to the safety position. Those would be my three guys on D that I would say have a possibility, but by no means any certainty with them. John Robinson says, yeah, why the heck can't we get both sides of the ball to function at a high level? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. It's a good. There's probably a pretty in-depth answer to that question that I'm not sure on. I don't know how it's so hard to get it going. I could lean towards offensively a lack of commitment towards the style of play that we said they've got to lean towards to remain consistent. On the defensive side of the ball, though, I don't have as many explanations for it, John. You built up a defense here who shouldn't get the doors blown off it in both the passing and the running game. That's unacceptable on every level. And it wasn't even this bad last year, this type of game. This wasn't a game that you had in the first 8 games of last year. You gave up a ton of your passing yards, but you still could stop the run in those particular games. Daniel W., if the Saints end up sucking and have a top 10 pick, I could see them trading us Michael Thomas plus 3 firsts for Russell or something like that. I could really see that viable, but this season has a long way to go. Agreed. And possibly with that, I less see Michael Thomas being it because you're going to have to pay DK Metcalf unless you're looking to move DK in a separate deal and not want to pay DK and then bring in Michael Thomas at a lesser cost. I think that you're probably not going to see Thomas brought in like that. But yeah, 3 firsts plus is what it's going to cost to bring him in. You want probably 3 first rounders, a second and a third is probably the cost in draft capital. Tommy Eden says Xavier Rhodes for the Colts. That's who I was trying to say, Tommy Eden. So maybe he's a guy that Seahawks look at also as we go down the road as a possibility. Not likely, but I'm just trying to think of outside the box possibilities here. Elite says we don't need Michael Thomas. We have 2 elite receivers already. We don't need that diva slant boy. well put, Elite. Well put. And I'm with you. I posted a video a couple months ago as to why I didn't think Michael Thomas was a likely addition to our team back then, and I still don't think it's a likelihood now. John Robinson says, are the Hawks talking about signing Sherm now, and isn't he a better option at cornerback than we have? I believe he's a better option than what we have right now, John. There was a report came out this week for whatever it's worth that we were the front runners to go get his services this right now. We're leading the rest of the train on that one. We shall see how it plays out, John. I'd certainly would like to have it done. I would like to see the deal done like yesterday myself. Lance Graham says, I think this year is a rebuilding year. It's not a rebuilding year this year, Lance, because again, as I maintained and said before, is if you're in a position this year where Russell Wilson gets back to the same place he's been prior, which is in a one and done state, he's going to leave this year. And if he's leaving this year, then you're in a rebuilding mode next year. Very hard for you to see you losing a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime and somehow not missing a beat the next year. That seems like there's just no way that that's the chance that happens. Tyler Paul, I think we trade DK Metcalf to Arizona for Chandler Jones. No, Tyler, you never trade within a division. Division foes never trade within each other. If they do, it's going to be for some also-ran back-end guy on the roster. Tommy Eaton, might we look at the Jacksonville for players? Coach is probably going to turn over a lot of that team as he builds it out. There's only a couple guys I would look at because, again, you're talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars, which, it is a bad team, but then there's a reason they're a bad team because they don't have good players. When you look at them, C.J. Henderson's a guy that was reportedly maybe on the market earlier, but go down the line. They're not moving Cleveland Chasen. Maybe Miles Jack is a guy you look at who would be an interesting guy as an outside linebacker to maybe take over for Jordan Brooks if he can't hold the water. Maybe you take a look at him. I don't think that they would let Josh Allen go. He's really their only really decent pass rusher. So I don't think that there's anything there with that one. Offensively speaking, Andrew Norwell, left guard's okay. Brandon Lindor at the center position would be an interesting guy potentially. So, he's a guy that may be somebody that you could take a look at. But beyond that, I don't think that there's anybody that really much interests me on that particular team. D-Nugget, if we lose the next two games, it's tanking time. I don't know if it's I don't think you're going to get in Coach Carroll and Wilson with the stakes of the season into a place of tanking at any given time this year. I don't think that they would ever, either of those two guys would allow it to arrive there this season. So we'll be fighting it out, and our worst case scenario is really as a middle of the road 8 and 9, 9 and 8 type team, really. Tyler Paul says, I'd rather pay Chandler Jones $20 million a year than DK. I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to be without, Tyler. I mean, Chandler Jones is balling out here to start the year, but Chandler Jones is also playing for a contract. And it's surprising once players get that big contract how suddenly they don't still play at that same performative level as their aging older players. DK is only 23 years old, very young guy, 24 years old, still just entering into the prime of his career. Chandler Jones is just entering into the back end to the last of the prime of his career. I don't want to pay $20 million through the back end of the prime of a player's career. That's not money well spent. D-Nugget, Russ goes to the Giants for sure. Strahan comes back. I think Giants would probably be the front runner. I think he's got a little bit of a hankering with them. He's got a little bit of his imaginations are running wild a little bit with the thought of going to New York. D-Nugget, how can Bobby Wagner put up with Ken Norton? Well, I think he's been with him for so many years. It's like those relationships where, where you've seen the married couples together for 25 years and they just, they don't even like each other anymore, but they're in such lockstep and such a rhythm at that point that they don't know anything else. I think you got a little bit of that with Bobby and Ken probably. John Robinson says, haven't you noticed teams really trying to beat us by game of possession and long sustained drives? How lopsided has time of possession been? My argument for this would be less that teams are concentrating on maintaining time of possession and they're more on attacking our defense's weaknesses, John. The defense wants to stop the run first and foremost, and then they want to limit the big pass. So as I've said, John, a defense always has to give up something. There's no defense that does not have a weakness in the NFL when they play their style. They're going to give up something. It may be that they're leaving openings up on the back end of the defense deep, and you got to hit a deep shot just right at that point to hit it. It could be that the short passing game is where it's at. And what you have with the Seattle Seahawks is they're going to allow for short completions. Well, what's that going to allow to happen? That's going to allow you to move chains. That's going to allow for sustained drives. That's going to allow for a lot of third down conversions, especially if you can get into third and short situations, because they're always going to be protecting against that deep pass first and foremost. So you see sustained drives, you see time of possession because it's built within the defense to allow it. Brian, I remember when I went to the Seahawks parade winning it all, foot times, but the way things are going, it's making you realize how great of a team we had. Crazy how time flies. It was absolutely a special squad you had, and maybe a once in a lifetime for us Seahawks fans here. Maybe there is never going to be another Seahawks Super Bowl one year in our lifetime. I hope not. But it is one of the reasons I appreciated that team and still look back at that team fondly. Nothing's going to destroy the memory of that team. You brought a Super Bowl to my city. You did what was seemingly almost the impossible. Certainly felt impossible after the 2005 Super Bowl that was stolen from us. It's crazy. D Nugget says, if Russ leaves, who will be our quarterback? God knows at that point, D Nugget. I mean, God knows. I'll give you Sam Darnold just because Carroll's got a thick, rubbery one for that guy for whatever reason. Maybe it's the USC connection. But that'd be the first guy off the top of my head. The Carolina Panthers haven't yet committed to Sam Darnold. And I could see Carroll looking at him having this year getting out of New York going, see, he looks good. Let's get that guy. John says, it feels like our offense has been barely on the field. We have to generate more 3-and-outs to get the ball in Russell's hand. Well, this is, again, the issue at play, John. We get again to the schematics and the heart of the issue here. The things we hope and the things you might hope want for the team to be does not make it that the team is able to go be that, right? So Carroll's not going to go away from protecting against the deep zone. And like I just said, you've got to give up something. So if you're protecting against the deep zone, short stuff's going to be open. And if the short stuff's going to be open, you're not going to have a lot of 3-and-outs over the course of an individual football game because it's very easy for teams to get first downs at that point. Carroll's always going to lean back on thinking it's going to be field goals and not touchdowns on the back end of those drives. So he will allow for those drives to happen. I share your frustration with not wanting to see it, but it's not changing. It's like the penalty situation with Carroll. There's things that you get with the price of admission that are with the price of admission. And they may be icky and we don't like the feel of them or the taste of them or the touch of them, but they're not going anywhere. Seattle's not stopping that stuff. It's going to remain a part of this team as long as Coach Carroll's here, unfortunately. Doesn't mean it's going to hold us completely back from ever getting anywhere ever. It is a little bit of a detriment we have to overcome. Lance Graham, we don't need someone like Sherman. Might as well get Earl Thomas back. Situation's a little desperate at corner right now. And as they say, Lance, beggars can't be choosers. Brian Griffith, how can people think this is a rebuilding year after what we saw in week 1? And what did you see last week from the division opponents that makes you feel like they are world beaters? Well, I'll say off the first question there, Brian, I don't feel that way. So you're responding to the other folks, I think some folks in the chat on that one, but it's not been my standpoint that we're in rebuilding mode or that I want to go into a rebuilding mode. Not at all. I wouldn't want to do that in any way, shape, or form. What did I see from last week's division? Last week from the opponents in the division? Well, nobody's lost a game through 2 weeks. Does that mean that they're world beaters? No. But does that mean that they are really strong and that we can't rely upon the fact that we've got a weaker division, that if we've got some weaknesses that we're trying to work through, that we're going to be able to work through those weaknesses against middling teams, against lesser teams? No, we're not going to be able to do that. Indeed, all 6 games are going to be tremendous dogfights. And if we're not bringing our A game to those particular games, we might just get run over by these particular teams. The Cardinals ran that Titan team over in Tennessee that offensively beat the brakes off us. That's, again, maybe not world beaters, Brian, but there's been some pretty impressive performances out the gate here by these teams and what they've done so far. They haven't had the toughest of schedules, I'll give you that, but they've done well with what they've had. So I think we've got a tough division. I think we've got to clean some things up. John Robinson says, I would love Josh Allen on the Jaguars. Man, it sucks we couldn't get Calais Campbell from them last year. It does. I don't think they're going to give up. Josh Allen. That's their one really good young pass rusher. They're probably going to pay the kid. Brian Griffin says, this last game sucked, but it's just a game that sucked. Derrick Henry got put in a position to beat them, and he beat them. Get 2 more first downs in the second half, and it's over. It's fine. Well, again, let me just put this in a little bit of perspective with this, Brian, because I'm going to be saying 2 different things that are going in a little bit more of a nuanced state of things. On one side of this, I can kind of do both of these 2 things at once here. One end of this, go, look, it's one game. It's a long season. Let's wait for this to play out. Let's give this 5 or 6 or 7 games this year to see where this is going, to make any kind of ultimate determinations on what this team is and what it possibly could be. I say that first and foremost. On the second half of that, though, in addition to that, I go, this was a loss, though, Brian, that was very, very similar to recent losses in recent years, pointing to a lack of fixing the problems that have raised their head over and over in those recent years. And not only was it like recent years, it was even worse, Because, Brian, you can go through the first 8 games of last year and you go, wow, you're on pace to give up a record amount of yards in passing yards, smash the record whole. But at least in those games where you're giving up all that passing yards, you were able to stop the run. You could hang your hat on something. You hung your hat on nothing last week. 350 yards passing that should have been 400 yards passing if Titans could learn how to catch from time to time. And Derrick Henry matching the most yards Coach Carroll's team has ever given up to a running back on the ground in his entire era in Seattle. I think that there is a little bit more than that than just, it's one game off. And it was at home, in a home opener, with fans in the stadium for the first time in a year. I do think that there is a little more you take from, but you don't make any ultimate determinations if that make any difference. If that makes sense, Brian. I know I'm asking for 2 different things at once to be thought of in the mind here, but I think 2 things can kind of be held at once here. It doesn't have to be just one or the other. Michael, do you think if the Seahawks beat Carolina back in 2015 in the divisional round, do we win that Super Bowl again? Yeah. We do, because we're playing Manning in that team, and while they're better defensively coming into that game, they would have Von Miller and a more DeMarcus Ware, a more stacked defense. It's going to be a closer game, that game. But we're also at that point starting to get Marshawn Lynch back to full health, because remember, he had the lower core injury that he had surgery on mid-year that year, and he was just getting right to be back right in that Carolina game. Whereas if you could get him a couple more, weeks to get along, maybe he'd get back to 100% health by the time that you're playing in that Super Bowl against that Bronco team. Lolo says, DK doesn't seem mad that he isn't getting the ball much. Was pumped when Tyler scored, but it's his aggressiveness that really is something he needs to chill on. He's also been double teamed. Agreed all the way around, Lolo. Agreed all the way around. He needs to chill a little bit. I excuse a little bit of it because it's being aggressive, which is what you need to be on the football field. It's not him being completely absurd, but he does need to clean it up. John Robinson says, why did Pete say in his interview he thinks Alt Robinson needs more snaps? 2, isn't he the coach? I want to see him play 90% of the game. Do you think he's an 8 to 10 a sack a year guy? I think he's an 8 to 10 a sack a year guy if he gets the snaps to do it, John. I don't want to play him 90% of the snaps because the guy's going to get wore down at 90% of the snaps, and they're just not as effective at that range of things. You want him about 60, 70% of the snaps if you can get there. I'll take 50 with him at this point, but I think he's earned it. He's been good when you're giving him the shot, and he's got it in his game. Why does Pete say that? Again, because of things that I pointed to recently, where it's like sometimes the double speak and the coach talk is not taking responsibility for things. You've got control of this. You can bring this guy in. You guys should be having meetings prior to the week, prior to the game, talking about how many snaps a given guy is going to get. That it comes out at the end of the wash of it on a team, on a defense that got wore down because you were asking certain guys to play too many snaps, especially on the edges. Why is he not out there? Doesn't make any sense in the least. Tyler Paul says, how about fleece the Raiders for Russell? John Gruden loves Russell. We can get Carr plus 3 first-round picks. Yeah, that's a possibility. And Vegas is in there because, Sierra could go and do a Vegas performance show, and that would appeal to her and probably appeal to her telling Russ to do it. So their possibility as well. Brian Griffith, and how the hell are you planning on getting 3 and outs against Derrick Henry consistently? The offense needs to sustain drives. Yep, offense does need to sustain drives. But again, Brian, on this, I can't put this on the offense in this particular game, this last loss. I can't get behind folks that do that. I think that when you do that, you're getting a little bit lost in the forest despite the trees. You gave up 350 yards passing, could have been 400 yards passing. You gave up 190 yards rushing to a single running back. Sometimes it just ain't that complicated. Sometimes it just ain't that, no, your defense needed to do better. That's the bottom line. The offense put 30 points up on the board. The offense just implemented a new offensive scheme this offseason. To expect a new offensive scheme with a new offensive coordinator is going to come hit the ground running in week 1, 2, and 3 is not correct. But the defense, Brian, that you've invested first-round pick after first-round pick into, second-round pick after second-round pick, third-round pick after third-round pick, dollar after dollar after dollar, that thing needs to kind of carry the day while the offense is finding its way. So they don't get to have any excuses. They don't get, it's Derrick Henry. He's a really tough guy to stop. No, it was Derrick Henry who's tough to stop, Brian, with an offensive line for the Titans that was decimated. They were down Taylor Lewan. They're Dwayne Brown. They've got a rotational revolving door at right tackle since Jack Conklin, the very talented former first-round pick, left. Roger Saffold had 2 injuries he went down to in this particular game. This is not an offensive line of what it's been in 2017 or 18 or 19. You should not have let them do to you what you did. And the onus goes to the defense on this game, not the offense. It just doesn't. Tom Eden says, our defense is about holding teams to field goals. Only 3 and outs. We're going to get, our defense is about holding teams to field goals. Only 3 and outs we're going to get is with a dominant pass rush. Legion of Boom made it shine because we had the pass rush and the secondary to match. I agree with you on the second part. I don't think we're ever going to be a defensive 3 and outs because we're just not constructed to be that way. We're a bend but don't break defense. And there's good that comes with that, and there's bad that comes with that. You tend to be a really good red zone defense when you're that way. You tend to cause a lot of field goals when you're that way, but you also tend to give up a little bit of yardage when you're that way. Daniel W., I'm calling it now. We add Stephon Gilmore for LJ Collier in a 4th-round pick, week 7. LJ had the game-ending play against the Patriots last year. They might be more fond of him. If we can get the Patriots to take that, I am all on board, Daniel. That would be amazing. That would be phenomenal. Tyler, the biggest thing, our schedule is tough the next 5 games. We could very easily be 1-5. Maybe. We'll see. It is a tough road. And when I made my predictions at the start of this year before the season, I said, you're going to have four losses on the year. 3 of them are going to happen in the first 10 games, partly because of how tough the schedule is. But the schedule does ease up on the back end of the schedule. So right when you want them to start getting hot, right when you want to start them to want to hit, all the cylinders are humming. That's where we start to play some of the weaker opponents, which maybe opens the door to that possibility more. Corey Hallback, love the channel. I'm not sure if you've answered this question, but I hear a lot about being a Carroll guy. I hear a lot about being a Carroll guy. In your opinion, what does that mean? I hear a lot about being a Carroll guy. I don't know on that one what you mean with that, Corey. So I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean on, but I hear a lot about being a Carroll guy. Can you rephrase that on that? I don't quite understand what you mean on that, what you're trying to ask. John, well, we can play more underneath zones with our cover 3 to play short passes more aggressively, like hard flats and buzzing to stop slants and drags. So what you're going to get with cover 3 is you're going to get then your safety and your 2 corners then that are on the field are going to play the deep cover zone at that point, John. And so then you're relying then on your linebackers to end up in space against receivers, as we saw in this last game, which they're going to at the very least give up completions usually. They're not going to usually shut down those receivers when they're covering those type of flat routes or slants. It's just the part of the defense that's built to open up. And if you take those slant routes away, if you want to come downhill and squeeze those zones tight on the short routes, then that's going to mean that more stuff's going to be opened up over the top. And I'm not necessarily against that, but is Coach Carroll against that? Yes. He's not going to want to allow for the possibility to big plays over the top at that point. But to truly take away those short stuff, John, you're going to have to do more than layering it with linebackers underneath. You're going to need to bring corners into play with it. They're going to have to be taking away that short stuff. And they don't show much of a predilection towards wanting to do that. Lolo, by playing 45 yards off our guys, we're letting them beat us in top and letting them start on top of the game. Teams like the Titans use that to their advantage. A little bit with that Lolo, a little bit of it is that the cornerbacks are not being assignment correct. So when Trey Flowers has got a cover 3 zone on a given play, and it's his job first and foremost beyond all else to stay on top of the receiver, and then he's playing 7 yards off of that receiver at the snap, essentially having a 7-yard head start to stay on the top of him in coverage, then there really is no excuse for him to get beat in those situations. That's bad on him. And one of the reasons why I pointed this being such an awful, awful game for Trey Flowers. Lance Graham, I wonder how many real fans think this season is already over with, how badly they've been playing. There's a few. There's a few that I've seen in the chat, Lance. There's a couple that have definitely popped up. John Robinson says, is there any scenario where Norton is fired? If no, whose head is on the chopping block if we continue to lose games like the Titans game? I don't know that anybody's going to have their head on the chopping block with this one, John. Obviously, Norton could become the patsy for the situation, but it's Coach Carroll driving this defense above all. You didn't hear last year there was any hot seat that Norton was sitting on last year where you were on a record pace to shatter the all-time mark for passing yards given up by a defense through week 8, through halfway into the year. But no, there was no clamoring. There was no get him out of here on a rail. He still remained. And if that wasn't going to get the seat hot underneath him, nothing really is. He's here as long as Carroll's here, in my opinion. And it really comes down to if Carroll can be moved on. And I don't see an ownership group that's in a strong enough point at this point to be strong enough to stand the line and say, you've hit the end of the road here. You've topped out. The returns are diminishing. Corey says, I have a question about the NFL. It seems like you've watched the NFL as long as I have. Why won't the NFL do the things to make it better, like a live replay to get calls right? A live replay to get calls right. Oh, the calls. I was like, wow, they do have a replay right now. But yeah, for the calls. Well, they tried to do the pass interference deal a couple years ago, right? Which I liked that they put it in, but then they quickly took it out. I would like to see officials be able to have, I'd like to see at least maybe once a game you can pull out a challenge flag on an official's ruling on a call and have them and make them watch it under a replay. And you show me where that's holding. You show me where that's pass interference. I'd like to see it myself, Corey. The conspiratorialist in me will say that it's because they can keep the games fixed in the way they want to fix them. But I don't know if I really truly believe that. But I don't think the NFL, I don't think is ever going to, if they took that pass interference and went away, they'll never implement it in any way, shape or form. If they took that off 1 year, just took it out, as much as I liked it. John Robinson says, yeah, why the hell are all these uncharacteristic things happening to our team? What do you mean on that one, John? Lolo, we could have a good statistical season and go 8-9, same as going 13-4. It's just how tough the schedule is. It's possible, Lolo. I mean, it's possible. You play in the toughest division in football. You can land in that stretch just almost off that factor alone. And not just the toughest division in football, but I think by far the toughest division in football. John says, and why does Carroll have no place in his head for those uncharacteristic things? Well, I think Carroll's just got a tried and true method that he has seen a lot of success. I mean, look, the guy's won national titles and Super Bowls. That's if there's something that's going to get you hardened in your mind to your approach and trusting your approach, even when every outside voice is telling you to stop, that is the type of thing that would cause you to get to that point. It's understandable. It doesn't change the fact, though, at that point that is where Carroll finds himself. And so when it comes to having a place in his head for uncharacteristic things or outside of what he wants to normally do, it's because he thinks that if he does those things, he's leaving his base ideology behind. And he's a guy that's 100% invested on fully trusting your base ideology. D-Nugget says, like the chat, folks. Helps out the channel. Thank you, D-Nugget. Mention that. Please do like the channel if you could. Or like the channel. Like the chat if you could for me, folks. I do appreciate it. It does help this grow immensely. Brian says, do you feel like you would feel completely different about the team if they had executed on 2 drives in the second half and cut the penalties in half on defense? No, I don't. Because for me on this, Brian, when it comes down to penalties that I've spoken about here on the stream, Coach Carroll's teams are always heavily penalized teams. Is it 10 penalties for 100 yards? No. But he's not a minute detail guy. He's not like a Bill Belichick type coach, and the smallest of little details happen, and the way that your technique is, and the way that your fundamentals are perfect, the things that you would have a coach implement to be better in the penalty game, let's say. That's just not in Coach Carroll's DNA. It's not in his thing. It's never has been. So I don't hold much value into it because it's not been who he is. And even in cutting those penalties, maybe you got a stop or 2 here and there, but you still defensively played horrifically in the second half. You were gassed by basically the very start of the third quarter, which is ridiculous. It's one thing to get gassed, Brian, if you're in the start of the fourth or really far deep into the third quarter, even maybe I'll give you that. But at the start of the third quarter, your defense is done, hands on hips, can't catch their breath. That part I don't understand. And it just, again, comes down to if you as an offense score 30 points, Brian, I mean, we can talk about sustained drives and time of possession and Seattle scored too quickly and they just put the defense out there. But again, this is one for me, Brian, that gets really simple. Where you remove some of what you're trying to remove. Well, if this happened, and if that happened, if this happened, it gets really simple. Your offense put up 30 points. 30 points puts you as a top 5 offense in the NFL. You average 30 points this year, you will be a top 5, if not a top 3 offense in the sport from a point standpoint. And at the end of the day, it ain't about yards and time of possession. It is about points. Your defense gave up 350 yards, which easily could have been 400 yards and 190 yards rushing. Them's is the facts. We can turn and twist around off of them, but those are really the base facts of this game, in my opinion. 30 points on the offense. And yeah, there's the strip sack, but again, even on the strip sack, Brian, where you're on the 8-yard line, they didn't get a field goal there. They punched in the touchdown. They made good on when the defense actually did something good in the game. The defense just didn't do enough good things in the game to allow them to further take advantage of. And it does come down to me as if we do put this on the offense, okay, so let's find the line in this game, Brian. Is it a matter of the offense needed to sustain 3 more drives? Did they need to score 7 more points? Did they need to score 10 more points? Where does the line exist of the expectation of what we think the offense needs to produce every week to overcome a defense which has become a detriment of the team? And I don't think they're there yet, Brian, because again, let me just say this. I don't think you're at a spot where we can make a full determination of where this team is at, but it's an indicator of where they could go this year. And it's something that we've seen prior, because that's the thing with this, Brian, is it's not just about this game. It's that this model of game is the same model of game we've seen played out recently, if not worse, because the aspect of defensively, it wasn't just giving up a ton of pass yards, it was also giving up yards on the ground. And we have seen that recently. And when you've seen it recently, that means there's a good chance you could then see it into the future, because it becomes now more of a, habit of your team, for lack of a better word here. Flag 7 says, morning, what's happening? What's happening, Flag? How you doing? And Brian says, and don't you think those are both fixable? So let's cover with the thing. Executed 2 more drives in the second half. Yeah, again, it really, to me, when you look at the defensive performance and you go to the offensive side of the ball in this with Brian, I think you're just kind of overlooking the defense a little bit too much, in my opinion, at that point. You're overlooking a little bit of not taking advantage of a beaten down offensive line for the Titans that they should have been able to go out and hunt against. They should have been able to shut that game down fairly easily with the state of where that offensive line was at. Coming down to should they have executed 2 more drives in the second half? Maybe, but if you put up 30 points as an offense, that's going to override a necessity for 2 more drives in a second half. You tell me my offense puts up 30 points on the board, and I know this defense, with all it has invested into it, with the 2 first-round picks to Jamal Adams, first-round pick to Jordan Brooks, $17.5 million a year to Bobby Wagner, big money to Poona Ford, big money to Carlos Dunlap, paying Quandre Diggs, a 5th-round pick on him. When you're putting those investments in, I don't want to see a team that's basically looks like the worst defense in football. That's unacceptable to me. And that's when I'm going to call it out on him, Brian. And on the penalties aspect of it, just like I was saying a second ago, Brian, no, the penalties thing is not correctable. It's correctable theoretically, but you've got to look at we've got 10 years of data with Coach Carroll here. This isn't a new coach on the scene here who's just finding his way and learning who he is. He's not a guy who's shown a ton of worry when it comes to penalties. It's not his bag, man. It's not something that he gets too invested in. So to think that they're going to fix something that's not something that Carroll puts a lot of onus on in the first place, really, he might give it lip service, but that's all it is. It's just lip service. He's not going to do a whole lot in the background to really correct it. I mean, how many times for years, Brian, did you see Michael Bennett have problems with offsides? Do you think that's because the coaching staff said one more time of an offsides and we're pulling you from the field? Or they let him get away with it because they said, oh, this is the price of doing business? Or with the guys that you had doing with the Legion of Boom days, and that you would a lot of times be very grabby in the secondary, right? With cornerbacks, right? You'd be willing to have the 5-yard penalty or the PI. Would that be because Coach Carroll was really worried about the PI and the holding penalty? Or was he saying, you know what? They might call it once of the 7 times you actually do it. And so it's not a part of Coach Carroll's coaching DNA. It just really is not. And I've got 10 years of proof to back it up. Elite says, whoever the 2 people are that dislike this video, let their wife peg them. Thank you, man. Well, there's always going to be a few folks, I'm sure, because I know sometimes I'm not uber positive all the time, and I know that's going to bring a few dislikes. I could take it. I could take those slings and arrows. D Nugget, Brandon preaching on that weak D now. Can I get a witness? And I had a witness. Lance Graham, I know it's Pete Carroll's or the offensive coach's fault, but why the heck do they have Russell Wilson throw 3 Hail Marys in the overtime? He should have just known to just go for short passes. Don't know. That's on the offensive coordinator to me, where you get Russell out. This is a little bit why, Lance, I want to start this game out against the Vikings, and I want to start it with throwing the short passes, where I want to start getting Russell in a rhythm, getting him used to the, and what I would have been if I'm Waldron to Russell Wilson going on the football field on that opening drive is I say, okay, here's what we're going to do. The running game's not working today, right, Russ? Yeah. I know the deep passing game has been hitting good for us, but it's basically gone down to nothing here as we've gone forward here through the fourth quarter and now into overtime. Let's move gears. I want you to really target the short passes on the first 2 throws. I'm going to get you out on a rollout on the first throw. I want you to hit a tight end on a rolling on the flat. Tennessee won't be expecting it. We haven't hit tight ends all game long. I'm going to come right back on the second throw, and I want to run a little drag route with Freddie Swain underneath. We'll get him matched up on the third cornerback. Just sit back, look off the safety to the left side, come back to him on a quick route. I would have done 2 plays like that were really heavily scripted and put in place and got him right in rhythm on that drive and going. And forced him to get down on that check down game. But I go to more on that one, Lance, with it being Waldron there than it being Coach Carroll. That's Waldron. He's got to be the guy to do that in that moment. Corey, if you could trade DK for another receiver, just a clean 1-for-1, just out of curiosity, who do you pick and why? I'm just going through my mind right now, thinking of all the possibilities here. So let me think on that. Honestly, I mean, right off the top of my head, I don't know who I'm necessarily 100% going at and looking at. I'm looking right now, so bear with me, folks. I'm just seeing if there's somebody that jumps out. Yeah, no. The only guy that maybe comes to mind to me that would be an interesting fit with Russell Wilson, who would be the only one. There's actually 2 that I probably would do, and I would consider. Though one of them I'm not sure of, because the thing I like with DK is his age and the fact that you have a guy that is so young with so many years ahead of him. But the one guy that jumps out to me is Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I've always liked his game and his jump ball ability to go up and pluck a ball, high point a ball, fitting with Russell Wilson would be amazing. That'd be a really good fit for Russell Wilson, in my opinion. The only other guy would maybe be potentially Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, and that has as much to do with just his age. And again, a guy that would be an absolute because of his catch radius. He'd be an absolute phenomenal fit with Russell. He's on a rookie contract. He's costing less. You got 3 more years of cheap club control. But I think those would be about only 2 guys that I would consider in, even if I was willing to consider it at all, to be honest with you. Jason Tudor, Pete's style of bend but not break works, but it absolutely requires pressure from just your front 4. And when we couldn't do that against the Titans, busted O-line, that was my biggest fear realized. Fantastic point, Jason. 100%. 100%. It's not that Coach Carroll's scheme can't work anymore. It can still work. It is very reliant on needing to get that front 4 generating pressure. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I said at the start of the season, and this a little bit to you on this, Brian, that you've got, I said the priority's got to be getting the defensive line souped up. Get you edge rushers, get you multiple, stack them up, get the rotational depth there, because the defense is really relying on that above all. It's above great safeties, above great corner play, above great linebacker play. It needs the front 4 to generate pass rush. They've got to be able to do it without having to blitz. And the bend but don't break style does work. It worked in week 1. Look at the Colts game. The Colts were able to move the ball in that Indianapolis game in the first week of the season. But the Seattle Seahawks kept them to field goals. They were good in the red zone. They kept the Colts 2 of 4 in the red zone. Whereas they were great in the red zone. If you keep the other team to field goals and you're scoring touchdowns, you're going to win the football game. And that is at the base of Coach Carroll's philosophy here. And it can work. But you do have to generate consistent pressure throughout the course of the game, or the defense is going to get gouged. John Robinson says, it seems as if we're not going to see the outside zone running game like we thought with the hiring of Waldron. Is that because Penny's out or because it goes against Carroll's philosophy, and why would it? No, I don't think it's because it goes against Carroll's philosophy. I do think it's because of Penny, because he's one of the only guys on the roster who can really run the outside zone with the kind of effectiveness we need, which is we need a guy with speed. Penny's a 4-4 guy. Chris Carson's a 4-5. Excuse me. Penny's a 4.58 guy, or Carson's a 4.58 guy. He's substantially slower than Rashad Penny in the open field. Now, he's a harder runner, and he's harder to bring down. He's got a lot of plus elements to his game, but you don't really have a guy with that kind of speed that can run that outside run like you need, unfortunately. A lot like with Eskridge. When Eskridge went out, you don't have a guy with the kind of speed and tenacity of spirit in the receiving core to go out there and run that fly sweep like you need it ran. It sucks. It'd be nice if we had a little more depth with it, but we just don't. Brian, the offense put up 30, but 24 of that was in the first half, and that's great. But 7 of those came from the defense, giving them a short field. Yeah, and I acknowledge that, Brian, right? So I acknowledge the defense gave them that turnover, but you still have to score the touchdown there, right? Offense could have come on the football field there and kicked the field goal and only gotten 3 points. And to me, I don't care if the 30 points is done in one half or another half. You put up 30 points, that's hard to do in the NFL. As I was saying, you'd be a top 5 scoring offense in the NFL if you average that over the course of a season. I'm not saying that they couldn't have done more, Brian. The offense could have done more. I'm not saying that the offense couldn't have played better, Brian. But part of my acknowledgement of this has been, and the part that you have not yet referenced, Brian, because here's one real key aspect that's being left out on your stuff in there, and that's this. You brought in a new offensive coordinator this offseason. We on this channel talked long and hard about this. It's been talked long and hard about this on the local scene by many different folks talking about history of bringing in offensive coordinators anew to teams. It tends to take a year for that period of time to get that offense running at full speed. So to expect a new offensive scheme in game 2 is somehow going to be doing sustaining drive after sustaining drive after sustaining drive is unrealistic. It's unrealistic. And we expected it. To have an offense that in this state of still finding itself, of still getting its legs underneath it to realize what it could become later on down the year and put up 30 points while that's happening, again, I ain't putting then the problem on my offense. I'm going to put it on that defense, which has got to carry the day a little bit for the offense as it's finding itself. And part of having the guys you put on that defense and part of stacking up as good a defense from a talent standpoint of you as you've had here in 5-6 seasons is that they should be able to get that done. That shouldn't be too tall of a task for them to pull off. Brian Roberts, the offense had the ball for 22 minutes. If Henry gets 44, he's going to beat you. If he gets 44. And a big part of the blame for that comes from the offense not being able to sustain a drive or two. No, it's a part of the blame goes to the offense, Brian, but the bigger part of the blame goes to the defense. The defense is allowing the sustained drives. How many 3 and outs did the defense have on that day, Brian? Whether they were refreshed or gassed. How many times were they getting that team off the field quickly? Even if it wasn't a 3 and out, maybe just one first out and then you got them out the next time. It wasn't very often. So it's not just an offense not getting sustained drives on its side that then causes the defense to fail. It's also that defense allowing for those long sustained drives, for constant third down completions. I'd offer Brian, it's both. It's not one or the other or one more. It's both of those kind of go hand in hand. And again, I have a little more room and patience for the offensive side of the ball because you're bringing on a new offensive coordinator. Russell Wilson, Brian, is taking on the very first new offense of his entire career right now. The very first new offense he's had in his whole entire career. When Schottenheimer came aboard, we got the story that broke this offseason that Brian Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his offensive playbook when he arrived. He inherited Coach Bevel's playbook when he arrived. So henceforth, you've had about 10 years of the very same offensive scheme. Now, for the first time, you're changing this offseason. Brian, did you expect the offense to completely just hit the ground running from the jump with that happening? Maybe I'll wait for you on that to respond to that so I kind of know where you're coming from on that, on that given point. Corey, Carroll guy, from what I've heard, is a tough, hard-hitting defensive guy. Like Cam Chancellor, from what I've heard, was a Carroll guy. But I think players like Sherman didn't get along with Carroll. I don't know if that's the case. There's a lot of stories that came out around the time of Sherman and Sherman with this whole off the field situation of how intricately those guys were linked and how much they talked when Sherman was here. I certainly think that he kind of started to burn bridges as he got near the end of his time here. But I don't think that that's necessarily the case on that one. I don't know. I don't think that there's necessarily that when it comes to Carroll. I don't know if I agree on that one, that that's the case. It might be, but I don't know that I've seen that exactly. Corey Hallback says the pass interference wasn't used correctly at all. They would review and still not overturn the call when it was clear. I'm with you that this might be rigged, but it's almost impossible to rig. Yeah, I'm not totally on that. The one thing though, Corey, is that remember the Pittsburgh Steelers game in week 3 of 2019, Coach Carroll pulled the flag on that pass interference and he got it overturned in that game. One of the reasons why I like the ability to do that, frankly. So we got it worked in our favor on that. And at least it was a step in the direction of getting the officials to have a little bit of oversight on them, as opposed to having this godlike control of being able to swing the game whenever they see fit. Daniel W. says our defensive scheme never wins games, per example. Remember how just the scheme alone of the Cardinals flustered Wilson last year. I wish we could come up with something like this. We don't have the talent to win without scheme help. I do appreciate you calling out the defense. It's the same scheme, same players, heavy investment, and this isn't it, Jack. It's not working, and I don't think it's the players. I think it's our scheme. Yeah, the whole thing with the scheme has been that we let the players play because they don't have to think as well. You have a simple scheme, but then you're just going to let your players roll so they don't have to think, so they'll be able to be a step faster. They'll look that quicker on the football field. It all works well and good in theory, but you're right. It hasn't played out that way. And built within the theory is that if we stack enough good defenders on the defensive side of the ball, their talent will allow them to really flourish because they're not thinking. But you also leave a lot on the table at that point, to your point, Daniel, right? Being that you're also not drawing up plays to make it easier for them. You might be putting them in a general position to succeed, but you're not putting them in an exact position to succeed. Oh, we dialed up this right blitz at the right moment, catching the offense like this. It didn't have to be a player being Superman in that moment or doing something. It was just a matter of your coaching staff outthought the other one a little bit, and that there's maybe a little bit of room for that also. It doesn't have to be all of one or all of another. Tom Eaton says, well, 2:30 a.m. I am no dangerous, or should I say, dang it, Russ, at this point. Got to get some sleep. Hope you feel better, man. Go Hawks. Thank you. Talent to win without scheme help. Oh, sorry. Nolan R. Vance had to pop out for a bit. We'll rewatch. Did you cover the absence of Eskridge for the fly sweeps? Swain doesn't seem fast enough to get that done. Don't see any other viable options. Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed with it, Nolan, because when you look at it, you go, okay, Eskridge isn't enough. You guys all basically just relied on Eskridge being the end-all, be-all to it. You don't have any other receiver on the roster who can run this play, which is a bedrock of this offensive scheme to have these fly sweeps. When you look at the Rams, they've got guys like Cooper Kupp can run it, Robert Woods can run it, Pupu Atwell can run it. I bet you even Van Jefferson can run a little bit of those fly sweep stuff. He's got the size and build to kind of do it a little bit. But whenever you have Swain or Lockett's had been put in position to do that, Nolan, it's not look good. And it should be 7 easy yards every time you get that fly sweep. Every time you get it, you got the guy with not just enough speed and just enough of a tenacity as a runner. That should be easy money every time if you do it. But you've got to have the right kind of guy, the kind of exact right kind of guy to get that done. Versace Python, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it, Versace. You're awesome for doing so. And keep an eye out, Versace. I do bi-weekly articles, so keep an eye out on the community post, and you'll see I put it up there every couple days. But we need Eskridge back, Nolan. And if you're looking for a receiver, if Eskridge is going to be dealing with these injury things throughout the year, if the toe thing's a bad thing, if they've got to get some insurance here, maybe that's the type of receiver you look to make a trade for if you're going to make a trade moving down the line here. Is to get a guy who can run a little bit of that stuff a little bit more often, because it frees it up, especially if you don't have the outside zone stuff with Penny here. That's essentially your only outside zone running in the game to keep the defense honest from stacking the inside of the box. Lolo, was it me that noticed it, or was Carson getting tackled every time someone laid a finger on him? That's very uncharacteristic of him. We need him to have an A game when the pass struggles. He's not been as good yet this year, I'll say that. He had the 130-yard run, but he wasn't super dynamic in the Colts game, and he does look a little bit to me like I don't know if it's maybe just me out the first couple games, but he does not necessarily look as sudden, as fast. He hasn't looked bad, but definitely we're going to need a little more from Chris. Daniel W. John Robinson says, on a positive note, I did like the way we won at the Colts and the creative things we were doing. Me too, John. I think that does give you a blueprint to winning in the future. That's how we would like to win going forward, I think. And that's where I think they should concentrate on. Brian says, I think you're wrong about that. The way you score matters. If Seattle starts the game with 30 points and gives Henry 45 minutes to get them, and 45 minutes to get them 33, he's going to get it. Maybe, but again, Brian, the things again I'm looking for in your post. Let me see if we got you on this here, somewhere in here. Oh my gosh, somebody come in with the Asia. Larry Bird, thank you for the $2 donation, Larry. You're awesome, sir. I do appreciate you putting in the donation. I want to touch on this, Brian. I'm going to bed. It's going to be a minute before you see this, but I love your channel. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, Brian. And again, I might disagree with you, but I welcome your perspective on it. So I like disagreement on the chat. I like folks coming at me and saying, I got a different side of this. Let me explain to you why you're wrong and I'm right on it. I don't bristle at that stuff. I like it. As they say, Brian, you strengthen your argument by having it challenged. I 100% believe that's the case. I do want to talk to you at some point, Brian, if you do go to bed, a little bit on your thought process on where you saw the offense this season to begin things. Because I think that's a little bit of maybe the part we're touching on all the other things that's maybe a little bit of the gorilla of the room on this argument, being that where did you think this offense would be by week 2 to start things off with this new offense? And that's the one thing that I would go to. Certainly the offense could have sustained more and they could have done more. And I don't put this 100%, Brian, if we're doling this out and going, I don't do this as like, oh, this is 99% on the defense and 1% on the offense. It probably leans something like 70, 75% to the defense and maybe 20, 25% to the offense. But the defense owns the onus, if not even a little bit more beyond that. And that's how I sort of dole it out because of that. If you have an offense that has been humming in the same offensive scheme and everything's all the same as it's always ever been, maybe I could be a little more open to your side on that argument of it, being that they needed to do more. But bottom line, they're finding themselves. They put 30 points up on the board. That should be enough to get it done, especially if you have a defense like we have, which is supposed to be, ideally speaking, theoretically, at least a top 12 defense in this league. John Robinson says, I missed you talking about Gordon. Do you see him signing him? Do you see us signing him? Would you? I think it's completely still up in the air, John, because though he's getting through the process of being made active, he still has not been signed off by the commissioner's office. And we all know, John, Goodell's got a bone to pick with Gordon for whatever reason. I don't know if Gordon slept with one of his daughters or nieces or cousins or whatever he did, but he pissed Goodell off something good, and he is in that man's doghouse but for years. Goodell's got to sign off. If Goodell signs off, I'm in favor of it, John. But I don't know necessarily that Gordon's going to want to come here necessarily either, because if you have Eskridge back, he's looking at being 4th on the depth chart at that point. It was one thing a couple years ago when DK wasn't quite established and you had just Tyler here and not a lot else. There's a nice open door to him coming in and being able to produce. Door's maybe not as wide open this time if he wants to go and do that. Glory says, should we be worried with Wagner's coverage recently, or is it scheme because he's allowed 80% plus of his targets? He's going to struggle in coverage a little bit, I think. That's been a part of his game that's kind of gone backwards over the last couple of years, where run stuffing's actually been relatively good. It's a little bit of a concern, but he's a little slower and it's going to be that way. Luckily, he sometimes can make up for it with anticipation and pre-snap reads and what he's looking at and be right on that respect. But look, Bobby's days are going to wind down here soon, and I made the prognostication that when Jordan Brooks was drafted on draft night, I said that probably means that Bobby Wagner's got 2 more seasons with our Seahawks. I still do believe that's probably going to be the case. I still think that even if I'm playing as good as he is right now, where he's on pace for like 280 tackles, I still think this is probably going to be Bobby's last year when it's all said and done. Lolo says Devontae Adams would be older, but he'd be sweet. I thought about Devontae Adams as that guy that I would trade DK for, but he's just a little too older for me at this point. So he'd be one of those guys like a DeAndre Hopkins type, where technically they're better than DK is right now, but they've probably played their best football. They're back through the last part of being a hugely productive receiver in this league. Still be good players, but not necessarily at the level that they've been playing at prior. John, we should see a lot of too high looks with Minnesota. We should be able to run with Carson for a good clip. And we should be able to hit with the short passes in addition. Yes, I agree with you on that, John. And the short passes with that, because the cover too high is going to take away the deep stuff. So now you got the underneath stuff. You got to narrow on it. If it were a one-on-one trades at Lolo, I know what you meant on that, Lolo. And I like Devontae Adams, but I would be hesitant with Devontae Adams, especially with Russell here too. Even if he's able to maintain his performative level for the next couple of years, he's such a purified route runner, and he's going to rely on a quarterback who can throw on time. He's not as much the off-script stuff guy in that respect. And I don't know if he'd be as great a fit with Russell Wilson as he is with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he'd be at the same level of productivity. Corey, what pass rusher, if you could pick one off any team, would you take and why? Keep in mind you have to take on the contract as well. I would take Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns, who did sign a big deal recently, but he was down near the lower end of the $20 million spectrum. I think like $23 million-ish range, I believe. Whereas the new deals with both, Joey Bosa with the Chargers, and you look at the deal of Watt with the Pittsburgh Steelers is pushing up near into that upper 20s level of things. So the contract's not incredibly dumb, and he's an absolute monster on the outside. I think he's a guy that absolutely is just a game wrecker. So he'd be the guy I'd want. And Brian, thank you so much, man. Hope you have a good night. Lance, if you were to get rid of Carroll as a coach, who would you pick as the new head coach? I would bring in Lincoln Riley from the Oklahoma Sooners, Lance Graham. It's not the most inventive of picks. I'm not the only one to come up with this. But he is a guy for a lot of different reasons I think would be just the perfect kind of coach to bring on with Russell Wilson. Number one, inventive, outside the box, moving offenses forward, thinking of things you haven't even thought about to do offensively. I love that aspect of him. Number two, working with smaller quarterbacks and their limitations. When you look at Lincoln Riley, he's had Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, now Rattler, who's only 6'1". He's been able to get guys that are smaller, but have that not be a detriment to them in the least. He would be my first choice, and if not him, maybe Campbell of Iowa is a real outside-the-box type pick. I like that guy and what he's doing offensively as well. Whatever would be an offensive guy I'd bring in. Lolo says Chase Young, Myles Garrett would be in terms of age, maybe Nick Bosa. Yeah, I'd lean more to Garrett over Chase Young because I think he's just Chase is a little bit more potential still, a little bit more once he can tap into this thing, he might be that. Whereas Myles Garrett is now that, which would lean me towards that a little bit. And Adolf, we got Adolf in here speaking Chinese. Okay. We might not have any more moderators in at this point, so my mods might have left. Nolan R. Vance, the bend but don't break defense feels like it's betting on a penalty and an offense not perfect. Hoping on and usually getting a holding call or sack to stall the drives. Titans happen to stay clean. 100% it's that, Nolan. That's something that I've long lamented as well, is that the defense sometimes is waiting on the offense just to make a mistake. And offenses don't always make a mistake. Especially you have a quarterback with a sure hand back there who has been predisposed by his coach not to make mistakes, to keep things safe. And that's what we run into a lot. And that's what ends up taking down our defense a lot. Gory, Wilson has been really efficient in this new offense so far, so it shouldn't take long for this offense to get going. It will eventually, I think. It will take a little bit of time, though, I believe. Rams House, who has the best uniforms in the NFL besides the Seahawks, in your opinion? I like how you asked that, Rams. Yeah, Rams House. I mean, I always am going to like the Raiders uniforms. The black, the black and silver is pretty tight. I'm thinking, man. Yeah, I like the Raiders one quite a bit. I really do. And the way Tampa Bay updated theirs is pretty tight, too. I think Tampa Bay's got some good jerseys. Yeah, those would be my two selections. But I mean, black and gold, man. Silver and black. It's hard not to be badass with silver and black. DBH, I like the Atlanta Falcons uniform. That's pretty tight too. I like the yeah, they got a good uniform as well. I'm gonna go kind of Raiders Ram House, but that's just the when I was growing up with the Raiders and all the NFL crunch time hit stuff you'd watch in the 80s, like that you'd get for your Sports Illustrated subscription. And like just the way that the nostalgia of the Raiders at that time, playing them in the AFC West for the years that we did Rams House, kind of just left an indelible mark. I could think a little bit with that one. And Versace Python, thank you for becoming a member again, man. I appreciate that. Lolo, I want to see more rollouts and throws on the run since it keeps the defensive line on edge most of the time. But Russ will get tired, so that's one downside. He very well might. Oh my goodness, Nolan. Goodness, coming in with a fat donation. Just dropping the stack on the table saying, what? You're very kind, my man. Thank you so much for donating. I think the second donation to the channel today on this, so thank you so much. You are awesome, brother. And you're a channel member, man. You guys, I appreciate you so much on that. Thank you. Nolan says, hot tea and lemon money. Thank you. I will get that hooked up tonight. You better believe it. Feel better. Brandon Nelson did a great breakdown on the Hawks tight end plays. Seemed like the offensive coordinator had a rough day. That said, agreed that the D play calling takes more of the blame. I'm glad we do agree, Nolan, especially after you threw $50 down the table. I'd be agreeing with you on basically almost anything you said at that point. I got to buy that stance on it. But that's awesome of Brendan to do that breakdown. Again, one of the reasons I have a lot of respect for Brendan, and we're going to be having him on the channel tomorrow, Nolan, at 3, is because he does get into that like I try to get into from my standpoint. We each have our different ways we go about looking into this, but we're trying to look at it with the depth on things and really get below the surface level of items and go a little bit below the layer of it, into the nuance, into there's more than one simple reason for why one thing doesn't work right. Let's go to all of the reasons and then let's put the blame appropriately into the right reasons. Who has the most blame, who has the least blame. But thank you so much for the $50 donation. I will have a lot of hot tea and lemon on you, Nolan. And then part of your donation, Nolan's going to go to, as I'm doing with all these taking a lot of the donation money here we're getting now, I'm going to try to put it to getting a new mic and upgrading the mic, getting this better, just keep improving on the overall production quality here of the channel. But you're going to help that out, Nolan, big time, not just that $50 donation, but in your membership status. I really do appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Glad to have you aboard, man. Glad to see you in the chat. And man, we just always have a great stream, folks. There's always awesome. I always say it, man. I got the best folks in my chat. There's you guys thoughtful, kind, you donate, everything down the line. And there's nothing more I could ask. You hit the like button when I ask you to do it. You guys are awesome about smashing that. Hard not to I don't know. You leave me riding high after every time I do this show. Because I'm just like, man, this is such an awesome thing that we have here. Glory says Collins better get some touches on Sunday. Well, if he's going to average 25 yards a carry, you'd hope they'd find a way to make that happen, wouldn't you, Glory? Wouldn't you? Rams House, Poo-Poo Atwell. Put respect on his name. Tutu Atwell is his real name. I know Rams House. So it's a long going joke here on the channel. Because when he did his pro day, Tutu Atwell weighed in at 148 pounds, and I made the joke at that time when I was reporting it on the live stream that I've taken craps bigger than 148 pounds. And so then he forever became known as Poo Poo Atwell because he weighed as much as a good, strong bowel movement. It was at the end of the stream when I came up with it, but it stuck. So now if I call him Tutu, no one will know who I'm referencing in here, Rams House. Deb Peterson says, Shine Sherm. Deb, I think you have to, don't you? I mean, after this performance and seeing where the cornerback group is, you can't think that he's going to be even worse. I know he's probably lost a step or two, but when he's been on the field, as far as Pro Football Focus goes, he's not putting up the kind of scores that we've seen from Trey Flowers out there. He still was an upper-level corner. Hell, in 2019, he was the highest-rated corner in the NFL by Pro Football Focus. He's not at that status of being that elite anymore, but he's still, I think, darn good. Great tackler still. I mean, he was always still a good tackler for the 49ers when he was over there. I always thought Sherman almost got better as a tackler over the course of his career a little bit. But he's not going to cost a lot. Maybe you got a little competition for his services with teams like San Francisco that are also a little needy. But I can't see why he wouldn't do it. Lance Graham says, seen Freddie Swain is out for week 3 with injury. Ooh, that's brutal if that's the case. That's brutal. You're already down Eskridge, now you're down Swain. You got Penny Hart, you can bring Cade Johnson up. Ooh, that's not good. Lolo says, Collins has elusiveness and swagger to his run that's nice to look at. Literally Walmart Alvin Kamara. A little bit, yeah. Kind of Walmart Dalvin Cook, right, Lolo? Because there's a little of that Dalvin Cook with their feet and how they can kind of, just tippy-tap the feet and get changing their direction quick like that. He's got a little bit of that too as well to him, doesn't he? Kind of both those two guys. But yeah, I like that. Walmart Alvin Kamara, Walmart Dalvin Cook. If the Walmart Dalvin Cook mated with the Walmart Alvin Kamara, you would get Alex Collins. Glory says Seattle needs a veteran corner. I agree with you on that one. 100%. DBH says Sherman's in a nut house right now. Is he? Well, maybe we got to wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit of time then. Lolo says Sherman would be a Dunlap situation. He isn't a guy who's out there all game, but brings a certain feel to the defense. I don't know. I think that they trade for him. I think he'd be your starting right cornerback over there. He'd take over from Trey and just start rolling, I think. I don't think he'd be out there just situationally. I think they would have him out there all times. Corey says, I don't really care if we Sherman, but we need a good veteran out there. And I gravitate towards Sherman as much as anybody else, Glory, not for nostalgia's sake, but because the cornerback market out there right now is pretty darn thin. There's not a plethora of names out there to pick from. It's very thin, dicey, and you're going to have to make do with what's out there while maybe potentially being in a position to desperately need to upgrade the unit. This leads me back around to Sherman. Yes, sir, still here. You the man, bro. Thank you, Cowboys, number 1. I love doing it. John Robinson says, last I checked, Gordon's been reinstated. Not as of yet, John. This was the key that I paid attention to last week when they were telling you. Go back and look at the story. He's been recommended by the deal to come off reinstate, but now the commissioner's office has to put the final, his gavel's got to calm down with the final thing and say, okay, I allow this to happen. I allow this to occur. So I haven't heard that happening as of yet, John. I think we're still waiting on that aspect of things. Daniel W. Connor Weddington ran a 4.44. Why don't we call him up from the practice squad for the jet sweeps and whatnot? I would say Cade Johnson, but he isn't as fast. Yeah, I don't know if Cade can be able to pull off the fly sweep stuff, to your point, because I don't know if he is fast enough. With Connor Weddington, it's more beyond running a 4.44, and of course, the thing I had to question with Connor and watching him on the football field is I don't know if he runs 4.44 on the football field. I would believe that that's what he ran in his pro day, but sometimes those 40 times are not exactly what you see as far as pure football speed when it gets out there. And I don't know if I see a guy's 4.4 as more of a guy's like a 4.55 type guy. At least what we saw from with preseason, he had a couple of go routes he ran where it was like he was not getting separation, and that's against 3rd and 4th string cornerbacks. I just don't. I think you're probably looking at Penny Hart as the guy that's going to probably take it over at this point. Dev Peterson says Bobby's going to retire after this year or next season. I think after this year is probably going to be it for him, Dev. I don't have anything to base this on or inside sources or Bobby said this or that. This is just my pure gut instinct. But I just think that when they drafted Brooks a couple of years ago, it was a dead on indicator that he was going to be the successor to Bobby, and then that was going to happen fairly soon. So I don't think you're going to wait till year 3, 4 to finally move Jordan Brooks into what's going to be his best natural position, which is middle linebacker. Because let's not forget right now, Jordan Brooks is playing out of position at the will. And based off this last game, not necessarily playing that position all that well. Doyle Robertson says, with Tyler going off last 2 weeks, watch for the Vikings to focus on him opening the field up for DK and our tight ends. Could be Doyle, and that's easily could be the transition that the Vikings go to. It's been early on a little more doubling up of DK than it has been Tyler, even with Tyler's production throughout these couple of games. They've still stuck with the single coverage looks. But I certainly think that you're going to see a lot more usage of the tight ends this week, if just to force it, because you only really targeted, one time to Gerald Everett, nothing to Will Disley throughout the game. So they're going to push for something with that, I would think. If Bobby's serious about what he said and he ain't retiring in the Seattle gets blacked out jerseys. Maybe so. Maybe he is a man of his word when he said that. Lolo says, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Tyler. He looks rejuvenated compared to the end of last season. 100%. I mean, he's having the best start to his career ever. And that's saying something. He's had some fantastic starts to his career, but he has looked phenomenal this year so far. That one catch he made, it was just against Elijah Molden in the slot. It was the second bomb in this game that he caught. And it's such a little subtle route where at the top of the stem of the route, as he's about to curl it over, because it's what is, Tyler's best route is basically that curl route over the top. And when he comes up to the top of the stem of the route and he starts the curl, he does a subtle little push-off move of the cornerback. The arm doesn't get really extended. It's very subtle, but it was funny because on a day where Doug Baldwin raised the flag in the stadium, that was very much a Doug Baldwin move that he would utilize. And it would never get called because it looks like hand fighting when the guys do it. But it was just a subtle little vet move that no one would ever notice. But Tyler's got it in his game. I've seen him do it multiple times to generate separation on his route. And we've got a Cowboys fan in here. For instance, the Cowboys had Michael Gallup last year, ran into this in the first game of the year, where he extends his arm out in a similar situation and it gets called because you have to be kind of a master at extending out, but not all the way, making it look like it's just hands jumbling together a little bit. But once you do it, you create that separation, which Tyler did on that route, on that second catch in this game. Jason Tudor, wide receivers ideal DK for Deebo Samuel? No way. A.J. Brown wouldn't do it because he's got knee issues, Jason. The kid from Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, you could maybe talk me into that one. DK is more talented than any of them, but his attitude scares me in the long run. Well, it's with the attitude coming up more recently. I've been one person to usually say pop your brakes on that, but I've got to admit, recently it's become more of an issue and worth noting. Worth saying this is not great, understandable. Plagueis, who do you think will be the new owner if Allen sells the team? I'm going to go with Ballmer at this point, Plagueis. I'll go with Ballmer. So we'll see on that one. Deb Peterson, I think Plagueis is meaning Jody Allen. So Jody Allen currently owns the team, Dev. And Nolan, thank you again for that $50 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. You are awesome, my guy. Elite, I know Washington isn't really a right-wing area, but I got to know, man, please tell me you didn't vote for Biden. No, but I don't. Here's the thing with it. I'm not a politics guy, Elite, but part of that is because I'm a little bit of a conspiratorialist a bit, so I don't enter into the game at all in that respect. I got other things. I look at stuff in a little bit different way as people view the political spectrum of things. And I don't know, not only stay out of it, I completely believe that it's all, I didn't want to get to politics. I stay out of it. No, I don't. Me no, but Cowboys are number one. You got some Sudafed and Rust, man. You won the Iron Man challenge by now. Great show. Well, thank you. Hey, guys dropping donos in. I'm gonna finish out the chat. I got this far in. Why stop now? Plagueis, what's his sister's name? Jason Tudor, Sherman may not be what he was, but I think he'd be a veteran presence and swagger and might be a good matchup against certain wide receivers. And again, it's you look at the corner play you're getting right now, Jason, you're not getting upper-level corner play out there. When Shaquille Griffin was here last year, you didn't get good corner play. Trey Flowers, you're not getting good corner play. Maybe DJ Reed can clean up on the other side, but he's taking over for what is right now potentially the worst position on your defense, that right cornerback role. And no, Sherman, even at his, a little bit less in state recently, has not been as bad as these guys as far as his rating goes. Even last year when he came back from that injury late in the year with San Francisco, he still graded out reasonably well with Pro Football Focus. So he's still not horrible. Poo-poo bad smell. Walmart AK. Deb Peterson says, at the Hawks Nest, have you played Madden 22? Deb, this was the year that I said no more Madden. I've been buying it year in and year out, and every year it gets a little bit worse rather than a little bit better. And I finally got to the point this year where I said, you're not going to rape my wallet again this year, EA. I'm not just handing it over for the sake of handing it over. And it sucks because I got the new Xbox system. I was hoping they would actually bring up updated graphics and I'd be able to play it on the TV behind me for you guys. We get some 4K stuff, like 60 frames per second. Feels like 60 frames per minute, but no, they didn't come correct this year. Just another game which is just buggy, doesn't play right. Doesn't feel like a football game when you're playing it. It feels like it's pre-diagrammed and pre-charted almost in the game. Deb Peterson says, Connor used to be a running back when we went to Sumner, then got converted to receiver. Oh, well, maybe he can do a little bit of it. Good information, Dev. I was unaware of that. I didn't know he had that in his game, so maybe he's got a little bit of that to his game. Daniel W. DJ Dallas was the star of the preseason. Why aren't we getting him involved yet? I think he could use. We could use him on some run sweeps or anything at all. I haven't got optimism for our offense that we can get better. I don't know why I have optimism for our offense that they can get better, is what you said. I'm sorry, Daniel. It may not be that they don't. I don't know why you don't do DJ. Just like I don't know why they haven't factored in more of the tight end play, Daniel. Those are two elements that are supposed to be part and parcel of this offense. Yet we're not seeing very much of it. And so to explain it is I don't have an explanation. You should be utilizing these elements. I think that they're getting a little bit too caught up on throwing to the wide receivers, frankly. I really miss Baldwin, says Lance Graham. Me too, man. Me too. Cowboys are number one. LeBron goes to the chip everywhere he goes. If Scotty never leaves the Sonics, is Jordan ever a thing? Hard to say because Scotty did so much with helping Jordan, but I'm a big Jordan guy at this point. So, LeBron goes and gets a chip wherever he goes, but he also gets to have everything built and fed around him, and he chooses just the right spots at just the right time to go do the things he wants to get done to build his basic super teams. Is just at least how I feel about it. I'm just more of a Jordan guy than I'm a LeBron guy in every way, shape, and form. Every way, shape, and form. I can appreciate LeBron's game, but there was something different about Jordan. Elite. Doug Baldwin did a great job mentoring Tyler. He looks more and more like a faster Doug every year. Very much, man. He picked up a lot of tricks of the trade from Mr. Dougie B. Angry Doug, passionate Doug Baldwin. Lolo, I'm heading to bed. Hopefully we get stress-free stream Sunday night. Take care. See you Sunday. Sounds good, Lolo. Thank you for jumping in. I'm hoping so. I'm gonna come get a W and we all feel nice and back to our relaxed state of mind. Cowboys are number one. Drew Carey should take the team. Laughing out loud. No, I like his shows. He's a Cleveland Browns guy. Cowboys are number one. Didn't you know that? He's a big Cleveland, like when they opened their stadium after they got their team back, I think he was like, raised their flag or said a joke on the stadium. I don't know, but I think he's a Cleveland guy. Lance, a Packer trainer searched Lambeau Field until 2 a.m. to recover Aaron Jones' necklace, which had his father's ashes on it. Oh the poor trainer. I stop wearing the jewelry on the football field, you idiot players. Like, stop it. Because you don't end up looking for the jewelry when it gets torn off you. You make some poor trainer who's making $37,000 a year get out there on his hands and knees in the middle of the night in cold-ass Green Bay trying to find your damn necklace. Not to mention it slows you down. I mean, things got to weigh another 9 ounces. That's got to, like, knock off, like, a 18th of a second of your 40 time. You mad, bro? I can't believe you're still on. You're one dedicated Seahawk, bro. Hit the like button for this man. Bad loss last week, but let us go kick some Vikes butt. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Let's do it. I'm trying to generate this spirit. I'm trying to fight through this cold because I'm trying to imbue this spirit upon our Seattle Seahawks this upcoming season. Can I get a hell yes? Nolan R. Vance, support great content. Alex Collins' Combine 40 was 4.59, says Google. Besides Glass Joe Penny, running back room about to be flipped on its ear next year. Yeah, we need some more speed. We need specifically some more speed out of that running back room, man. That's the place where it's speed and explosiveness. John Robinson says, Republican and Democrat, two rings of the same old bird, man. Hegelian dialect. Hegelian dialect is where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with the politics game. You want to know what I think of politics? I think Hegelian dialect. Divide and conquer, ye friends, and I shall rule you from above. Ha ha ha. Jason Tudor, good call on Madden. I've been playing it since 89, and the last good one was 2013. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jason. That's about right where it started to go off the wheels for me. And I used to play Madden religiously, and I wouldn't play it for playing online. I love to do my you guys know me, I'd be doing the dynasty, I'd be making my trades, I'd be putting the teams together, and I'd be doing the realism. So I wouldn't do all those like fake Madden trades. I'd be like, no, it has to be within the realism of what would happen in a season. I'd have to give up the appropriate capital. I love doing it that way. I really did. And they started pushing away from Dynasty and going more to the online modes, and everything started to go sideways for me with that game about that point. Fire Flowers. Fire that man. Fire him. Or at least bench him, Dev. No more starting him, Doyle Robertson says, I do hope that Mannion doesn't have the full playbook to help Minnesota. I know this is something that happens in the NFL, but it does worry me a little. Well, luckily, Doyle, he was only here for a hot minute. You got him at the very back end of training camp, in for a couple weeks, probably just trying to learn everything on the fly. I'd be surprised if necessarily, though he does have a history, to your point, I guess, now that I think about it, with Waldron even in the Rams. So maybe he has a little bit of an understanding of what we're going to try to do with that. Could be. I still think, Doyle, that the Vikings are going to keep things clean over the top or protect against DK and Tyler's deep shots, but that's going to leave the underneath open short stuff there if they want to take advantage of it. Elite says stat prediction for the offense this Sunday. Well, I've got them putting up 30 points, Elite. Obviously, they put up 30 points this last week. I'll go with 305 yards passing for Russ and 3 touchdowns. We'll go with 94 yards running for Chris Carson. DK Metcalf has a nice breakout game with 110 yards. And they feature a little bit more of the tight ends on the short stuff. So something around in there for the offense. That's what I'd see for them. Father's ashless in his necklace. Yeah, that's a weird, I don't know about that one. The Cowboys are number 1. Cleveland Rocks, laughing out loud, no. I had no idea, but he owns a chunk of the Seattle soccer team, right? Sounders? Does he? Drew Carey owns the Sounders? Some of them? They got a lot of owners, the Sounders. They got like 20 owners. Drunk Squidward, what has Jody Allen been doing lately? I don't think she's big on either the Blazers or the Seahawks ownership, but at the same point in time, I think she's trying to honor her brother's legacy by keeping the boat going down at the same kind of way it was when he passed, if that makes any sense. I don't have anything to back that up. That's just the feeling I get on it. Lance Graham, you're an awesome guy. Lance, you're an awesome guy, man. You're an awesome... You, man. No, you. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Cowboys are number 1. Braun is the Brady of foosball. They bring the talent to their team all day. That is a talent. Rings over macho attitude. No, Brady's gone to one team where he's handpicked a little bit like what Braun has in Tampa Bay. But there were a lot of years there in Tampa Bay where all that stuff was organically from within. And LeBron does not do organically from within. I understand that Cleveland did nothing for him on his initial stop through to really provide a lot of talent around him and that he had to go. But he's continually bounced around at this in just the right kind of way to always put him in the right spot to be able to get into that championship mode. It's the new model of the NBA. It's not his fault. He didn't create it, but he has taken advantage of it. And Brady with those Patriot teams and his process and how he's gone over time, no, they had to do a lot more within and how they built it and got it right. And it's only been recently that Brady's had a chance to go out and really do the LeBron thing. Plagueis, are we getting another collab with Brendan Nelson? Yes, we are, Plagueis. I will be doing a collab on this channel. I went on his channel last week, so we'll be going on my channel tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Drug Squidward, so who calls the shots, the front office, or does she still? I would tend to think that Jody Allen's is hands off by all accounts. So with her being hands off in that respect, she's relying on the guy that's going to be the head guy in charge right now at the Seahawks, which is Coach Carroll at this point. So he's the one that calls the shots as it concerns the front office. Yeah, General Manager John Schneider is our general manager, and he does the general manager work. But when it comes down to who gets the final say at the end of the day, it rests on Coach Carroll's shoulders and his squarely alone. Nolan R. Vance says, Madden, what do you know about Tecmo Bowl? I know everything about Tecmo Bowl. For instance, Nolan Vance, the old Tecmo Bowl, which is the celebrated game, was a fantastic game. But the Tecmo Bowl did also create a Madden-like game about 93 or 94, which I think was as good a football simulator as they'd been out there. It competes right there with the 2K in 2005 that came out. That was the one-off that they sold for $25. It's right there. But that Tecmo Bowl with the one that they went to more of the Madden look with the background rather than being the television copy shot that they used on the old school Tecmo Bowl, I like that game better. I thought it was a solid game back in the day. I know about it all, man. I'm old school here, Nolan. I'm old school, vato. Cowboys are number 1. Okay, it makes sense. We both love Braun, right? Laughing out loud. Again, for real, great show. Thank you, Cowboys are number 1. And I don't hate on LeBron. I mean, I appreciate him, and he's a great player and one of the all-time best players in basketball history. There is, to me, just something about Jordan as in his mentality. You saw it in The Last Dance, in that there's a lot of players in this day and age that like to tell you about how committed they are to winning, how all in they are. How nothing else matters but winning. And they talk and they talk and they tell you all about it. Yippity yappity, yippity yappity, yippity yappity yip. But what it really means is it's kind of dark. It's kind of ugly. It ain't pretty when you are really in on it like that. When you're into the point, I ain't here to make friends. I'm here to bust ass. And I think Michael had that in just a way that LeBron don't quite have. Lance Graham, no penny for week 3, correct? No penny for week 3. Let's get Alex Collins some touches. Elite, I just noticed I don't know your name, man. I know what I've been calling you since I've subscribed. My name is Brandon Kane. Brandon Kane. That's Brandon, not Brandon, not Brandon, but Brandon. Brandon. Drunk Squidder, Bo Jackson was broken in that game. He was broken in the Tecmo Bowl game in a beautiful way. There was nothing like it, man. Elite, his name is HawksNest. No, Brandon HawksNest. No, Sir Mr. Brandon HawksNest. I love Sir Mr. Brandon HawksNest. That works for me. Pete better not get involved. Pete's always involved. He's always involved. All right, well, we're 5 hours in. I've reached the end of the chat. I've hit my mark here. My throat is getting sore, and it is holding on for dear life here. Another great show here today. Again, we're coming off a loss, but the discussion has been just as intellectual as I can ever hope for it to be in this chat, and where people aren't just jumping off right and left off the bandwagon or excusing everything away that's bad in the same respect. We're finding that place of nuance where we can talk about this loss in the future, where this team's going, and do it with a sober eye. And try to see where this thing's going accurately. I think you guys are right lockstep with me on that. I really do appreciate it. I say it again and again, but it's worth saying because it's something I don't see all over the place on YouTube when I look at other YouTube live streams. So just another great show here today. Final mention on this. We are in this month time trial period here with this Manscaped promotion. So if you do want to get yourself upgraded with the Lawnmower 4.0 or nose hair trimmer, they got some really good products they sent me. I've had a chance to utilize all of them. They're fantastic. They work as good as anything I've ever used on the market. You go to their site, manscaped.com. They're supporting the show. You save 20% off using my code NEST, and you get free shipping on top of it. So if you do have some man trimming, scaping needs, please do go over there and support the show. It does help me out a lot. As well as you're hearing this on replay, not live, do hit that like button if you could for me. I know I've said it a couple times, but just do hit it. It doesn't going to hurt you. It ain't going to stop you. We are now also on the road here to 10,000 subscribers. So, hey, if you're not subscribed, come on aboard. You're going to like it. Water's warm. Everyone's nice around here. So come on in. Come on in. Daniel W., have a good night and good show tomorrow with Brendan. Let's hope this will be a good learning curve for Waldron Wilson to learn from and grow into something special by the time the season hits the rear. That's how growing pains go, right? You don't get growing pains without a few pains, right, Daniel? So we got a little pain last week. Now we get maybe a little bit of growth on the other side of that. Cowboys are number one. You answered everything. Shut us down the best way, bro. Great stuff. Thank you again. I love doing it, man. You guys make this my favorite thing to do. Cowboys are number one, so I love it. Chris Baker says, night, man. Great show. Have a good night. Thank you, Chris. I do appreciate it. Well, we got the Vikings coming up here soon. Couple days. I will be back live streaming. We're going to be live streaming tomorrow with Brendan at 3 o'clock. I think I'll be then going on. We'll be going on Jose's show and Sam Dog's show here over the next couple of days as well with that. So be looking over there. So Seahawks Jose Rodriguez will be going on his channel, and then over at Sam Dog, the Infamous, be going on his channel as well. We're going to be doing a few different little guest appearances here for you guys, kind of sprinkling it in. So be on the lookout for that. I'll try to post it up on the community board. Thank you to all the new members. Thank you to everybody who's donated. Nolan, Randall, Mark Cook, Spencer Smith, Charles Riley, Leland Kimball, Charles Riley a second time, Larry Bird, Versace Python, you guys you support this channel so awesomely. I could not ever have asked for anything more than the support and what you guys do with it. So thank you for all you guys do with that. I really do appreciate it. It's all going to get back in here as we can reinvest this back in the channel and just kind of keep upping the production value here. We're going microphone first, then we're going to get a nice new video camera, get this thing cooking right. As well as by the next one, I got my frame in, so I'm going to have my signed Largent jersey, right? I told you guys got that signed Largent jersey coming, so we're going to have that up on the background here on the next stream as well. I can't wait. Even tomorrow, I'm going to have that sucker up. So looking forward to that. Well, even on a loss, even as we start to worry about this team with the loss that we had, don't you guys forget, don't you ever forget, don't you waver, don't you lose the faith off 2 games. Don't you do that to me. Keep that faith. Great times are ahead. Good times are coming. A potential Super Bowl season is still within their grasp. Is there work to be done? Yeah. Is there a lot to be done? Yeah. Can it still be done? Yeah. So don't you forget in these moments, on these losses, on these painful losses, when you're at your depths, when you're at your lowest of lows, don't you damn well ever forget. Never forget. Go Hawks.